Race in the Le Mans Virtual Series for 2021-22. Welcome to what looks like it should be a highly entertaining afternoon of racing at this legendary circuit in Florida. I'm Martin Haven, delighted to be joined for the race by Chris McCarthy and Lewis McGlade. We start with Chris. Chris, a great opportunity for our drivers to really try and position themselves well before we get to the season finale at Le Mans.
Yeah, that's it. This is the last chance to get some points on the board before we go into the 24 hours in January where it is double points. And, you know, for someone like our pole sitters who haven't had the best of season so far, they're going to be giving it absolutely everything today, aren't they? Just to try and get a win, get some confidence and get some points on the board.
Yes, and whether they've been on a roll or not, they do need to score strongly. This is not going to be an easy track on which to race, though. One of the holy trinity, historically, of sports car races. The 12 hours of Sebring, the 24 hours of Daytona, and, of course, the 24 hours of Le Mans. They've been joined recently by Petit Le Mans in Atlanta, but this is a pretty tough track to race on. So if you've not joined us before, this is our fourth race weekend of 5 of the Le Mans Virtual Series. We started in Monza with a similar length race, actually, 4 hours. That might give us a little indication of what we can expect in terms of strategy today. We went to Spa for 6 hours, 8 hours of the Nordschleife last time out, and the Sebring 500 miles should be right around the 4-hour mark because, unlike in the real world, we're unlikely to get long safety car periods or full course yellows. Barrier repairs don't happen in the virtual world. And then, of course, we head back to Le Mans, which will be, again, unlike the real world, in January. And that is going to see not just all the cars that we have here, but a whole bunch more joining in for our 50-plus car entry. But what is the Le Mans Virtual Series? Well, I'm glad you asked because Lewis McGlade has a handy explainer.
Le Mans Virtual Series explained. The event will be run on the R-Factor 2 platform and includes a 38-car field, which will be up to more than 50 for the series finale, multi-class driving between Le Mans prototypes and GTEs. There'll be driver changes, dynamic weather and day-to-night transitions. The season would begin at the Temple of Speed with the 4 hours of Monza before we head to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for round number 2, a 6-hour race, and then the 8 hours on the legendary Nordschleife. 500 miles, the only distanced race as we head to Sebring in North America, and then it's the big one, the 24-hour of Le Mans. The rules of the series include that each team must contain at least one professional driver, which will be up to 2 for Le Mans. Each driver will have to meet minimum and maximum driver times. Teams will work to create their own setups to optimise performance. Full simulation includes the use of fuel and tyres. Mechanical failures such as engine and brake failures will be included. Damage will affect the car but can be repaired in the pit stops, and stewards will oversee on-track action and will apply penalties if required. The prize pool is $250,000 across the series, half of which will be in the series itself and half of which will be applied to the 24-hour finale. It'll be split equally between each category and the top 10 finisher receives prize money according to the positions in the series standings.
Well, last time out, and for the first time since the 1980s, top-class sports cars were racing on the Nürburgring's Nordschleife. The Green Hell, not a place to be taken lightly. I think it's fair to say, Chris, that everybody had to work really hard. Yeah. And strangely, although it's such a famous track, not a large number of our drivers had actually raced on it before, the sim races or the real-world races. So an awful lot of preparation went into that one race.
Yeah. It's a hard track to learn. It's almost an impossible track to learn, isn't it? And that's the same for this track, actually. A lot of drivers know this track very, very well. So I think we might see a bit of a difference coming into here. A lot of the drivers very, very well prepared to come into this race. But yeah, the last time was unique to say the least, wasn't it?
It was. It was a pretty busy race. Let's take a look. Well, hello everybody, welcome to Saturday morning at the Nordschleife, a racetrack that strikes terror, anticipation and the cold sweats into fans. I have no idea what it does for the drivers. The field will be released across the line, and here we go, pole position for Floyd Bykollesbur's Jesper Pedersen on the outside, but down the inside. Ooh, it's going to be very tight.
Williams at the inside.
Yeah, running out wide. And away goes our GTE field, the two Porsche GT cars with the inside line. How is that going to work for the second in line, the 91 car that's the joint points leader, lunges up the inside, and four cars in the gravel. It's not if you can pass, it's how early you pass to not allow them to have a way back. And I think the Project One car is going to get hung out to dry here. The BMWs are nose to tail, and the two of them are going quicker than either of those two cars they've just passed were on their own.
Here's what happened. So that was the Williams.
So the Williams lost it. It wasn't contact. It was just riding the curbs. We picked it up a little later. If the two of them are making up... No, that was never not going to end well, was it? Jesper almost painted to the pit wall. Bonnerhouse going the outside. Jesper outbrakes himself. Bonnerhouse now can block past him on the inside and
Great
does.
move.
And the Mahler car facing into the barriers. Don't select reverse.
No.
How could you possibly have done that?
And the Tesla RHE car has to get a move on here. Right.
Whoa!
Oh, is that 91? Is that why he's in the pits?
Yes, precisely.
Yeah.
Here's a replay of BS Plus competition and Wolves.
Yep.
Nice. What a move.
Brave stuff.
Oh, good move here from Franco Colapinto down the inside of Will Stevens.
Whoa, and
bit of contact. Oh, and Will Stevens is going to give it back to him
Yeah.
on the exit. Well,
no, and that's the RHE
no.
car going backwards, and it's lost the wing, and that is 10 kilometers at least from the end of the lap, at least. And
No, I think that won't help.
That was...
Let's take a look at this very quickly before I go on waffle mode. It was a solo mistake from Rigier.
Oh, goodness, I've forgotten all of that.
Wow.
That was carnage, wasn't it? I'd forgotten all of that. Goodness me, that was a busy race. And you pointed out, we were watching the replay, in GTE, Tesla RHE were in the gravel, and the very first corner ended up on the top step of the podium.
And then they spun, didn't they? Come near the last corner as well. So I don't know how they won it, but somehow they did.
Out-fumbled, I think is the phrase we're looking at there. Okay, so that was the Nordschleife. That was last time out. In terms of championship points then, where do we stand? There are 75 points still on offer. 25 for victory today in each of our two classes and 50 at Le Mans. So Team Redline right now, 50 points, head LMP. Williams in last place with 0 points, could easily win it, possibly mathematically. All right, not easily is possibly not the right word, but somewhere in the top 6 or 7 cars, that is likely to be where our championship winning team comes from, but it is by no means certain. And if you're outside the top 10, a bit of a wild strategy might start to play dividends here today. And then, of course, you go to Le Mans, where all bets are off. You don't get to choose who wins. Le Mans gets to choose who wins. Same deal in the GTE class. Look at the gap at the top of the pile. 71 BMW on 52 points, and half a car length behind almost is the 91 Porsche. So some very, very close margins. Tie between 4th and 5th place. That's just a tiebreaker waiting to happen. So there is still a lot of opportunity to recover lost ground and to really make inroads. And as you said a little bit earlier, Chris, if you've had a good result last time out, you want to build on that. If you haven't had a good result last time out, you want to turn that momentum around and push on here. So there's all sorts of morale reasons why Sebring could be a very important race for the remainder of the championship, which of course is Le Mans.
Yeah, as in the World Endurance Championship, you never want to go into Le Mans off the back of a bad result. You really want to go in there in form, because, as you said, Le Mans often chooses the winner, and it's not going to choose someone who's been in bad form, is it? So, yeah, you want... Well,
you never know.
Yeah, I won't speak too soon, but, yeah, of course, you want to be, going in there with a chance to challenge. If you get that 50 points, then you could have a chance to take the overall win, and that's what you want.
And that's exactly right. You have to go to Le Mans with the very best of everything that you can possibly produce. And Le Mans will be in January. Well, let's take a look next at the circuit that awaits our drivers and our teams this afternoon. Sebring in Florida, as I said, since the early 1950s, it has been part of sports car racing's pantheon of great tracks. I could teach you nothing about what you need to know about it, so instead we hired somebody to talk us around who's got a little bit more experience. His name is Fernando Alonso.
So here we are in Sebring, doing a quick lap on the R Factor 2. This is the main straight. Sebring is normally very bumpy, so it's quite difficult to see the first corner, quite blind entry. Very fast corner, left-hander, in 4th, 5th gear, where you can really throw the car and trust that the grip will be there. A very tight section then in turn 4, 5, 6. I quite enjoy this part of the track. Normally you see the fans getting quite close to the racetrack. You go under 2 bridges now, where again you can see some fans and some movement. Sebring is the capital of endurance racing. And then you arrive to 10.7, the tightest corner of the whole circuit, 1st gear. You use a lot of the curb on the inside, and then you launch yourself on the exit curves. Because it's endurance racing, you have to choose some places to overtake cars and the different categories, and one is here before turn 9, maximizing the straight that you have between 7 and 9. Then you have a combination of corners where normally you cannot pass, so it's not recommended. It's quite tricky with traffic. And after you negotiate 10-12, you have another opportunity here. You are approaching the pit lane, and you have a combination of high-speed corners. Quite blind because you cannot see really the horizon here, and you have to commit quite early on the turn-in just to maximize the grip. Quite bumpy again this section. I try to maximize the last corner before the long straight, the back straight. Very long straight. You have again lights and fans moving around, so visually it's quite nice part of the track. And you get to the last corner, probably the most important in terms of lap time. Very bumpy on entry. You have to commit on entry and believe that the car will be okay over those bumps. So, you know, you have to tight the belts in Sebring and go for the lap. It's a circuit that you have to trust, and also the traffic is very important.
Hashtag respect the bumps. The Americans like to say, compared to Le Mans, Sebring is half as long and twice as hard. It is certainly a car breaker. It's a body breaker in the real world as well. Is that going to be the same in virtual? Well, what it is going to do is going to make their strategies a little bit different, possibly quite sketchy. But let's find out what happened yesterday. Yesterday we had qualifying, GTE cars and LMP cars. Let's take a look at who came out on top. One of the world's most legendary race circuits, one of the oldest in North America, indeed anywhere, Sebring in Florida. And it is the venue for the 4th race of the Le Mans Virtual Series. The 500 miles of Sebring will be one of the most intense encounters that we have had all year. Let's see if he's got enough out of the final corner again. Look at the hands in the inset.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that's proper qualifying line there. Going to be very close, and he is on top of the pile. If he found 2900s, he would move up the order. He does not, because he just did jump up the order. Okay.
Yeah, the team are up to 7th.
Oh, yes.
Great time there.
Team Red Line, Kevin Siggy setting the fastest lap by 1/10 of a second ahead of the 2 Porsche esports team cars, Josh Rogers in 92, Richard de Jong in 91. 21 cars out on track. A couple of late departures from the pit lane, but only 3 cars not going out there.
Let's see what Simicic can do. He's just been passed by Wisniewski,
yes,
but I think he might move up from 6th place as long as only to 5th.
Swap back.
Wow. This is the car that's number 1. Oh, there we go. And takes out the advertising board. Nice.
Purple sector 1 for the 22 car.
It was R8G who were leading the way, so they're out. So that opens the door, doesn't it, for Chinchik?
Yoski probably watching with slightly bated breath. What about Chinchich? What does he do? Doesn't get it. Does get it. 1200ths of a second.
Oh, and as Lewis said to me earlier, that's the team that's qualified second at both the last races, and now they take pole position.
So GPX Rebellion Williams taking pole position by 1200ths of a second from RAG. 700ths further back, 70,000 was the real Team Hydrogen car. So insanely tight qualifying, but Chris McCarthy, the times go in and then the stewards examine some of the laps, and that changed our front row starters because of this for the 22 car.
Yeah, all four wheels over the white line on the left. Here's a comparison. So we can see the red line car we're looking at from behind. This is going on to the Ullman Straight. There you can see contact with the white line, so that is a legal lap. But then here comes the Rebellion car, and you'll see when we get the back-facing camera here that all four wheels there are over the white line, and that means that lap is deleted, which has changed the result.
It has indeed. It has dropped them. They have lost their fastest lap. They didn't lose all their laps, but they lost their fastest lap, and has dropped them from first to second. And again, you can see this is really a chalk dust moment. That is just on the ragged edge of being legal, and this, I'm afraid, bing, bing.
There you go.
You know, what is he? The width of a cat's eye away from the white line on the inside, but all four wheels outside the white line means the lap was pinged. So that has changed our overall result at the front of LMP. R8G do take pole position, and GPX Williams have now qualified in second place for 3 straight races in a row. Real time ahead of Team Redline, row 2, Floyd by Collis Burst, and at Rebellion, GPX, the number 1 car, on row 3 of the grid. We'll see the entire grid as we get ready to go racing on our green flag lap, and that moment is not that far away either as we get ready for the start of the, I was just about to say Sebring 12 hours. What I meant was Sebring 500. You know, it's more than half a century. It's nearly 70 years now of history of sports car racing in Sebring, and hopefully that will be added to today. If we go by whatever we've seen so far this season, we're going to expect very, very close racing indeed in both categories, and maybe a little bit of incident and accident as well. It's quite a wide open circuit. It was built for B-17 bombers in World War II, so it has got plenty of room to play with. Traffic shouldn't be a critical issue, but can be a factor. And tyres, well, let's find out what the deal is with the round black Goodyear things that they'll be using.
Let's take a look then at the tyres presented by Goodyear. The first of those tyres would be the white-walled soft tyres, which we'll mostly expect to see within the GTE category. Then the yellow-walled medium tyres. These will mostly be used by the prototypes. And then finally, the green-walled hard tyres. Shouldn't expect to see this in action unless it's on a super conservative strategy. With its blue sidewalls, should the circuit become wet, we'll expect to see this one out. However, no rain expected this weekend. Strategies for each of the categories. The prototypes expected to do 20 to 21 lap stints, mainly using those medium compound tyres. The GTE's expectation is 27 to 28 laps, mostly using the softs. A drive-through around here will cost you 32 seconds, with a full pit stop changing tyres and fuel at 82 seconds.
Well, the distance is the key thing in this race, 500 miles. So we work out from what we've seen in practice races that it should be right around the 4-hour window. In the real world, that could extend up to maybe 4 hours 15 or 20 with safety cars, full course yellows and so on. In the virtual world, that's much less likely to be a factor. But it doesn't divide up evenly either for prototypes or for GTs. So it is going to be, where do you take your splash? How much fuel can you save? Could be some interesting strategies right at the beginning of the race, which is fairly imminent. So, as with all things racing in the States, the very first thing we have to do is have the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see why the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the those broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, give proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave.
Round 4 of the Le Mans Virtual Series, the Sebring 500, the final shakedown before the big one. Erhan Yuyovski starts on pole position ahead of Marcel Cincic. Jeffrey Riedfeldt and Bonner House will be on row 2 of the grid. The first 4 of our 21 LMP cars. Jesper Pedersen for Floyd By-Colles. Cooper Brzezinski starts alongside in the number 1 Rebellion GPX. Then James Baldwin for Yasheet. Michi Hoyer starting 444 for Alpha Industries By-Colles. They are row 4 of the grid. On row 5 on the inside, Alessandro Ottaviani for Paris. Great qualifying run from there and much better effort from Jota. Ferris Stanley starts in 10th place ahead of Philip Dins for Mahler. Again, they've qualified pretty reasonably. Williams Esports still to score a point. They start in 12th place ahead of Rocket Sim Sports and Red Bull Racing, who didn't have the greatest of qualifying efforts here. There are a few outliers who could do with being a little higher up. Maybe R8G as well would hope to have been higher than 15th. WRT higher than 16th as well. Let's see how they fare in the race. Number 14, Race Clutch Alpine and Team Fordzilla, who had a great race in the Nordschleife, are on the next row of the grid ahead of row 10's occupants Borja Milan and Mohamed Alif. 21st and final car in the P class is ARC Bratislava ahead of Kevin Siggy for Team Redline, the BMW taking pole position in GTE ahead of a pair of factory entered Porsches. Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong will be the guys who start those on row 12. Then Dane Warren at the better of the 2 Proton cars, the top Ferrari Jordi Spheres for FDA. He starts on the outside of row 13 of the grid. Then row 14, Kevin Van Doren and Yusuke Tomobayashi in the D-Station Racing Aston Martin. Timotej Andonovski for Tesla R8G ahead of Alan Turcic, another all BMW row. And the M8s could go well around here. Jack Keithley and Yuri Kazdor in the only Corvette in the field, starting in 32nd place. Working through the GTE class to GR Wolves and Team Project One, and all Porsche, row 17 of our grid. On row 18, Gustav Grimbergus and Ingo Anton. So the second of the Ferraris in the hands of Simsa Esports. And then we get back to the second Team Project 1 car, Tim Neuendorf, and the second GR Wolves car, Bart Horston, down in 38th position on the grid. And that is a position I'm sure that he would hope not to end up in another 4 hours' time. Decent humidity, normally it's more like 90%, zero chance of rain, and the temperature should be good with a slightly overcast sky, but conditions are probably going to be the least of their worries. Chris, it's going to be how they figure out the fuel strategy, because like I said, this race does not divide up evenly whichever of our classes they are in.
Well, it's our only race where we go to distance, isn't it, and not time, so they have to kind of work out for themselves how long the race is going to be when it comes to time exactly. But yeah, you know, we're predicting, as we saw there in the build-up from Lewis, you know, 3 to 4 stops for the GTEs, potentially with a splash at the end, and we could see similar from the LMPs, 5 or 6. We might see some teams come in early, you know, after 10 or so laps. We were speaking to Lewis about this earlier, to get themselves out the cycle of all the other teams and go aggressive. But the teams at the front, we tend to have seen take similar strategies. Yeah. It could come down to who looks after the tyres the most and who saves the fuel the most. So I don't think this is going to be a race where they're going all out at the front, particularly in the first couple of hours. I think, you know, they're just going to try and keep their position, keep within, you know, a reasonable distance, and then push more towards the end of the race. But also, of course, they're swapping drivers all the time. So when they've got their quick drivers in, they want to take advantage of it.
That's absolutely right. And the driver times, minimum driver time is 40 minutes. So that means you've got to do 2 stints in a P car, and the maximum is 80 minutes. So 2 stints in a GTE car as well. Yeah, not really. That sort of doesn't, that's a stint and a half. So there's that element in it as well. And actually in GTE, maybe that maximum duration is going to be the problem, because they can go 55-ish minutes, probably on fuel, and 2 of those means you've overstepped your maximum mark. So they're going to have to be very careful about how they work on that. The minimum is the issue potentially for the LMP cars, rather than the maximum drive time, because 2 stints is going to fit in pretty much within the 80-minute window. The winner in Monza, in fact almost everybody in Monza in LMP, did 6 stops in 4 hours. So it was a 7-stint race. Okay, one of them was a short, very short stint at the end. However, that could well be the case here. And for GTE, 4 stops, so a potentially 5-stint race. We'll have to see how the fuel works out, how traffic and incidents and accidents and everything else. But yeah, it's going to be very entertaining.
I mean, championship-wise as well, of course, R8G, 7th down in the table, so this is a great chance for them to bring themselves back up. They qualified pole at the first round, but haven't been on the podium. And the real team as well, who have only scored 1 point since that win at round 1. So this is a great chance for them on road 2.
Absolutely. So Jajowski and Cincic, Rietveld and Haus, Pedersen, Brzezinski. Well, from those top 6, you should hopefully get everybody safely through at least turn 1. The accident tends to move from turn 1 to turns 2 and 3. So we'll wait to see how they fare. And of course, our GTE cars will start slightly behind. We are ready to get our race underway. The green flag waves at Sebring. Round 4 of the Le Mans Virtual Series is go. R8G Esports take the lead down into the first corner. This sweeping fast left-hander. Look at that vast expanse of lumpy, bumpy concrete. All of those joins are going to throw the cars around. No. We've already lost one from the tail of the field into the barriers. The GTE cars then are going to come into turn 1, potentially with yellow flags. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so only 7 wide, so relatively restrained into turn 1. And it looks like everybody is surviving. The apex is less the issue than who runs out wide into the gravel. They are green, so the P cars have got through without major incident. We'll have to pick up the leaders and see how they settle down as they sweep out around turns 6 and 7 down to the hairpin at 7. And then piling on the speed. So out front, Erhan Jajowski Chincic in second place for GPX Rebellion, so no major changes so far in the lead group, Chris.
Well, it was ARC Bratislava who went round. They've already dropped 6 seconds behind the next car, so they were the car facing the wrong way, unfortunately, but they're not a huge amount of distance behind, but yeah, not a good start to the race for them.
No, on the back foot immediately. However, it is, again, as we always say, a long race. Oh,
we've got a problem for Red Bull, I think, as well. They're tumbling down the order as well, as we see FDA here battling away with BMW Team GB over 5th place in GTE.
Yeah, it's an entertaining battle. Not sure what's happened to the Red Bull car. The first sector they were first sector they were on the pace. Second sector 10 seconds slower. So he's been off somewhere.
Yeah, well, a clear incident or just a mistake somewhere, potentially. Down at the hairpin, we might have seen something go wrong. Well, there you can see the ARC Bratislava car just ahead of them. They've already gained a place back, and I don't think they would have expected to do that at the end of lap 1, but very close behind in the GTE category.
Yeah, well, luckily both of our delayed prototypes, you saw Dennis Jordan there in the Red Bull car, they are ahead of the GTE cars. Here comes the Ferrari looking for a run down the inside. In the real world, Ferrari holds the GTE lap record at Silverstone. Sebring probably does at Silverstone as well. At Sebring from our visit there in World Endurance a couple of years ago, before all of the current unpleasantness. But that was a good pass, so moving a spot up the order for Jordi Swears.
Tesla are into the pits as well, so I saw them coming down the inside of 2 or 3 cars going into turn 1, and our winners last time out in the pits at the end of lap 1, and there was another stationary car
Team
in
Project
there.
1 are in trouble. They've dropped to the back, and there's
Williams.
a big moment and contact. Oh dear.
Well, who were we on board with there? That was at the Red Bull team. That's where they went round.
I think that was at turn 7. That was at the hairpin.
Indeed, it was at the hairpin, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Real shame. Williams, the only team not to score any points, that number 5 car yet this season, and already in the wars. Halfway through the first lap.
Well, we didn't spot the change for the lead, but there has been a change for the lead in GTE. Josh Rogers leading. Josh Rogers, hooray! No longer USA, but AUS. So the Australian leading from our pollster to Kevin Siggy. So the BMW not getting away with quite such alacrity as the Porsche. Mitchell de Jong third. He's the second of the Porsche esports team in those factory colours. And then you've got Dane Warren in 4th place for Proton competition with a sort of white, orange and purple.
Yeah, this is the number 92. Of course, they're down 5th in the championship. Best result of 3rd for them so far this season. So a win here would be a really great result. But this is another bad start, isn't it, for D Station? They had their best qualifying of the season up in 7th. And they find themselves battling away here with one of the Team Project 1 cars.
Yeah, that's the second of the Team Project 1 cars. So this is actually for 15th spot. The Project 1 cars got ahead of the Aston since the beginning of the lap. So Tomobayashi in the Aston Martin dropping down the order. As you say, they were about halfway through the field, weren't they?
In all of this, Red Bull have moved up very smartly, actually. They started down in 11th place, and they find themselves up in, I think it was 7th place. So Red Bull in that Corvette coming up the field quite nicely here as we look a little bit further up. This is Yas Heat, who had their best qualifying of 7th. James Baldwin starts for them in the car. Very well-known name in the esports world, and of course in his British GT stuff as well, racing for Jenson Button's team in that. But yeah, good start to decent start to the race for them. Yes, they've pretty much held position.
Right behind the Panis car, so this is the battle for 7th place. Alessandro Ottaviani in the 65 Panis, and James Baldwin in the Yas Heat car behind. Another pit call at ARC Bratislava. Clearly that first lap incident has done damage to the car, so that's 3 pit callers already, and we are now halfway round lap 3 of 134. So again, just to remind you, it's a 500-mile race, so that does divide up into a total number of laps rather than 4 hours or 5 hours or 6 hours. RHG out of the pits, Team Project 1 still in, ARC Bratislava still in. So 1 LMP and 2 GTEs in the pit lane very early on. Everybody else who was involved in that multi-car collision in LMP appears to be carrying on, although it may be with damage. This is the battle for 4th. For 5th rather, Dane Warren. No, it is for 4th. Dane Warren and Jordi Swears in the Ferrari. And he's got the move. Sitting alongside, just waiting eventually for a big enough right-hander to give it to him finally.
Yeah, good stuff here from the FDA esports team. Best result for them so far this season, 6th place. So they had a bad round last time out as well, caught up in some of the carnage that you saw. But yeah, recovering nicely here so far, up to a 4th place, one of 2 Ferraris in the field. This is what happened to D Station, is it, potentially? This is one of the GR Wolves cars down the inside.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So that's the 87.
Yeah, they have the right not to be too happy with that. That was a fairly clumsy move there from the
And we
Project
gather that the 888 Tesla car also came in because of contact with the 87 GR Wolves car. So yeah, that's 2 Christmas card lists that they are off in 1 lap, maybe. Looking back from the Ferrari. And again, great views from the higher camera angles of this race circuit. It's now about 75%. Asphalt surfaced, but the concrete aprons have been down since the 40s, and although they don't get very severe winters that often in central Florida, it does snow very occasionally, as the orange growers will remind you any opportunity they're given, but the heat does help to break it up as well, and everything settles. It's a wee bit uneven. It's very kind of slightly marshy area around here anyway, so yeah, it's everywhere here is a very bumpy racetrack, but particularly the final corner, Sunset Bend, is really brutal.
It's hang on for dear life around there, isn't it?
Makes cattle grids, you know, seem like a modern Formula One circuit. It is a very, very tough bit of racetrack. So all our pit callers have now left. What about the Ferrari in terms of pace? Geordie with a 1:57.8 compared to 1:57.7 for Josh Rogers, who has the fastest race lap at the moment, and that was on the last lap. So a little bit like a second off the pace of the fastest that the Porsche can produce. Of course, this is all good for GTE until the prototype cars get to them, and then for the rest of the race your lap time and your pace is completely compromised by where the quicker cars go by you, how much they block you and ease you offline, and it will be very much the same for LMP as well. As soon as they get into traffic, some of these gaps will close right up behind 1 or 2 cars, and some of them will open right up if you don't get through the same little gap that the car in front does.
This is the WRT car. This is one of many cars that just needs a good result here. It's been in the wars pretty much all season. Fordzilla were on the podium last time out. Yeah, 3rd place for them, which boosted them right up the order. But so far 17th place, so struggling at the moment. But that's kind of been the case of their season. It was when they got that 3rd place, it came as a bit of a surprise to some. They just hadn't really been challenging that much throughout the season. But yeah, they're definitely out of position that far down. But yeah, likes of WRT as well. I can't remember a race where they haven't had some sort of incident. They've barely made it around lap 1 in some cases. And
they haven't scored a point scoring position. They haven't been in the top 10 at any of the 3 races so far, so the points they have had are for writing their name correctly on the entry list. So it's a point or a point and a half, or a half point for starting or for finishing the race, let's say. So Nuno Pinto, you can see in the inset. Is he driving from that rooftop camera view, or is he using bonnet camera view? I imagine that everybody will be driving as if they're actually in the car. It gives you the best view of what's going on. Well, not the best view, but the most accurate view, perhaps.
Yeah, you know, this is quite a popular one that, well, that's being shown on Nuno. I don't know which one he's using exactly, but yeah, people just like to know exactly where the front of the car is, but they don't want everything inside the cockpit. They want to get a clearer view of the track.
Well, and you know, in the real world, when you're sitting in a car, you are looking out the windscreen. You're not looking at all the bits and pieces around you. So you're absolutely right. I mean, and that must be very frustrating for the modelers who model all the detail inside the cockpit. Everyone immediately flicks through to look out the window.
Of course.
You know, there you go.
Some people like it to give it the kind of real aspect of it, but a lot of people just go with what's easier.
So Josh Rogers still leading from Kevin Siggy, Mitchell de Jong. Jordi Spears in 4th place in the Ferrari. And what was his last lap?
A couple of tenths quicker than the guys ahead that time. So he's definitely closing in a little bit. He could do with them battling away here, really. But the GTE field isn't really breaking up at all so far. Everyone's still within reach still fairly close together because
Yeah.
that FD8 car has a Proton car for company as well.
What is going to break it up is the arrival of the LMP field. And
Yes.
they are still, what are they, 4 or 5 laps, 5, 6 laps maybe away from getting into the tail end even of GTE.
Well, we just saw the GTE guys coming through here not that long ago, to be fair.
Okay.
So I think we're...
Maybe another 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, I
then.
think we're a bit
Yeah.
closer than that. Is that the... Because we're on... This is 5th place, the battle for 5th place we're looking at here. Floyd by Collis, who are looking for their first win of the season. Jesper Pedersen. They've kept good consistency in their lineup, which I think has really helped them. But here we can see there's the D station car just ahead.
Absolutely right, yeah. So in fact they are already starting to pick off the tail enders. D-Station is the last healthy running car. So ARC Bratislava, Tesla R8G and Team Project One are behind them.
That's the trickiest part, as Fernando Alonso said, to get past traffic, and that was just demonstrated there, wasn't it, by Floyd by Collis, who took a good couple of corners to get by.
Well, before you, from start-finish, before you get to Big Bend, it's a little bit one-line racetrack, and then here as well, from turn 10, which is one of the big fan favourites, up to Tower, there's you can pass GT cars, but it's not necessarily not recommended, but you have to have your bravery pills every morning. So on board in 3rd place.
And the FDA car was 7/10 quicker than the leader last time.
They are closing, aren't
They're flying.
They are closing. And now I think you're starting to see these guys starting to try and hassle a little bit to try and get by. And that's making a big difference.
Is that a sign of our leaders? I mean, was that a mistake, or are they just starting to hit cruise mode slightly? Or is it too early to say? We're only barely 15 minutes in, so. But yeah, the FDA car has them in their sights, and they really are closing down. What does Mitchell de Jong do now? He's got his teammate, if you like, 2 cars ahead.
Yep.
Does he go for a move here and try and take the pressure off slightly, or it's a bit of a tricky situation. He can see the FDA car getting closer, so for him, he'll want to make a move on that red line car sooner rather than later. Yeah,
definitely he will, but he's almost going to have to wait for Kevin Siggy in the BMW to make a mistake trying to attack Josh Rogers in the lead. Meanwhile, that's WRT again having a little bit of a moment.
That's him ahead of the number 40. I think that's
got ahead of Race Clutch Alpine, you're right.
Yes.
Okay, so that's
good move.
Keeping his nose in front again. That's behind one of the GR Wolves cars. So going around the outside.
Yeah, when it gets darker, that's going to be very sketchy.
Yeah, in fact that's a Project One car, isn't it? 57. So they are now up to 13th place. It will be the GR Wolves car. Bart Horston is their next target, or the next mobile chicane as they're concerned. Not that he is, but just that the GTE cars are going quicker. So onto the long back straight, the Ullman straight. In fact, the GR Wolves cars moved up a spot, got ahead of Inigo Anton. That was not the back of a GR Wolves car that they got to first, so that's the Axel Sports car. So there's been a change for 12th in GT as well. Bart Horston from the back row of the grid is definitely showing the race pace of that car rather than whatever ailed them in qualifying. And the leaders are making their way through, and there's the opportunity right there for Mitchell de Jong in 3rd place when the BMW, the red and black car of Kevin Siggy, gets held up by the LMP car. That's the opportunity to attack, but it also offers the Ferrari of Jordi Spheres the opportunity to attack as well as the leaders come through.
We could see a move on potentially here. There you can see, look, the Alpine car's gone side by side. FDA is going to tuck in behind the Alpine car. Almost got the run there, but that was almost a dress rehearsal to what he could do in a couple of cars' time.
Ferrari versus Porsche down into the final corner with an LMP car putting the Porsche offline. We've been there before. Down the inside, Jordi Spheres lunges late. Great attack.
Nice.
Really good into 10. And back at him comes the Porsche. Mitchell de Jong not really happy with that.
Look at this.
Yeah.
You've got the red line car and the Floyd by Collies car just trying to get through whilst these guys are having their own battle.
Yeah, red line on red line. The doors, it's not like you have to open the door when you're in the BMW. The cars are just going to come by. There's the Heat car as well. So, and again, you don't want to lose any ground in traffic. You've got to really push when you're in those LMP cars and really make sure you're not suddenly getting hung out to dry by, well, this 3-car battle. Oh dear. So that was out of 5th place, wasn't it?
That was that the 88? I think it might have been.
Was that Kevin Van Doren, or 88 was...
In fact,
Dave
no,
Warren, they were nose to tail.
That was the second one, I believe, the 77.
So that's Kevin Van Doren then. They were nose to tail behind Mitchell de Jong.
Yes.
So they were 5th and 6th. Yeah. We'll wait until they complete. Oh, big bobble there for Jack Keithley, who started for BMW Team GB. He found the bump right on the inside. The closer you are on the inside midway through there, the further you get thrown wide, which in traffic, less than optimal.
It's all going off, isn't it?
Isn't it? Look at the Ferrari now, looking for 2nd place. He's got a run going as well, but the Porsche has the inside line there. Wow. Fantastic stuff.
This is BS Plus competition, trying to get down the inside of Team GB, Red Bull in their Corvette. So this is your battle for 7th, soon to be 6th.
BS Plus at Sebring. Did you see what they did there with their hashtags?
Wow.
The zebra, Sebring. Yeah, very good, liking that. And yeah, the Corvette right in it. And for US fans, yeah, Corvette in Red Bull colours. It's not yellow, which is a sort of odd thing. Not predominantly yellow anyway. And that is
now,
Josh Rogers, is that? Yes, it is.
FDA.
Oh, hang on.
Here we go.
Did we see the change for the lead? Did we see the BMW getting in front? Oh,
it's been punted
that's
by
77.
Jota.
Yeah, helped out of the way by Jota. So Jota's season of slightly iffy results may end up with another slightly iffy result if they get a penalty for that.
Yeah, that wasn't good. And they've actually stopped.
They have. Oh, have they stopped with damage?
Well, they actually pulled out. I think they might have. The car just went there, so I think that might have been where they stopped. But we'll wait till we get
have a
confirmation.
disconnect.
Yeah.
So is Josh Rogers still leading in GTE? Because the Porsche was ahead of the Ferrari, or Mitchell de Jong is ahead of Jordi Swears. So he stayed ahead. That was the battle for 3rd, not the battle for the lead. Okay. Well, there is your race control.
Yeah, they've swapped back in 3rd. I think within all the traffic, the Porsche got back through. Didn't it?
Well, I thought Jordi didn't quite complete the move, did he? He did on. No, he did. Yes, you're right. So so it looks like. So there's your leader, Josh Rogers.
Played into his hands, isn't it? The traffic. He's got a
but again, as Michael Andretti said many years ago, yellow flags and cautions are a tricky thing. You win far fewer times than you lose, and it doesn't matter who you are. That is absolutely always the case. Right now, the cards fell for him, but that is the first time that the leaders are passed, and they will continue to do so for several laps. Our LMP leader is still Erhan Yayovsky, RHG, and Josh Rogers leads in GTE. We are 11 laps in and 20 minutes into the race. So I'm not sure how many miles that is. 11 laps.
No idea.
But what are we looking at? Well, we are looking at potentially another 10 laps, maybe another 9 laps, maybe we might see, and this is Lewis's pet theory, we might see maybe the odd LMP car, particularly if somebody's in a tight battle for position and sort of stuck, diving in early and taking the splash now, if you like. And there's a mistake by Pedersen. Yeah, Jack Baldwin really hoovers up that one. And who's right behind Baldwin? Because he's going to get 2 places here if Baldwin's not very careful.
I think is it the real team? Is one of the Rebellion cars, isn't it? I think it's Rebellion GPX.
I think it is, yeah, number 1. So Kuba Brzezinski, our Le Mans Virtual winner from last year, or one of our Le Mans Virtual winners from last year, nearly made the pass there as well. He was so hard up behind the Heat car. But yeah, one tiny little error and suddenly, woof, you're out the back door. Yes, for Pedersen there. And the problem again at Sebring is it's so easy to make those mistakes. You're tapping your timing screen.
Fordzilla are in. So Fordzilla have come into the pits.
Okay, there we go.
So is that for damage, or is this exactly what Lewis was talking about earlier, that someone might dive in after 12 laps and and then try and break the cycle and then take an aggressive strategy. Funny enough,
him, yeah.
he actually used Fordzilla as an example as well.
Well, yes, I wonder if that was less of an example and more of
Well,
a...
more of a, I know that they're going to do
more
that.
of a chat, isn't it?
Yeah, but yeah, Fordzilla have come in after 12 laps. I don't think they've got any damage. So
that's half a stint. So what it does is in the real world, if you know there's going to be a part stint at the end, you don't do that at the beginning, because the only thing that happens then is you spend 3.5 hours going, yeah, we're real clever, we've worked this out, we've back-timed it from the end of the race, and then there's a safety car, everybody else gets the fuel for free, or there's a full course yellow and they all save fuel, and suddenly all of your strategic advantage is evaporated. In the virtual world, that does not happen. It is much less of an indeterminate art. We aren't going to have safety cars, we aren't going to have long full course yellows that give people fuel back or allow them to save more fuel. So that early gamble is a gamble. It's much less of a gamble, it's much more of a strategic decision.
yeah.
So that's where we are now. How did we get here? We'll take a look at the start of the race, Chris. They all managed to make it relatively safely down through turn 1, despite the fact that the P cars were 3-4 wide.
Yeah, ARC Bratislava were the back car and spun on their own.
Yep.
Wow.
Not enough heating of the tyres on the formation lap, I'm afraid. In GTE, well, we didn't have any falling out of bed, but oh boy, the BMWs got off the line quickly. The second
Tesla, look at that.
Yeah, the second of the Proton Porsches really didn't react very quickly to the change of lights. The Ferrari took the long and slightly risky run around the outside. It paid off though, hung on to 5th place, which is where they qualified, and immediately started piling on the pressure as the leaders battled. And there are your top 4, Porsche, BMW, Porsche and Ferrari.
Nice mix of cars at the front as well. Good to see Proton right in there as well. So it's effectively 5 for the lead.
Yeah, we've sort of got a top 5 breakaway, haven't we? Because Dane Warren is with them. Kevin Van Doren was, until he got punted out by the Jota Sport car. He's currently in 6th place in the 77, not too far ahead of Jack Keithley. And the BMWs are sort of working their way up the order. Keithley, Turcic, and then Kasdorp into Corvette coming with them. So that's your sort of basically going to be your top 10, likely as not, unless there's some really major drama in GT. Those guys are very likely to be the point scorers. Below them, the Wolves cars, Axel, D-Station, you know, it's a long way back from them. And Tesla R8G, what's going on with them?
Well, they came in first lap with damage, so they're out the cycle. I have to say, James Baldwin for Yas Heat is going along very, very well. He's chasing the Redline car down in 4th place. Team Redline are our championship leaders.
Yep.
When you consider Yas Heat are 18th in the championship, this is new territory for them this season. Not for James Baldwin though. Le Mans Esports champion back in 2019 has won multiple things since then. World's fastest gamer, of course, raced in British GT, but he is closing down Bono House championship leaders, only a second back. So Yas Heat, as it stands, are in contention for a podium finish. Long way to go, but a very encouraging start to the race for them in what has been a very frustrating season.
We're just looking at that little 3-way battle. Hoyer, Brychak and Cornelis, Alpha Bicoles, Williams Esport and Team WRT. That was a battle for 12th place. Meanwhile, back with a Simsa Ferrari in GTE. And that is currently lying in 14th place, so chasing down the second of the, in fact, the better of the team Project One cars.
There we go. It's going to look to the outside at Sunset Bend. Yeah, you don't want to make a move late in there. It's, well, as we saw with D-Station, it will just end up in disaster.
Now, the other Team Project One car, the 56 car and 87, which is the second of the GR Wolves cars, will both have a 1-minute penalty to serve at their first stop. So their stops will be, I was going to say unnecessarily long, necessarily long, unfortunately long for them, but there are rules in place that have been transcended, or transgressed even. Jota still shown as stopped, so do we assume that that might be them and their fairly miserable season continuing? That looks as though that might be them done. They have 2 points on the board so far this season, and they're not going to earn any here.
their focus is just going to have to be Le Mans. It would have been coming into this round. This is the biggest fight on track, actually, down the lower end of the top 10 and just outside of the top 10. Big queue of cars in the LMP class, being in the prototypes, being led by Panis Racing, and it goes all the way back to WRT, we see here, and then the Alpine cars aren't far behind that either. So WRT currently down, let's have a look where 14th. They are, 14th place, yes.
So this is 13th place.
This is 8th down to 14th, basically.
Yeah, Mahler in the top 10 as well at the moment. Rocket Sports have moved up. They were just outside the top 10 after qualifying there in 10th place.
Good improvement from last time. We saw, their race didn't go well at all last time, did it, Mahler? But recovering well here so far, and a chance to make some more places as well. There's Rocket Simsport, who had a great start to the season back at Monza with a 6th place, but since then they've just not really had a good run of things. They've been involved in some form of, they had this big spin at Spa coming up Radion, and they had a spin as well at the Nordschleife, so they could do with a clean race here. If they finish cleanly, it's proven that they go pretty well.
Yeah, Jan van der Heide ahead of Thibaut Casubon in the RAG esports car, and I wonder whether RAG himself will be in a car, in that car maybe even at Le Mans. Good dive up the inside into Sunset. You've got to make sure you've got plenty of room. If you're the man on the outside, you don't want the car on your inside suddenly hitting a bump and moving 2 meters to its left, because you don't tend to give 2 meters of racing room.
Yeah, sensible driving, wasn't it? Not to fight that one too hard. So, yeah, very, very nice move from the RAG. And now here comes the Bike Hollis car behind, trying to get involved as well. Yeah,
Michi Hoyer with the wasp stripes on his car, closing in from behind. He's currently lying in 12th place. So points, as in the real world, go down to 10th.
And Baldwin now just half a second back from Bono House. So that gap is halved since we last checked in with it. This is the battle for 6th place in the GTE class with the Proton, BMW Team GB, BS Plus competition, Red Bull closing in as well. So Red Bull staring at a potential 6th place here if they can close these guys down and get involved. Here we go then. This is Redline and Yassi, nose to tail now. Yeah, absolutely. And that little Project One and Simsa battle almost got helped. The Ferrari, he did get helped. Did he get helped enough? He's got the inside line, but not for long enough. Oh, there we go.
Or does he? That's excellent work. Really excellent work. So the Simsa Ferrari picks up a Sport Gustafsson Bergas. Bart Horsten fights back, but finds the door is going to be closed on the inside. So he's going to have to try and go the brave route around the outside. BMW on BMW action. And this is Alan Turcic on Jack Keithley. Turcic on the inside for BSN Plus competition and squeezing through.
Nice.
Yeah.
And here comes Red Bull now closing in on this as well. So these two need to kind of decide who's going to do the leading, who's going to do the following here, because Red Bull is right with them as well. So BMW Team GB trying to sell the dummy. BS Plus competition wise to it, and they're going to hold the position.
Work themselves nicely up the order, running one, well, not 1-2, but as a pair together in the early stages of the Nordschleife. And then there was contact, wasn't there, at Antonius Booker right at the very end of one of the laps, and the BS Plus competition car got left hung out to dry by Jack Keithley, and they both go off. Door is wide open for the Corvette to go through. Thank you very much. It's gone. A distant feature now is the BMW battle, and that's how much traction you lose just by bouncing around on the dirt instead of on the grey stuff. As the great Doc Hudson says, stay on the grey stuff, son. That's what it's there for.
Well, they were too focused on each other there, weren't they? And the Red Bull, that's the easiest 2 places they are ever going to make.
Well, it's, you know, it's a week from Christmas. There's an early present. That was a gift that was wrapped and dropped down the chimney. And you're absolutely right. Exactly as we saw at the Nordschleife, these two are so busy knocking each other's door mirrors off that actually they knocked each other off the track there, with really dire consequences for the BS Plus competition car.
There's like half a straight now between them and that Proton car, which was once right in front of them. Battle for third developing. Of course, we did see briefly Redline and Jas Heat were closing in on Jeffrey Rietveld, and that one continues to rage on. It's actually just in the background, just coming down the start-finish straight now. So this is another battle going on within the prototype class. This is R8G in the number 8, our race leaders, being chased by second place, number 22, who were due to be our pole sitters, Marcel Chinchik in that car.
4/10 of a second.
Looks happy to stay second for now.
Yeah,
but
well,
look,
I don't think he's getting many windows left open, is he, by Yovsky?
They're not battling very hard, though. You can see the gap is extending up to 5 seconds to the rest of the field. So this is good driving from the pair of them. But yeah, the real team car behind that is going to have Bono, House and Baldwin to deal with.
Yeah, they are closing fast, aren't they? In fact, all three, 4th, 5th and 6th, House, Baldwin and Brzezinski. And
Brzezinski,
Brzezinski rather, and Pedersen, all doing their best race laps of the race so far. So carving their way through traffic, and again, well, you know, now your quicker race laps are ones where you catch less traffic than your rivals. Ooh, and scything past the leader.
Just looking there, Fordzilla are doing 1:47.2s, so that's pretty competitive times, isn't it? Just thought we'd have a quick look at them because they were the first to come in and they've broken the trend really. So they've just done a 1:47.5. All we have to compare them to anyone else really is lap times, and that's very comfortably in the top 10. Those lap times, it's matching in fact the leaders. So of course traffic is a big element of that. Here's Jas Heat, so Redline, Real Team Hydrogen just ahead of them. It's the battle for 3rd place, and Baldwin's going to want to make a move here because it's coming to the pit stops now. We're, what, 2 laps away from first pit stop? So
could be end of lap 21, end of lap 22 maybe.
So you want to make the moves now, really.
And interestingly, only one LMP car has decided to go early on that fuel stop. So either they're going to be hung out to dry, or it was a work of genius. Into the pits is
the Alpha Industries.
Yes, so this is the 444 car, isn't it? So have they not quite got their fuel numbers right? Has Michi Hoyer had to attack too much to work his way up the order after a disappointing qualifying, or are they just going absolutely flat out and know that they're going to have to take a splash at the end?
Rocket Simsport here defending from WRT whilst trying to get past traffic. Oh, it's going off ahead. I think is that the Mahler car who had a little bit of a knock there going into the corner. That were definitely out of shape. So yeah, it's hard to know where to look in this race, isn't it? I think that's one of the R8G cars with the Mahler car battling away up ahead.
Now, how close has the Corvette got to the back of the Proton Porsche? We were just looking at that Red Bull racing car of Yuri Kazdorp.
Right now he's being swamped by prototypes.
Well, he was closing on the Proton car of Dane Warren, but actually the gap's now gone out to from under 2 seconds out to 3 and a bit in this lap. Penalty for causing a collision with a 888.
Who was that for?
To be served at the next pit stop. I'm waiting for it to scroll back again because I missed the bit at the beginning of it.
87.
Okay.
That's GR Wolves, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, well that
explains
we
that.
We had heard that was an issue, and that was for Andonovski in the Tesla R8G car.
GR Wolves 87 will actually receive a 1-minute penalty anyway, won't they?
Well, they're going to be there for a cup of tea and a bun, aren't they?
As will Team Project 1.
Yes.
Has to do with entries.
Team Project 1 currently running last.
And we just had, I think, the Rocket Simsport car dive in as well. So this is interesting to see what teams are able to go the further distance, or are some teams tactically or strategically trying to come in early, or have they just got their numbers a little bit wrong?
But, you know, the Rocket Simsport car was in a close battle, wasn't it? And closed up and then got stuck behind other cars. Right, let's go a lap early. We know we're going to have to do a splash at the end. Let's just get out of traffic. And there is that, when you know it's not a finite number, an exact number of stints, then you can start to do that. You can go, okay, let's just get in now, get him out of traffic, get him back out, and hope that he's in a little bit less of a fraught position. He can use more of his speed when he's got fuel and fresh tyres.
Yeah, it's very possible that there's a crazy battle going on, or a big load of traffic just about to come up dive in the lap early.
Yeah.
So,
or
yeah.
you're just stuck. You know you can go
Yeah.
quicker, but the guy in front isn't letting you. Then don't squander your speed. Get out of his, out from behind, underneath him, and go into the pits. So, Jan van der Heijden is back out. Michi Hoyer is back out. So there are no driver changes. We sort of anticipated that it would be double stinting everybody, and that is likely to be the case. Can't really see the point in single stinting your drivers.
James Baldwin's gone purple through the second sector. I think they're about to come in. That's usually a sign when they're really going for it. So, but that's closed them right up to the back of Rietveld again. So we might have the top two escaping, but third place is a four-way battle, really, if you count in Kuba Brzezinski. Here they are. So they didn't come in fact, at the end of that lap. Is he going to make his move? He's been working very hard to close his gap down. Surely this could be his chance now to get that place before the stops.
Well, as you said, you know, the more you close the gap down, but the faster your in-lap and your out-lap are, legally, then the more opportunity you have of not losing time to your rivals. And that's so much the deal here with pit stops. It's not how much you can gain, it's how much you don't lose. So,
yeah.
In effect, it is a net gain, but everybody's, you know, aiming to have the minimum possible time in the pit stop.
So this is a chance as well. You can fuel save just a little bit, even though you're going to stop anyway. It might just save you that half a second in the pits.
And in the end, that could end up being the difference in a place and possibly between first and second or second and third. And in the end, again, you know, half a lap here with just a fraction less throttle could end up with you being champions after Le Mans. And it seems a little facetious now to say that, but every single element of all of these races and Le Mans itself will go into that final reckoning.
Spotter House, you can see looking in his mirrors there, you can see Baldwin closing in, who didn't look keen to go for a move there. Are they going to dive in?
Well, they're going to have to at some stage. Leaders have gone by. No. So leaders have completed 21 laps now. So we thought 21 to 22, 36 minutes. It's now 38 minutes since the start, but of course the first lap was off a rolling start.
Yeah.
You would, again, you know, in the real world, you would have to have fuel for the rolling start. That would normally mean that your first stint would be a lap shorter. In the pits is Team WRT, so they have dropped out of what was 9th place. So Thibaut Kazubon is up to 9th with R8G, and everybody else rattles up the order, and Axel Sports are in as well.
There they are.
So, exactly so. And for our GTE cars, we think a couple of minutes shy of the hour mark is where we expect them to come in. We don't think they're going to do 60 minutes. We think
55 it's been
56, 58 maybe if you're really doing well. But yeah, so it's going to be awkward because again with them, with two of the drivers, you're going to have to force a part stint so they don't overdrive their maximum allowance of 80 minutes. The third driver will take the checkered, so that is sort of forced on you by that. But you're going to, instead of having 3 full stints or 4 full stints or 5 full stints and a bit, you're going to have a stint and a bit, a stint and a bit, and then a stint and a bit. So it doesn't work, and you can't get it wrong.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, now this should be full field, basically. Leaders are in, and anybody who goes by now
might not make it back round.
Is in danger of Frank Bielering themselves out of the race. Yes, absolutely. Well, without exception, top 6 are all in.
Tell you what, this second Porsche has closed these leaders back up, because at one stage those two leaders had a bit of a gap over the rest of the field, and the 91 Porsche, which is currently second in the championship. You've got to remember, this is a battle for the championship lead between 91 and 71. Really, whoever is ahead on track will probably leave in the lead of the championship, especially if it's first and second. And then it will be a winner takes all scenario down at Le Mans.
Okay, Williams Esports and the number 15 Race Clutch Alpine car have gone by the pits. Dennis Jordan, Red Bull Racing, number 11,
So yeah,
Has he made a stop? No.
No.
So they are on driving in their carpet slippers mode, aren't they? Desperately trying to save fuel somehow.
Well, so they've picked, yeah, that's their strategy then. Go longer.
Yeah.
Here they are. Here's the number 5.
Yeah, so Williams gambling on trying to do something very different and actually producing a result.
They need to do something,
well,
don't they?
absolutely.
They need to do
and you said right at the very beginning, what have they got to lose?
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. You know, all that can possibly happen is that they gain something by. If you do the same as everybody else and you're a long way back, the chances are you're going to end up a long way back.
Yeah.
If you try something radical, you might also end up a long way back. However, yeah, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
And that's why, you know, fair play to Fordzilla as well for just trying something a little bit
coming
different.
in earlier. Yeah, so they're now sort of half a stint out of sequence. And yeah, Alpha Industries, the 444 car. Who else came in earlier?
Well, we'll know now
Rocket
where
Sim Sport as well, a lap earlier.
Where they are roughly, because they've come in. Everyone else is coming in now. Let's see where they're placed.
Now look at this battle for 4th in GT. Ferrari and the it is Dane Warren behind him. So he was up to 3rd ahead of Mitchell de Jong in the 91 Porsche, got eased back into 4th. Now Geordie is being caught by Dane Warren in the 88 car. How far ahead? About 4 seconds further back is Kevin Van Doren in the other Proton competition entry.
Is this a case of the Porsche just better on the tyres come the second half of the stint? Or
possibly, or is it just traffic?
Yeah,
again, it's you know, unless you are tracking every single lap for the cars in the battle, it's always hard to tell. And you tend to assume actually that traffic has a much greater effect than tyre wear. The tyre wear will be creepy differences.
They were unlucky in traffic, the FTA team, because they had just worked so hard to get up into 3rd, and then, you know, that huge queue of traffic came, and then they found themselves back and forth and with a gap. So they've done well to hold the pressure and keep the leaders within arm's length. Now,
having said that it may well be traffic, the lead Porsche, Josh Rogers, last lap 1:59.3. Kevin Siggy in the BMW 1:59.6. Mitchell de Jong 3rd, 1:59.5. Jordi Spheres 4th, 1:59.8.
Yeah, so they're lacking just a little bit of pace.
And the 2 cars behind him were doing 59.5s as well, so they are about 3/10 off the boil in the top half dozen times.
Well, they're better off really not fighting this one too hard with Proton. It's very early into the race. It's well over 100 laps still to go. So
yeah, just making go the long way around the outside. Just you just stick on your racing line. Ignore what's in the mirrors. We don't need where we're going. We don't need mirrors. So just ignore the mirror. Allow the P cars by as easily as you can. Try not to cost yourself too much time in traffic, and just allow them to go through. Okay, so Red Bull and Race Clutch Alpine and Williams Esports have all now stopped on this last lap. So they did 23 laps. That's quite impressive, considering we thought 21 might be a little bit of a push in an opening stint.
There's D Station in early. Now,
very early, actually.
That's
because
got to be a problem, isn't it?
We were expecting 58 minutes. They've only done 44 minutes. Yes.
I suspect they've had some sort of issue. Fordzilla came out 8th, by the way. Here we can see them actually, just going up the inside of the Ferrari, and they are just behind the 2 by Collis cars as well. So they have placed themselves into a very close battle for 6th place. Here they are, Fordzilla.
Wow.
Closing in on. They're right behind the 2 by Collis cars.
Is that close enough for you?
Well, they won't want to be waiting around either. They're on a different strategy, so they'll want to get a move on. They'll be on lighter fuel, so they'll want to get by as quickly as possible. But that's not what they need. No. By Collins defending.
Well, yeah, they're fighting each other, aren't they? The 2 by Collis cars. Michi Hoyer behind Jesper Pedersen, 4 and 444, the waspy striped cars. And then Fordzilla, and not too far behind them either, actually, the Mahler Racing team, still in 9th place ahead of R8G. Rocket Sport now out to 11th place. I just noticed that Jack Baldwin has got ahead of the Panis Racing car of Alessandro Ottaviani, who he was chasing on the way into the pits. But they are down in 12th and 13th and 14th, so not yet in the points. So R8G remain the leaders from GPX Rebellion Williams, Real Team Hydrogen Racing in third, Team Redline fourth. That's the 1, 2, 3 car. Then Rebellion GPX car number 1, and then the 2 Floyd by Collars cars, 6th and 7th. There they are, right ahead of the Team Fordzilla entry. We saw Nuno Pinto in his rig a little earlier on.
Yeah, this is they're going okay for them so far. There's still a long way to go. They're out of sequence, of course, but I'd say they'll want to try and get a move done here on this Alpha Industries car. This is the Proton,
yeah,
on
so
the back of the Ferrari still.
Battle for 4th place. Jordy Spheres in the Ferrari with the Proton of Dane Warren, the Proton Porsche right behind. Here comes the battle. That's Yas Heat. Ooh, right behind the Williams. Ooh,
oh, nice
blimey.
switchback. There we go.
Cut back on the inside. Well, I'm sure when you see the car ahead of you flying over the bumps, you go, here we go, baby. So Jack Baldwin picks up a spot. He's up to 12th. That's 2 he's taken since the start of the pit sequence. So that's good progress. Picked off 2 cars.
Oh, there we go. Alpha Industries off on the grass briefly.
So
Fordzilla
which one was
through.
that? Was that Pedersen or Hoyer?
That was the 444.
Okay.
Of
Michi Hoyer.
So what's happened to Yassi then? They were 5th. And now they're down in 12th. James Baldwin is fallen a long way down the order there.
But also he was battling with the Panis car coming into the pits. Don't forget that they've dropped down the order because some of the cars that were behind them had already stopped and are now ahead of them. So they picked up places as other cars stopped earlier.
Yes.
So like Fordzilla, and now Fordzilla are ahead of them, but because they're half a stint in.
Yeah, they were battling for 5th though. They've lost. Something's happened to them there.
Because they were ahead of Marla, and Marla are now 9th.
They were battling with Redline, who are 4th.
Did Yas and Panis both go off then?
I don't know.
They had an incident somewhere that we didn't catch up with.
Well, we'll see if the guys from Racing Control can investigate that for us.
Race Clutch Alpine, car number 15 in 15th, car number 14 not helping OCD suffers by being 16th.
Here we go. So this is
the Ferrari and Proton Porsche battle.
No.
Does the Ferrari hang on? It doesn't quite. That was the Axel Sports LMP car hitting him.
Nothing they could do about that.
No. All right, so there's a change for 4th place in GTE. And so up to 4th is Dane Warren, Jordy Spheres down to 5th place. There's the Axel Sports car ahead of Kevin Van Doren, who will be very cautious about that prototype for another lap or 2.
Yeah.
Yuri Kasdorp in 7th place in the Red Bull Racing Corvette.
We're just going to see that. We're going to see that multiple times this race, aren't we? Oh, there we go.
Ferraris. I mean, they are full on Tokyo Drift there through the final corner, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I just got worried for the FTA car there.
I got another 10 minutes at least to go on these tyres, or so to go on these tyres. So nobody's made any strategic dives into the pits in GTE. I think that's going to be much closer to the wire.
Here's Yassi now fighting back through the field. What a shame for them, whatever is happening. We did see a shot of James Baldwin there, who looked very relaxed about the whole thing. But
there's no point getting overexcited, is there?
I'm sure he would much rather be fighting for a podium.
Looking back for Rocket Sim Sports, again, they came into the pits from a top 10 spot, but the 2 cars that had stopped earlier, at least one of them is ahead of him. Well, Baldwin, not only hugely experienced in sim racing, but also really just as emotionally involved in British GT. When things don't go your way, you just have to somehow turn that off. And here is the Ferrari fighting back. Didn't get through there. It's time to run out of tyres. The ARC Bratislava car coming through. Not quite offering the opportunity, maybe.
Now, Jota are back in the race, by the way.
I did think they had started lapping again. They're a long way back. They've only done 13 laps, so they're 13 laps back.
They'll get they'll get something for finishing, but this is it's turned into a test session for them, really, hasn't it? They can play around with some things, really, in terms of strategy now, and it's a good way just to practice with some things before Le Mans.
Yep. Not that they're short of time. Again, in the virtual world, unlike the real world, you don't just have a finite number of track hours you can do. So Jan van der Heijden and Jack Baldwin. This is the battle. Van der Heijden just ahead of Baldwin. It was just time in the pits that has dropped the Yas Heat car further back.
Now, just hearing that Yas Heat, it was nothing to do with an incident. They were just in the pits for a lot longer than anyone else.
Than anyone else? Well, no, not quite though, were they?
Well, it was basically just a long stop.
They and Panis were very close, and he came out right with Panis again. So maybe they've stopped for tyres. Maybe they've changed tyres as well, or
that's what we potentially suspected. To say they were with Redline and Real Team, so they've lost about 15 seconds.
Okay, so was there damage? Did they and Panis end up getting clattered by somebody on the opening couple of laps?
Either that or they did. Well, I mean, they were lapping so quickly. Either that or they did more in the pits than anyone else.
Yeah,
I think that's all we can take from that and move on.
Yeah, could just have been that there was work to do on the car, and that, of course, as in the real world, takes time.
But there is James Baldwin now trying to get back through the field. Here we go on Rocket Sim Sport. Can't make the move just yet. That's another place where you can do track limits. If you go all four wheels over that white line on entry, then you will find yourself getting a warning, and a few of those. Oh, wow, Rocket Sim Sport, got to be careful there. And in fact, they're going to let them go through. So the Rocket Sim Sport team just allowing the quicker Yas Heat car to go through. Okay, so that's one down then. Yeah, great view of James Baldwin there, really just calm, but you can see how much the steering is fighting him, with his hands, and the force feedback wheel really has kind of transformed how people drive these cars, or how the feeling you get from these cars, all of those dynamics coming back at you. So he moves on very quickly to chase down R8G's Thibaut Casaubon. That is for a point and goes by. Yeah, mistake there from Casaubon. So, did they put fresh tyres on? Is everybody else on double stinted tyres? Is that what it is? That cost them that extra 15 seconds? And is that why they are now starting to pick people off quite easily? Fordzilla in between the two by Colles cars. This is Michi Hoyer trying to come back, isn't it? Yeah, of course he had a. They've swapped round, haven't they? Yeah, he went off, didn't he? And the Fordzilla car went by. Two leaders, but still only a second apart. Yeah. And I think that there's a chance that could stay that way for at least the end of the next stint. But it's the midfield from Jesper Pedersen back down to Ottaviani or the number 5 Williams car. That it's just so close. There's about 8 seconds between 8 or 9 teams there in the midfield. Top 4 cars actually lapping in the high 1 minute 46s, 46.7, 46.5 for the lead pair, 46.7, 46.9 for third and fourth, and everybody else in the 1 minute 47 laps. But then when you are so close behind the car in front, you lose a little bit of braking, you lose a little bit of grip. Yes, he have just gone purple through the last sector. Yep. And they've just done a 146.2. We see now this is where, in the real world, we get Louise Beckett to run down and say, did they change tyres? Where's our digital Louise Beckett? Well, his name's Lewis McGlade, and all he has is a phone. With all the but with all the data in the game, this is the next step where we then get the opportunity to see what they have done in the pit stops, and to see whether they took a full fuel fill or whether they have taken a short fill, whether they've changed tyres 2 or 4. All of that data is in the game. So somebody, before next year's Le Mans Virtual Series, needs to figure out a way how we get that stuff out of it in real time. I think it's definitely new tyres, because James Baldwin's 2 seconds quicker through the first sector than Yuyovsky. He's half a second quicker than the lead on a lap. Now, the battle for the lead is very, very close between Yuyovsky and Chinchik. Less than 3 tenths between our two race leaders. Yep. And there they are. Is that them? Yes, it is. So just like that, there they are coming in towards. It's almost like they're listening, isn't it? just had a very quick shot of the Red Bull R8G. The Red Bull Corvette sort of running off onto the dirt in the first corner. I was just trying to figure out where they've got to.
And I've completely
we're into
lost
pit
them.
stops.
Yeah.
We're into pit stops in the GTEs.
Oh, we are, aren't we? Yeah. So Kevin Siggy stays out in the BMW. Jordi Spheres stays out in the Ferrari. Yuri Kasdorp's up to third in the Corvette. Jack Keithley stays out in the Team GB BMW. And the Ferrari of Gustas Grimbergas, the Simsa Esports car, also stays out. So all the Porsches
except for BMW,
all
BS,
the Porsches
and BS Plus competition.
and PS Plus competition, Alan Terzic has gone in.
Right.
So, who goes tyres, who doesn't? There was a driver change at D station after their first stint. So, Najima is in now, not Tomobayashi. And here is the very busy pit lane. This is the BS Plus competition car you just saw coming out there. So Josh Rogers remains aboard. Matt Backham has taken over 91. So driver change there. So that's how they're going to work that, which means that Rogers, presumably, what have we done now? 56 minutes. He's got another 22 minutes, and then he has to get out the car. Driver maximum is 80 minutes, but everybody has to do that. So at some stage,
Yeah.
the minimum driver time for
It's
the
120.
first drivers.
Is it 120 minutes?
I thought it was 40 and 80. Lewis will have to remind. That's what I've got written down. I thought it was 40 and 80 was the maximum. 2 hours out of 4 seems like an awful lot as a maximum. 3/8 of 240. That's 4 hours. That's a third of the race. Maybe it is 120.
Yeah, I thought it was 120.
Okay.
Which, because we were saying in GTEs you might just be able to double stint them.
Yeah.
But you're going to be running pretty close.
Right. Jack Keithley in the pits from 5th place in the Team GB BMW. Kevin Siggy stays out.
And time in the pits does not count to your driving time, so that gets taken off. So they should be all right double stint in the GTs with their drivers.
Change in 88 as well. So in the 88 Proton car, we now have Charlie Collins. Kevin Van Doren stayed in. Alan Turgis stayed in.
And this is Nuno Pinto trying to go down the outside of the Floyd by Collis car.
Timotej Andonovski has taken over the R8G BMW. Bart Horston stayed in at Wolves. So it's a sort of a split, because the other Wolves car, they have changed to Vita Polesny. So he's taken over 87. But Kevin Siggy, Jordi Spheres, Yuri Kasdorp and Gustas Grimbergas remain out. They have now completed 28 laps, which was what we thought would be the minimum, the maximum.
In the background of this, we're just about to see Yas Heats get by Yas Heat on an absolute charge. There you can see them. They're about to go past Marla. Here come
leaders in.
One of the leaders.
Siggy and Spheres is in as well. And Yuri Kasdorp, you think, will have to follow unless the Corvette's got another lap in it. He goes by. The Corvette has got another lap in it. Interesting. And what about Grimbergas in the Simsa Esports Ferrari? Oh,
Fordzilla in.
Okay, so this is the end of Fordzilla's second stint, or stint and a half stint, but that's a full stint for them. Again, no way of
so
checking that on our timing screen, how many laps they've done on that stint.
Well, no, they did 12. They came in on lap 12.
Okay.
And now they're coming in on lap 32.
So that's 20.
They've done
so
20
that's still
laps.
not quite a full stint.
But they're going very aggressive. That's what we expected. They're going to go aggressive. So I guess that is, kind of what we would expect from them.
So they're going to go 20 lap stints. Are they going to change tyres as well? And again, we didn't see what the length of their first stop was because we were busy watching all the on-track action. So if they went, if you're going to do that, you've got to build in enough of an option to go fresh tyres every time.
No, we can check their length of their stop. So James Baldwin's first stop was 1 minute and 28 seconds.
Yeah.
So he was 30 seconds slower than Michi Hoyer. Now the car we wanted to see was Fordzilla. Their last stop was, as soon as I can find it, it's like
202. No,
202.
Yeah, 202. So that's tyres.
So that's tyres as well.
That's
a
going,
lot though. That's a long
they're going
stop.
short stints and tyres.
Yeah. And
busy.
yeah.
Well, our GTE leader remains Yuri Kasdorp, who apparently has a bottomless fuel tank in the Red Bull Racing Corvette. Well, we are in America, I guess, and gas mileage really doesn't count. Their gallons aren't quite the same anyway. And our overall race leader is Erhan Yayovsky, the 1-2 from the front row of the grid, remain 1-2. Again, Proton battling with Ferrari. Let's take a look at our first hour highlights of the Sebring 500 miles, race 4 of the series.
So we got underway with R8G leading us from the Williams team, the real team trying to dive down the inside, but in the background, ARC Bratislava wait for them. There they go, just to spin all on their own, and they would be the first prisoners of the Sebring. Then shortly after that we went away. It was side by side between the 92 Porsche and to the left of screen in the red and black, the BMW team Redline. Tesla in the purple and white trying to dive down the inside of 3 different cars there. Ferrari getting a little bit on the grass, but were just able to stay on in the end. This was an instant further down. Williams getting it all wrong. Red Bull in the wrong place at the wrong time. Axel likewise finding themselves facing the wrong way. Over-ambitious move, to say the least, from Project 1. D-Station, the unfortunate prisoners of that. Then this was the Williams car a little bit further back. Traffic became a real issue. There's parts of this track where it can get very, very congested, and we've seen it catching 1 or 2 drivers out so far. That was a good move from WRT, trying to make their way up the order. Fordzilla behind them were the first to stop. This was when the Ferrari made one of the moves of the race so far, down the inside of the 91 Porsche. Good racing from both teams, and FDA would briefly make that place, but then they would be greeted by a load of prototypes, and with that, Porsche would get that place quickly back from them. This was when we saw one of the Proton cars, the number 77, helped off the road by the number 38 Jota a little further down the field whilst they were running in 6th place. The 2 BMWs were too busy thinking about each other. Both went off the road, and the Corvette Red Bull said thank you very much and took both places in as a result. There was the R8G car, unfortunately just getting caught out a little bit in that as well. But overall, they still remain your race leaders. From this car here, the number 22, they have all been in to do their first pit stops. This was when our 2 leaders came into the pits, and they are split by just 0.8 of a second at the end of the first hour. Well, Lewis McGlade now joins us. Lewis, what have you made so far of what we have seen? We're seeing teams adopt some different strategies, as you predicted. Fordzilla have chosen to come in early, and they seem to be going aggressive. But an interesting strategy taken from Yas Heat as well. They did a longer first pit stop, and that's potentially going to see them go aggressive as well. They've got nothing to lose. They're well down the order in the championship, so an interesting choice. They're now just trying to pick off the Bicollars cars here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I've just had a quick message with Josh Ladd from the Yas Heat team to kind of answer what's been going on. Now, look at the side of this car, the tyre wall. They are white. They are soft tyres. Now, typically, as there goes straight down the inside of the Bicollars burst, the 444 car. Nice little move there. Gets past Michi Hoyer and then through Le Mans corner onto the Ullman straight, running a super aggressive strategy. They are going softs every stint as far as I am aware. Now, at least for the first 2 stints, to run soft, to run aggressive, it's trying to progress forward in their track position. Everyone else is running mediums and double stinting the tyres, so they're the ones that are countering that. They're the ones trying something different. I'm interested to see where that goes.
Wow. So because at the start they were very quick as well, so this is something they've done from the very start of the race.
Yeah, it's something they've eyed up clearly for a few days, thinking, look, if everyone's going to run the same strategy, that's boring. Let's try something different. And I like that. I like the idea of trying something different.
I do. And let's talk a little bit about, of course, we're still very close between our leaders. Rietveld is actually closing in on the 2 leaders now as well, it has to be said. The real team hydrogen car going along very well since that first pit stop. But in terms of the GTEs, we've seen a change for second. BMW team Redline have dropped to 3rd place. Mac Backham in the Porsche car has moved up into second place. Looking at pit stops, Kevin Siggy was only in the pits for a couple more seconds than the Porsche esports team, but those two have swapped round, so change for second.
It's a bit of an undercut there from Mac Backham, pitted the lap prior, and he'll do this stint potentially too, as we'll see the Axel car potentially make a move on GR Wolves going down into Cunningham. Should be a nice little move, just up and over the curb slightly. A little bit of a hip check on the departure of the corner, so a little bit naughty there from the Axel Motorsports car, but all's fair in love and war. Speaking, by the way, back to the car of Mac Backham, to that number 91, really excited to see Lauren Heinrich jump into that car. Of course, moved over from BS Competition. As far as I'm aware, it's his debut race for the Coanda team. Pretty high pressure scenario to be dumped in for your first race in a team like this as well. You know, a race at this level, a team of that level, and potentially in a position to maybe challenge for a victory as well.
Yeah, let's go through then. First drivers, Isaac Price in for the RAG team. Then we've got Cooper Webster in for Red Bull. We'll come back to that, because speaking of Red Bull, they're about to go down the inside of Panis Racing up towards Sunset Bend. Red Bull this for position, I believe, and they've gone down the inside of Panis there to make a place. So good driving there from the Red Bull guys. That's Dennis Jordan going past Ottaviani. But Red Bull are going to welcome Cooper Webster into that car for this round. David Pittard will join GPX Rebellion Williams. Ryuchu Tomita will join WRT. Mika Hakimi will join Jota, and ARC have Mato Hamola. Andre Castro will join Ford Zilla. Kian Butler makes his first appearance for Axel Sports. Heinrich, as Lewis said, will be with the 91 Porsche, and Scott Andrews with the Tesla team. And we welcome faces back, including the likes of Bruno Spengler, Nick Nielsen, and Danny Junkadea as well, who won at the first round.
Well, we've got... Oh, right, it's just because it's early, so I was about to panic then. We've got Mitchie Hoyer back into the pit lane. They pitted earlier than everyone else on the previous stint, as we'll see. Once again, another move from James Baldwin. This time, it's trying to get past the number 4 car in a very similar spot to how he got past the triple 4 down the inside before we've got into Le Mans corner, running through Bishop and all that lot. Jesper Pedersen drops the position on James Baldwin. Really nice move. Also, will say, yes, the Alessandro Ottaviani for Panis did have a bit of a moment, but really solid move from the American of Rory McDuff. All of our Americans in this race waking up nice and early in the morning to jump in behind the wheel. He's on the East Coast, so it's all right. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. Mitchell de Jong sent me a message at 2 a.m. As he is now on the West Coast of the United States. That is commitment.
Yeah, what on earth was he doing at that time?
Well, Phil Dinez is also, he's on the West Coast as well, and he started this race. So again, another 4 a.m. start for some of these drivers.
That's it. This is a championship where we've got people racing from Asia as well. So we've got people from all across the globe racing in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and that's what we love as well, and even some drivers down under too. So we've got good battle for the lead. Yoyovsky and Chinchik 1.5 seconds apart, and then Rietveld in the Real Team Hydrogen car 4 seconds back. So sometimes closing, and then sometimes we see him just dropping back slightly as well. But it's interesting to see how Baldwin's going to do. Now, last time he... now that's a GR Wolves car facing the wrong way, and I think that's Bart Horston, yes. Who has had a moment coming out of Sunset Bend. And Bart Horston...
He's a long way down.
Yes, of course. Bart Horston more familiar with driving GB3 cars. Fortunately for him, that one didn't end up so well. Here's the Simsa car, the other Ferrari going very well. The FDA car running in the top 5. This is the Simsa car battling for 11th place.
Yeah, unfortunately, Simpson's just really struggled to get to grips with this. But Armin Binder all straight down the inside. Look at that. That is a bold move. That's going to be way too much. Kept within the confines of the track surface, but unfortunately copped a whack from the 57 of Zbigniew Shara, who's well accustomed to racing a Porsche in the GT category. Let's take a look at the replay as to what happened to Bart Horston. So... it is a solo one. Yeah. That's why he ended up a long way down, just bouncing off the wall. Unfortunately, that's the thing of the bumps in the final corner at Sunset, is that they can, instill typically. We'd normally see a car oversteer through there, but if you bounce on them wrong, you're going to understeer, i.e. it's just going to completely affect the balance of the car. And to be honest, at that point, there's only one direction you're going to go, and that's towards the barrier. And for Bart Horston, he found that one out the hard way.
Yeah, well... potential damage now on that car. This is Fabrice Cornelis in the WRT, chasing a Leaf just ahead in the Axel sports car. So this is your battle for 16th place. And while the race is just settled down slightly, it's been a bit of an action-packed start, something we were supposed to mention a little bit earlier. But if you are watching along with us, wherever you're watching, make sure you head over to the Traction GG Twitch channel. If you watch along on there, you have a chance of winning a brand new Thrustmaster T248. So all you need to do is go over to the Traction GG Twitch channel and play along. We'll be asking plenty of questions throughout. There'll be quizzes, polls, things like that going on. Get involved. The more you get involved, the more points you get. And at the end, if you have the most points, you'll walk away with a free Thrustmaster T248.
Which is not bad for Christmas.
Yes, exactly.
It's not a nice little Christmas
before
present.
Christmas.
Yeah,
But that's our Sport Buff competition going on Twitch. Okay, so this was WRT. We were looking at a little bit further down the field. Very close between our top 3 overall. Now this, I think, is the Marla car, is it? Inside the top 10. So they need a good result here before going into Le Mans. And so far, so good for them.
Yeah, they've not found the reverse gear in front of the GTE crowd this time, so fortunately going quite a bit better for a team that we expected good things of. They kicked off the season with a decent result in the race. They didn't qualify. I remember you pointing this out yesterday. They didn't qualify very well.
No.
Did the Marla car. As they ended up, I think, 18th in qualifying that day. Ended up inside the top 10 in the race. Drama at Spa with an issue, shall we say, on the Kemmel Straight. And then another one in the Nürburgring. Not great, but this is looking a lot better for Mohamed Patel. Back up to our race leaders, though, and Erhan Yovski leading from Marcel Cinchik. I am going to say it on air, just because why not? It was recently announced Marcel Cinchik and Yuri Toman inside this number 22 GPX Rebellion Williams car. They signed for a slightly different team than Williams, who they don't think they ever contracted for. They were just as a privateer entry inside the Williams outfit. They've signed a contract to join RHG. So they're attacking essentially their main team, which is a little bit like it's dicey. Hi, we've just signed the contract for the team. First race we're going to do is against you, and we're going to try and take a victory away from you. How would you play that?
Well, if Marcel just follows Erhan all the way to the flag at this rate, then all of a sudden I'm not surprised.
Yeah, exactly. But they've got threat from behind. Look at the 70 closing in, and they are determined.
They need a good result, don't they? We've said they've only scored the 1 point since the first round where they won. This is Simsa and Project One still side by side. Oh, wow. That was a tyre wall coming up very quickly if the Simsa were to get tipped the wrong way there. But thankfully for now, they hold on to position.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one's ended up in that barrier, by the way. Of course, GT stints, they're all on their second stint. Important to note, we were talking about minimum, maximum driver times. I did get a message from one driver, one team specifically, asking to clarify. It is a 40-minute minimum on the lap, which we all kind of know. It is 120 minutes maximum, meaning that they can go for GTs are just about 2 stints they can do. Back to the battle between the Proton competition and FDA, and Jordi Sveers on the attack.
Good stuff here from Jordi Zweers. They've been battling away with this Proton car for the majority of the race. They're going to try and go around the outside at the first corner. Proton on the inside, FDA on the outside, and FDA sensibly back out. But down at turn 3, they fancy a look down the inside. FDA chucking it down the inside, but more grip round the outside for Proton. But in the end, it seems FDA will get the move done before Big Bend.
Absolutely. Bravo. That takes 2 to tango, and that was fantastic between Charlie Collins and Jordi Zweers. But Collins, the Welshman, going to try and go on the attack again. Zweers defending down into the hairpin. Does manage to hold on, and Collins, I think, using a wise brain here to not attack when it's unnecessary. Just sit off, let the FDA do its thing. We know the Ferrari uses up its tyres a little bit more. Looks pretty good around Sebring, which we were kind of expecting. It's a decent car at Sebring, apart from the tyres, but we won't go into that too much. At the moment, Jordi Zweers is driving very, very well.
Yeah, it's got the lap record, as Martin says. Davide Rugon got that back in 2019 in GTE Pro, but yeah, so far so good. Now Yassi did just set the fastest lap and went purple again through the final sector, so they are absolutely flying. Next on their list is Kuba Brzezinski in the Rebellion GPX esports car, just up ahead. So there we can see Baldwin 145.6 fastest lap, 157.7 for Josh Rogers in that number 92. Now Rocket Simsport are first to come in. We are approaching pit stops, just over 20, well, just over 42 laps, so stints are about 20 to 23 laps long.
And that was a 23-lap stint.
And Rocket Simsport come in.
Yeah, it was a 23-lap stint from Rocket as well to get to this
So
point.
they went longer. They went a bit shorter on that first one, but they've made up for it in the second.
Yeah, it's curious. Of course, we know Fordzilla are going super aggressive on their strategy. The other one, which was a bit of a surprise, to be honest, was Michi Hoyer in the 444. The Alpha Industries by Colles Burst Esports. That was a bit of a surprise. I thought they were going to go long, knowing how they are with strategy. Seeing one of the race clutch Alpine cars now battling it out with Red Bull, who are trying to rise up after a not great start to the race. The corner they're coming up to into Cunningham, I believe, is where they had, or might have been into the hairpin, where they had issues and contact with one of the Williams cars and was spun around, dropped to the rear end of the field. Not a great start to the race, but moving forward, and I will say they were actually very, very happy, not to be any disrespect to the three drivers that had come in the rounds before, but to have Cooper Webster, who's a well-known driver on iRacing, very, very talented driver there, and it's their fourth different pro driver for Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel to get up to speed. Very happy with Cooper Webster prior to the race.
Now that was a long stop, actually. That was 2.5 minutes being shown.
2.5 minutes.
That's what it's, well, we'll wait for that to update, because that was shown as a fairly long stop. They come out down in 19th place. We'll keep an eye on that. But Rocket Simsport have just been in and out again. Here we look back at Red Bull. This is BMW Team GB with their best friends this race, BS Plus Competition, who they fought with quite aggressively at the Nordschleife, and they've done so again here so far. Of course, those two going off just allowed the Red Bull car to go through. However, they are both now back past that Red Bull car and are starting to close in on Van Duren in the Proton car as well. So this is a battle for 6th place in GTE that is forming.
Yeah, and a nice little battle as well. Like I said, we saw some pretty aggressive driving from Jack Keithley against Alan Terzic, and Terzic knows how to dish it out as well. And they were going door to door, as Terzic doesn't leave much room to the barrier. BS Competition well versed with Sebring. In fact, I know it's a fact which needs to be brought up with BS Competition. They did race at Sebring in the BS Turner. It was a mix between Turner and BS Competition. Beautiful livery they had on the car. It was half and half. Really, really crazy. But to see a sim team, in a sense, helping with a real world team, it was cool to see.
To clear up the Rocket Simsport, that is their total time in pit lane. Just sort of worked it out there. Like, yeah, that's their total time in the pit lane. So after 2 stops, they've spent a total of 2.5 minutes in there.
Which makes sense, because this is obviously the second stop, so any of the prototypes coming in will take fuel and tyres. And this is where actually if they are doing tyres on every single stop, this is where the Yaz heat kind of comes back a bit more into it. We can see the other side of Jack Keithley this time, so we don't get to see his Action Man curtains this week, unfortunately.
I wonder why he changed that.
He had it on in qualifying. We could see his Action Man curtains in qualifying. Maybe he picked up on it and was like, no, we're not going to see any of that. Don't worry, I remember Jack.
And you're going to tell everyone again?
And literally everyone. Yeah, no, I've got no problems. But yeah, the Yaz heat car is going to come back into this a bit more, because if they pit and they take softs once more, yes, their stop will be long, but so will everyone else's, so they regain all the position that they essentially would have lost, and then can go fully on the attack against everyone. Yes, on fresh tyres, but they're on fresh mediums. He'll be on fresh softs. Could actually be a good strategy.
Okay, this Dennis Jordan, by the way, has just got past Milan in the race clutch Alpine car. So that's Jordan in the Red Bull car up to 11th. And there we go, just like that. So Red Bull have made a position and a bit of a gap with one of the GR Wolves cars they were lapping there. So good stuff from Red Bull, but we were looking at Patel closing in on Pedersen as well. Here's a replay of the move. Lewis, talk us through it.
Yeah, it should just be all a little bit too wide there from Borja Milan, and easily done from Dennis Jordan. Did get a message from Rory McDuff from Race Clutch Alpine saying that they've maybe made a little bit of a mistake on setup a little bit in their preparations, and they're not feeling super confident. There's contact between Keithley and Terzic.
Again. Now,
Yep.
we've got the leading prototypes in. So Chinchik is in, Riefeld is in, House is in, Baldwin is in as well on those soft tyres. Yuyovsky has stayed out. Kuba Brzezinski has also stayed out as well. So a lot of the leaders now coming in as Team GB down the outside of BS Plus competition there. And BS Plus competition, just hold on, great battle between these two.
This is feisty.
But look at Proton now. They're escaping up the road. So yeah, they've got to really decide who's going to do the leading here. This is where we saw them go off before. It's BS Plus competition down the inside, and once again Team GB are off, and now they're into the barriers, or just about escaped the barriers. But once again, the same corner, turn 10, is where it all goes off.
Alan Terzic will be sat behind the car thinking, oh, finally. At least there's been an issue now. Now I can get on with it. A little bit of a look into the pit lane there. As we can see, it is quite busy in there. Remember, not typical in some sims, but in R Factor 2 it's always the case. There is always contact in the pit lane, and we've seen that affect every round we've had so far in the Le Mans Virtual Series, but we'll hope not to see. I think actually the car that we're currently focused on was one of those cars that had an issue in the pit lane last round as well. I think the BMW Team GB had that. Jesper Pedersen as well as Thibaut Casabon, Peter Berliak, Dennis Jordan. They've all also gone round for another lap along with Rory McDuff and Alessandro Ottaviani. Also a bit of a change. Marcel Chinchik out of the car. Yuri Toman jumps into the number 22. Atze Kirchhoff replaces Bunner House in the 1-2-3. And Nuno Pinto is doing 3 stints. So he did a short stint. The same with Michi Hoyer. Those shorter stints allows them to stay in the car and do a triple stint. Remember, it's 2 hours is the maximum driver time. So with them doing shorter stints, about 35 minutes, that will bring them back 10 minutes shy of 2 hours. So all well and good. Into the pit lane comes the 8. Or the 18.
That's the our race leaders, Yuyovsky. This is the 5, which is one of the Williams teams. So Erhan Yuyovsky in. Briliak stays out for another lap. So these guys with quite simply nothing to lose. They've got to try something different, but they are going to take the race lead for now, but they're one of very few teams yet to stop. Borja Milan in the Race Clutch Alpine car has also stayed out as well. So only 2 cars, 2 prototypes have remained out to do one more lap, and they are Briliak and Milan.
Just going to say, the in-lap there from Erhan Yuyovsky, I don't know if you can see that on your screen.
Very quick.
His in-lap, he set 2 purple sectors. Now, bearing in mind that is on a set of tyres that's an hour and 20 minutes old.
And we've had someone out there on a set of softs.
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, it shows the class. That's a proper Jerne Simoncic move. He used to do that in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. He just waited until the final moments of the race, and everyone thinking, right, that's it, race is done, yada, yada, and boom, fastest lap, fastest lap, fastest lap, fastest lap. Could just keep his tyres in check, as we'll refocus once again on the team that is running in 3rd, but is potentially going to become our race leaders. Still Yuyovsky behind the wheel on my screen. That's interesting.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So triple for him. We have got Augustin Canapino. We welcome him to the series. Rebellion GPX Esports. Josh Ladd is in for Yas Heat. Simoncic in for the Floyd by Collis team. Artur Rougier has gone in for the number 18 RHE. Michele Di Alessandro is in for the Marla team as well. So lots of driver changes going on. We're waiting to see what the score is going to be with Red Bull. Al Buncombe is still out for Rocket Sim Sport. Cooper Webster is now in for his first run in the Le Mans Virtual Series in Red Bull. Palo is in for Race Clutch Alpine as well. So plenty of driver changes going on as we are into the 3rd stints, as Briliak now comes in along with Borja Milan.
Yeah, we've got Mikael Smedel, who's currently on our screen, obviously attacking Michi Hoyer, who's on some fairly old medium tyres. Definitely hasn't changed those tyres just yet in the race, so these have gone from the start of the race and will be going for the entirety of this stint, which should be a shorter stint, and then he'll hand it over to one of his teammates, potentially David Marocek. But Mikael Smedel very much on the attack, not able to get through just yet in the Real Team Hydrogen red line car, and then getting a little bit balked at the final corner. Having to run wide, it's going to run into the barriers. Oh, from this close.
It was the angle. It was the angle there. Now, if you're in the Alpha Industries car, there's no need to fight this, is there? If you're out of sequence in terms of your strategy.
Yeah.
Just let them go. Right, Tesla on our screens, winners last time. They are also a team that you could argue should be trying something slightly different because, well, they've not really got anything to lose. They've just done their second stop. Well, they've done 2 stops, one of which was a repair stop, should I say.
Yeah.
So they're still waiting to do their second actual stop. But I wonder how they tackle the rest of this race now. They've lost so much time. I mean, a decent result is really too far away, I think, for them now. But Josh Rogers and Mac Backham running very close together out in the lead of the GTE class. Less than a second between them. Ooh. As that is now all of the prototypes in for their second stop. There was
a note from race control at the top there about the 1, 2, 3 getting a drive-through penalty. That's the Real Team Hydrogen car. That is for causing contact with the 888. So that is interesting. So not the Real Team Hydrogen. Sorry, yeah, the red line car. Apologies.
So there's been another incident for Tesla. All right, here, Lewis, talk us through it.
Yeah, that's a penalty. Yeah, that's driving in way too deep and spinning around the 888. Yeah, it's that late dart to the inside. It didn't really have the level of commitment required. Now, whether that was Bonner House behind the wheel, I'm going to assume that was a little while ago. But race control
on lap 38.
Quick to jump, so that would have probably been Bonner House behind the wheel. It's just too late of a dive to the inside. Timotej Andonovski really couldn't do anything about it. And awkwardly enough, Andonovski in that was passed by the car that car made contact with on lap 1 and sent it down pit lane. I didn't see the incident, but I did hear it was the GR Wolves 87, or I might be wrong on that
now,
one.
They are our championship leaders.
Yes.
They've got back-to-back wins. They haven't taken that drive-through yet. Currently, they are in 5th with Akshay Korkov, as Lewis says, now behind the wheel. They're going to have to take that drive-through. That will put Ford Zilla into 5th on their aggressive strategy. But that's a real shame. Championship-wise, this is a big opportunity for Floyd by Collis Burst now to gain. But Floyd by Collis are down in 9th.
Exactly.
Simčić. So next in the championship is GPX Rebellion Williams. They are 2nd and in a fight with Erhan Yagowski. Now, if they can take the win here, and what's going on for all the others is going on, all of a sudden, it looks very close going into the last round. Yeah, there's still a long way to go.
Don't worry, I'll do some rough points calculations for you. And I know never trust a commentator's maths, but these haven't been made by me. So we'll roll through this later on. Post the drive-through penalty, we'll see where things lie. I think things are going to get very close in the prototype category.
Well, it already is, but I think
even closer.
It's going to be more cars. I think that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, we're already super tight, but the fact that the 1, 2, 3, once it served this penalty, here's Smedel once again trying to attack, looks to the inside, commits to it. Michi Hoyer driving a little bit wide around the outside of Sunset, but that really tight line for the number 70 Real Team Hydrogen car. Really nice move to pick that one up. Need to do it around the outside of T1, but you've got to be careful of the bumps.
Here we go around the outside then. Mikael Smedel, can't get through. Michi Hoyer just placing his car bang in the middle of the road. Absolutely nowhere for Smedel to go there. And with every corner, he's just becoming more and more frustrated, is Smedel, because he's got to get by. All right, here we go. This is down at the hairpin. Round Big Ben we go. Got the run here as Smedel. You'd think this is going to be the place where he makes the move. Are we going to see that Real Team car dive to the inside? No, not yet. So good driving here. Now, is that the red line car serving its drive-through? It is.
It's 10th. It's probably going to be down to 11th, maybe 12th. We'll have to wait and see. I think Moreno Sarica is going to get through, as does Rougier as well.
Wow, down in 12th.
That's bad. That is bad. They are now down to just half a point.
On board with Real Team Hydrogen Red Line again. So one of the other Red Line cars trying to get past the Alpha Industries by Collis car. And is just going to be becoming more and more impatient here as we now head up to the final few sequences of corners. This is where getting past traffic can be very, very difficult as we are now coming round Collier and up towards Tower Bend. Now onto the Allman Straight we go, and Schmiedel, is he going to give this another go here, going down towards Sunset Bend? Tried taking the tight line before, didn't work, but he's lined that move up. Is he going to now give it another go on Michi Hoyer? Not quite. So still, frustratingly, has to sit behind.
Big snap from Hoyer there out of Sunset, just on the exit. Caught one of those bumps wrong, but the drive off is just about enough. Like you say, that the problem is that once you've caught up, it's the classic thing of when you're racing with someone, if you're catching them at a decent rate, you need to get by straight away. That was a little bit wide there from Michi Hoyer. Instantly over to the defence through the kink of turn 2, just pinches a little bit as we head into 3. Big catch of oversteer, once again struggling with the grip in the 444 car, but Hoyer's doing just about enough to keep the number 70 at bay. Bad drive off of the corner. Now he's going to go around the outside of Big Bend, but where does that leave him? The outside of the hairpin, and I'm not sure Schmiedel can do that.
No, here we go then, up to the hairpin, dives to the outside in the Real Team car. Defending is Michi Hoyer. We're looking at him on the right of screen there, and just nowhere for Schmiedel to go. And this is where it gets very difficult to overtake. We've seen the BMWs going side by side into turn 10, and it's always ended in disaster. Just filling the mirrors there was Schmiedel of Hoyer, just trying to force him into a mistake. That's the best he can do at this stage. He's going to have to wait to... but that would have been very brave into there. In fact, it's that corner. We've seen the BMWs go off and then find themselves facing the wrong way round. But this is a very good defensive drive from Hoyer. Only defending when he's needing to, no unnecessary defending, and that's exactly what is keeping Michi Hoyer ahead as they now come onto this back straight down towards Sunset Bend. It's crucial to get a good exit from here. As you can see, Michi Hoyer just keeping an eye on Schmiedel there, Liz.
Yeah, the thing is with Michi Hoyer is he's just trying to keep back until he gets into the pit lane for his pit stop. Hoyer's stop expected to be in another 4 laps time, running on the strategy that he is. Again, a little bit wide on the exit of Sunset. Hoyer is driving brilliantly. A fantastic driver. In fact, actually, the first season of the R Factor 2 GT Challenge Series, this was the track where he took victory in both of the races, in the sprint and the feature. Was the first person to do that in GT Challenge and GT Pro over the entirety of it. He knows this track very, very well and is showing that right now, defending from Schmiedel, who's just about close enough to attack again, but Michi Hoyer's just leaving it in the exact right place at the right time. And most importantly, I know he looked a little bit stressed out, but he doesn't look completely flustered. He's just hitting every single apex. He's not worrying about anything else. If you drive the racing line, if you drive smart, they can't pass.
Yeah, it's a masterclass in defence, isn't it? You don't worry too much about what they're doing. Just stick to the line, stick to your braking points, and put the car in the right places. And it's going to become almost impossible for the car. But it's going to take, basically what it is, it's going to take a very good move from Schmiedel. And if someone does a very good move and gets past him, you just have to hold your hands up. That's what it's going to take here. He's kind of... Now, that was very, very close from Schmiedel there, almost getting caught out and going into the back of Hoyer. That releases the pressure of Michi Hoyer for just a few corners as they are now approaching the Corvette Red Bull. Up towards... the entrance now to the back straight. Through Le Mans they go, and a better run there from Schmiedel, but he's not going to be close enough to challenge Michi Hoyer down towards Sunset Bend. This is a great battle that we're seeing, this for 3rd place, so it does carry a lot of weight with it, does this battle, hence the hefty defence that we're seeing Michi Hoyer put up. Here they come then down the start-finish straight once more, and up towards turn number 1. And so far I'd say Michi Hoyer knows he doesn't need to defend into there. Probably won't need to into 3 as they're catching the BMW, so he'll dive to the inside to clear that. And that's worked out very nicely for Michi Hoyer.
Very, very nice indeed. I will say this move is actually super important because I do have my little championship points calculations, don't worry.
Go for it.
The number 70, should it get past here, it'll be within 15 points of our championship leader if they're able to get this moved on. Now, don't get me wrong, this is super early days. We're just over a third of the way into the race, so don't read too much into it. But what it does mean is that we will already have 3 cars basically within 10 points at the top of the championship, because the number 22 GPX Rebellion Williams esports car, that will jump up into 2nd position in the championship should everything finish like this, which it won't. Things will change, don't you worry. But it's just interesting to see how costly that penalty was for the 1-2-3 car, which was, in a sense, starting to almost look like it was running away with things in the championship. They had a good 15-20 point lead before that drive-through penalty, if they were to finish in that position. Now they've dropped back. Now things are closing up and it's getting tight. It's why those mistakes you kind of feel like it's a bit harsh if that were to cost them the championship. One little mistake going through back markers, but that is the championship. This is good for Schmiedel.
Here we go. Schmiedel's got the run now, and Hoyer. This is the first time we've seen him have to defend going into Sunset Bend. How does Schmiedel play this? Well, there's only one way to go, and that's to the outside. Are we going to see him try to go the long way? Is he going to try and line it up for the switchback? I think it's the latter, but Michi Hoyer, superb driving through the final corner, and there is just no way for Schmiedel to get by. He's got to try something different. Everything he's tried so far is just not working. This could help. They're catching some traffic now. This is probably what he needs, and there we go. Door is opened, and that is Schmiedel through. So position gained. It just needed a little bit of luck to swing his way, and traffic fell kindly for him, and Schmiedel was through and immediately with a gap. So in terms of championship, we had a 2-horse race very, very close together.
3 or 4 now.
But it's going to be 3 or 4. Thing to remember is the gap between 1st and 2nd. When we go to Le Mans in points, you get 50 for the win, 36 for 2nd. So anyone within 14 points is in a winner-takes-all scenario.
Yeah. And that really is the important thing. Right now, I say, should everything finish, they're 13 points off.
It makes no difference if you're 1 in 13 points when it comes to going winner takes all, So.
Exactly. And that's, I know, it's how it's got to be for a race. When you've got your super finale of being at Le Mans Virtual, you're talking of a large opportunity to take something very, very special. And not only battling for the race win, but you're battling for the championship on track as well. It's a very special scenario to be in. But a championship battle is stressful at the best of times. When you're battling also for another $15,000, it then becomes much more stressful indeed. Looking on board with Panis Racing and Will Stevens behind the wheel.
Yeah, ex-Formula 1 driver, McLaren development driver now as well. He's racing in European Le Mans. Of course, we see him do Le Mans as well. Will Stevens has raced just about everything in his time, hasn't he? And he's still got a long way to go as well. But a very established driver that made it all the way to the top and is still involved in Formula 1 now.
Well, here's a team that's won the biggest prize in sim racing, realistically, winning the Le Mans Virtual. That was Fordzilla just diving into the pit lane ahead of our Le Mans Virtual champions. And
they are out of sequence. So. But how far away are we? Can't be that too far away.
No, we're still a fair way. This is the kind of point that we were expecting the Fordzilla to be in, and also the Alpha Industries by Cole's first esports car. That one will also be into the pit lane at the end of this lap, potentially maybe a couple of laps longer. One quick thing that we can talk about with this car, though, is of course this is the first time that we've seen Nikodem Wisniewski and Ki Brzezinski driving around without Louis Delatraz in the Le Mans Virtual Series. They've got Agustin Canapino, who's moved over from the BMW Team GB car. He did a round 2 at Spa with the BMW Team GB car, now moving into the prototype category. But Agustin Canapino, the Argentinian driver, well known for driving in various touring car categories in South America, is well versed with R-Factor 2. In fact, 7.5 years ago, when I first started driving on R-Factor 2, it was Agustin Canapino winning races on R-Factor 2. So he's been on and off the platform. I'm not saying he's been on the platform for 7 years, because he certainly hasn't. He's done other things. I defended once from him.
How did it go?
I kept him back for the entire race. It was the 3rd.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It was in touring cars, though, so it's easy peasy. You just push him off, it's fine. Either way, pit lanes. I think the pits for the other cars will start in around about 6 or 7 laps.
For GTEs?
Well, to be honest, the pit lane's going to be very busy because GTEs will be coming in around about the same time as some of the prototypes.
Well, we're expecting them just before the hour, really, aren't we, each time? We'll keep our eyes peeled for that. We're in a stage of the race where, for now, things are fairly settled, but that will change once we see everyone start to come into the pits. Right, here is the number 18 R8G, so this is Artur Rougier battling away. Okay, Michi Hoyer is in, as suspected. He has just come in a lap later than Fordzilla, and that makes his third stop of the race so far on lap number 54. Okay, but this is R8G battling away with that number 5 Williams, who even I'm hoping they get to the end and in a decent position, because yeah, they've had a real rough time of things so far. But this is much better from them. 8th place, and this would be just what they need going into that big race, Lewis. If you've had in a championship like this, you know, yes, they've had a bad season, but with a big race at the end, which carries just as much weight as the entire championship itself, if you can get a good result and then go into there, all of a sudden, you just carry that bit of extra confidence, don't you? Oh,
it's huge. It really is huge. There is the 444 leaving the pit lane. Michi Hoyer should be out of the... but yeah, Gianmarco Fiduci's taken over the Team Fordzilla car.
And Ben Viscal, Formula 2 driver, who of course got on the podium at Jeddah, and then went to Yas Marina shortly after that as well. May not be at Yas Marina testing. Of course, some people did question why he was not there, but he's too busy racing with us, so sorry, he can't test.
No, he's ours now. Back off.
So yeah, Ben Viscal, fresh from F2, very good season in that as well. But very good to see him out, and that's when you look through, you know, the whole field. There's just so many names like that. We talk about Will Stevens as well, Danny Yinkadea, James Baldwin, Felix Rosenquist, Andre Castro as well. He's used to racing in single-seaters over in the States. Be interesting to see how he goes. Nicholas Nielsen, very quick Ferrari driver. Rudy Van Buren, we all know that name, whether you're esports or not as well. We got the likes of Ayuj Juven, Dennis Lind, Bruno Spengler. We could name basically all of them. Tom Dillman as well, of course.
And this is all before we've even got to Le Mans Virtual.
Exactly.
Where each team will have two, I think it's two pro drivers.
Pros, I believe that's the case.
And that's just so we're getting an extra pro for each of the cars here, and also the bonus, the extra entries as well. Yeah. So, can't wait.
It's going to be very good. But here we look at that R8G car. Let's just quickly talk. We haven't really talked about GTs for a while, so we were so focused on that Michi Hoyer battle. Maybe it's about time we looked at some GT cars. So Porsches, there is one just going through screen. They lead the way. Now it's about whether Kevin Siggy in the 71 BMW Team Redline has stayed 5 seconds back from the lead. That hasn't really changed for a while, as the number 8, our race leaders, are actually hitting traffic now, and fellow traffic in terms of prototypes as well.
But let's not forget with the number 71 BMW Team Redline car, that one that, yes, started from pole position. It was their 3rd pole position of the season. It was their 4th consecutive front row start. They've always been on the front row in the Le Mans Virtual Series. Remember when they won back at when they won at Spa, and also, to be fair, they were contending at the front at that was a big crash. ARC Bratislava through the floor,
upside down.
What did I just see? ARC Bratislava, who did not have a good start to the race, they were the first car to enter the barrier, exit stage left on that one.
Well, they just disappeared. WRT, I think, were involved. Well, now they're back in.
That does not surprise me. That looked like a very much a retirement.
Hopefully, we'll get another look at that.
Hopefully,
we caught the end of it, and it didn't look very good. Tomita was in the WRT, and they've, unsurprisingly, drop down the field. So unfortunately, ARC Bratislava, perhaps through no fault of their own, likewise with WRT. Oh, that's a good move from
it's just traffic.
number 8. Well, good practice.
Oh,
there.
it's getting past the 444 as well.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we think it could be, something out of their control, shall we say, has unfortunately caught ARC Bratislava, an issue for them, and unfortunately it's going to see them out of the race. Real shame, of course it started badly for them as well, but let's call that a mechanical issue for ARC Bratislava, and it's going to put them out of the race. Well, we've of course got fantastic racing going on circuit. We are getting closer to the pit stop, so while we have a minute to take a bit of a breath, let's go and hear from the man we heard from earlier, Fernando Alonso, who's been speaking with Martin Hayden.
Delighted to be able to chat now on the show to Fernando Alonso, who is enjoying his second career in Formula One. Fernando, we know that it's not just F1. You've been interested in so many other different forms of motorsport, and that includes sim racing, of course. How important do you think that sim racing is to the new crop of race drivers, both in the real world and in the virtual world?
Well, I think esports and sim racing is probably the future. It's the most efficient way of become a driver, and probably with the level of sophistication and detail that we have in our days, we can prepare a race, or we can prepare a driver from go-karts to the single-seater formula in the best way using the simulators. So definitely the esports and sim racing has a bright future, and I think the possibilities are unlimited. Probably we cannot even imagine what we can achieve with that. So in the next 5-10 years, it's going to be a revolution.
Understandably, F1 is your main focus at the moment, and certainly from the outside it looks as though you have thoroughly enjoyed being back at the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. How has it been for you?
I'm enjoying this year back in Formula One. I did have some challenges away of Formula One in the last 2 years, but right now we are, I think, progressing as a team and making a better organization in every area of Alpine, and try to prepare a good 2022 season with the new regulations. High hopes for everyone, but also for Alpine, and let's see if we can fight for bigger things next year.
24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual returns again in January. On the grid, we have entries from Race Clutch Alpine. So is there a chance that we might see you in an Alpine again, as we did last year?
Yeah, I will try. I will try to compete again. The Le Mans 24 Hour was epic last year, and it's going to be even better this year. It's the greatest race on the esport calendar, and I will be again happy to participate. It requires some training, it requires some practice, and some help from the pro drivers, esports, and January is normally a period of the year that we don't have too many commitments, so the plan is to be again on the 24-hour virtual.
Okay, I guess we will have to wait and see what Santa brings us and what January brings us. Until then, Fernando Alonso, thank you very much indeed.
Great to hear from Fernando Alonso there, and we do hope that we see him racing out in January. Now, whilst we were hearing from Fernando, Lewis, we had a pit stop, one that's come slightly earlier than we expected.
Yeah, we've had 2 cars enter the pit lane, one of which was the WRT car. Not 100% sure what's happened to Tamita, but the really, really interesting one is what's happened to the number 91, Mitchell de Jong. Now, expectation was that they were going to be pitting around about lap 54, 55. They've pitted on lap 52. I know it's not much earlier, but it is still a good 3-4 laps earlier than we were expecting them into the pit lane. Also, it is a switch back from Mac Backham to Mitchell de Jong, which would suggest that Lauren Heinrich will potentially do the final 2 stints of the race to take them to the checkered flag a bit later on this afternoon. I'm interested as to why they're in this early, but maybe they're just going aggressive on the strategy. It was a reminder back to the race that we had, which was 4 hours long, which is roughly how long we're expecting this, at Monza. It was that car that won. And it was a 4-stop strategy that won that day. So they went a little bit earlier on the pit stops, maybe just that.
Well, you would expect they're going to have to stop twice more. You know, we're not even halfway through the race yet. So, I guess they're deploying, because as Martin said, you know, we're not going to have safety cars and full course yellows, that they're just deploying a strategy earlier than, you know, whilst before they hand over to some of the drivers later, maybe they're just, you know, they're just, the esports guys are just going to, you know, deploy this strategy now and tee it up for later on. Also in are both Project Ones and Axel Sporting GTE. They've also come in as well. So they weren't the only ones to go that early. We have seen some others go in at the same time as well, and they can see to the left of your screen the Project Ones and the Axels making their way back out. Here's BMW Team GB, 4th in the championship, very consistent so far this season, and yeah, at times it's been they've had a couple of trips over the grass, but they still lie in 7th. D Station were turned round very early into the race, a real shame because they had their best qualifying, and down in 16th. It's just not gone how we expected it to for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't want to be super harsh. We know that D Station, whilst they're a quality team, the level of quality on the field is extremely high.
Well,
not just from pace.
They're inexperienced compared to the rest,
and that hurts
level.
Consistency, right? Yeah. And consistency is so much at this level. Pace is one thing, but consistency is a whole different ball game, and that's not just practice, which brings you consistency. There's no substitute for seat time, and that counts for a race, and so it's just about them getting to the races. We're seeing some pace coming out of D Station now. I mean, yesterday qualifying in 7th place, fantastic qualifying, best qualifying of their season. Now we know this Aston Martin is not a particularly bad car. Of course, one of the joys of sim racing is that all of the teams can just go, oh, you know, I fancy trying that Aston Martin, and I'll see how good it actually is. Which actually doesn't help for BAP, because it just means that everyone's crying and moaning all the time. We won't go into that too much. The Aston Martin's a good car.
Don't mention those 3 letters.
Exactly. The Aston Martin's a decent car. Now they're building on it bit by bit. Hopefully they can build on it even more, because this car could actually be genuinely very good at Le Mans. So
it was very good before, wasn't it? So you know,
finished on the podium, last year.
Yeah, and it always does go very well in general at Le Mans. It's a quick car there, but it's like racing a load of robots, isn't it? In this championship, you know, everyone just seems to put the same time in over and over and over again for hours and hours. Now it's getting busy, isn't it? Who else have we got coming in? So we've got Josh Rogers is in, Collins is in, Van Duren is in, Terzic is in as well. So the cars that have stayed out so far, BMW Team Redline again, they've gone longer on the strategy. Jordi Zviers has stayed out for FDA. Jack Keithley has stayed out for BMW Team GB. Nestor Garcia has stayed out in his Corvette as well. But basically, like we had before, all the Porsches and the BS Plus competition car are in.
Which is interesting. This is what I was going to say before about the Redline car. Is you remember back to Spa when they won, they didn't lead a single lap until the final stint of the race. I think this is kind of testament to that. Is that they're playing the strategy game here. They're trying to keep out of the pit lane. Now, a transition in the pit lane is 32 seconds. That is movement. As if you get a drive-through. It's 32 seconds that you're in the pit lane for, of course, once you actually take into account moving time, etc., etc. You're probably more looking to losing around about 25 seconds. But then when you account the little stop, the splash of fuel, take that up to maybe 40 seconds. If you can save that fuel, if you can stop coming into the pit lane for that one extra time, that is saving you 40 seconds in a 4-hour race. Now that is a huge margin beyond anything else, and that's why in this class I would be pushing it as far as I can. I'd be trying to take it to bang on the hour, at least to minimise that fuel stop. We'll see if Siggy comes in. See, again, didn't come in. Remember how good this car was on fuel at Spa? It was absolutely brilliant. Neither does Jordi Zviers as well. This could work out brilliantly for these two.
Well, they've got to play to their strengths, haven't they? And that they did that brilliant. Redline did that brilliantly at Spa, and it won them the race. There's no other way of saying it. If they did the same stops as everyone else, they wouldn't have won the race. Jack Keithley has come in for BMW Team GB. We haven't talked about Yasheep for a while because they seem to have slotted back in on the same.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Mediums. Yeah. They're on mediums.
Because they after the last stop, their pace just went back to normal again.
Interesting.
So let's see what they do, and then I wonder if each driver is doing a medium and a soft.
Yeah. I mean, maybe James Baldwin, who was the one who was on those softs, felt really, really confident that he could take advantage out of the softs. And I'd say, I mean, I wasn't expecting it, but I think James Baldwin did a very good job on the softs to maximise that by trying something different in strategy. And I'd say it's not left him in a bad spot. I mean, Josh Ladd running around in 5th spot, now returning to the strategy that others are on, and they're also challenging the #1 car. This is looking really, really good for the 49, which has showed flashes of potential. They've had a few incidents, but they've had that potential. Unfortunately, we didn't see them very much at Monza. They retired very early as GR Wolves exit stage left. Retired within 9 laps of that race back in Monza. Spa, there was a crash for them at Eau Rouge and Radion. How many cars crashed at Eau Rouge and Radion that day?
Joined the
and
list,
then Nürburgring, it was what it was. Now this is their chance. This is their moment to prove something else.
Yeah, DNF 16th and 11th for them so far this season overall, and for those aforementioned reasons. This is BS Plus competition that we take a look at. They've been in. Still out there is Kevin Siggy, Jordi Zviers, and Nestor Garcia, and they've both just crossed the line again.
Yeah, they're going
so
the distance.
They've gone at least 2 more laps now. I wonder if they can go any more.
Well, they're going to this if they can. Well, they will complete this lap, you'd assume. I mean, let's be honest though. Cars running out of fuel at Sebring. I know there'll be a few people at Chatlow.
Well, I tell you what,
that I did that.
FDA are flying at the moment. They're half a second quicker. So they're just Jordi Zviers is giving it everything. He's been in the car since the start, hasn't he? So
I mean, he's a fantastic driver.
He's jumping out at the end of this.
Yeah.
This is his last contribution to this race.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
this is it. He's got to give it everything. Just leave it all on the track now.
We're not seeing these drivers again.
Yeah, exactly. So these guys are getting ready to jump out. Then we wait to see who they're going to hand over to. FDA, is it going to be Nicholas Nielsen? Jordi and Nick Nielsen were not in the car last time out, but Casper Stoltz was.
Yeah.
So 2.2. The gap is coming down even more here between FDA and BMW Team Redline. And this on track is for the lead in the GTE class. So we wait, of course, to see where De Jong and Juven, who's now taken over the 92 car, will filter out. But now it's 2 seconds. It's coming down with every single sector.
It's interesting that we've seen the De Jong jump back into the car. Obviously, it was handed over to Mac Backham, then back to Mitchell de Jong, which I thought was interesting. I thought it was interesting he got out of the car. Then again, it is very early in the morning, or at least it was when this race started. Jordi Zviers, I think they'll probably put Niklas Nielsen in and then save the final stint for Casper Stoltz, who Stoltz has done the previous 3 rounds of this championship and is extremely quick. That's not me saying anything bad about Nielsen, who's plenty fast enough, but you throw your pro driver in to maybe lose a few seconds, lose a little bit of this, lose a little bit of that, and then for the final stint you throw it back in with your pro driver, your sim driver rather, and then you make the most of it.
Kevin Siggy has stayed out again, so Jordi Zviers is in lap 57. He called it, and he did a purple second sector. This is the number 92, which has Juven now in the car, but Kevin Siggy, that's got to be 3 more laps more than the remaining cars, as that was Juven, by the way, going past Binder. We are now on board with Binder in the Simsa Ferrari. Juven has gone through in that factory Porsche, but Jordi Zviers has come in, and that will be his race now complete. Nestor Garcia for Red Bull has stayed out, so we have the red line staying out in the BMW, and we also have the Red Bull staying out in the Corvette. Now this is drivers coming out onto the track, and let's have a look what's going on here.
There is certainly some form of connection issue happening with that car.
Yeah, well, that's a problem for the seems to be some sort of connection issue there for the 87.
I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark. I'm actually going to say that that's not necessarily just connection. I'm going to say that that is potentially a computer problem, the game running slow on their end. And the reason why I say that is because that will make them drive around a little bit slower. And you can kind of see it wasn't getting off the corners very well.
No.
It wasn't reacting as you'd normally expect. Now, with that, you've got to suggest that there's potentially a computer issue on the side. Now, as far as we're aware, not sure if they still are, but they were racing from the Molyneux, so it could be one of the rigs at the Molyneux that is playing up, to be honest. We just have to wait and see. Back to the As Heat car that's still not been able to make any progress, any inroads on getting past the number one that started this race in the hands of Kuba Brzezinski, of course now driven by Agustin Canapino, and just being able to keep Josh Ladd at bay, and no real issues to do so at the moment. There seems to be a decent gap between these two.
Yep, Josh Ladd, we can see there in 5th place. Going very well. Agustin Canapino adjusting nicely into the prototypes, but this is a great opportunity here for Jas Heatless.
Yeah, it really is. They could gain a fair amount of points from this after not having a great start to the season. This time, 5th place at the moment, potentially somewhere inside the top 5, top 6. It's a great result for them. If they can keep it up. Well, we're not halfway through the race. We're getting very much ahead of ourselves, which is always what I do.
But Siggy's still out there, isn't he? It's just great. Nicholas Nielsen has taken over the FDA Esports. Plenty still going on, but we must take a look back at what has just happened in the 2nd hour. So then, it was Jas Heat who put on the soft tyres with James Baldwin, went aggressive on the strategy, and with that they started picking their way through up the order. That was when they got past the Alpha Industries by Collis car, and James Baldwin would take advantage of that. This was a little bit further back. Red Bull making their way up the order, just gaining on the Panis car there and the Alpine car as well. Great driving from both Red Bull cars so far in this race. That was the number 11 slotting into the top 10. Panis almost getting wrong, but Horston did get it wrong. Got a little bit out of shape coming out of Sunset Bend, and that was him facing the wrong way round. Thankfully, he wouldn't fall into the path of any of the oncoming cars, but a bad race just gets even worse there. This was when FDA started to fight with the number 88 Proton, went down the inside here in towards turn number 3. Proton gave it everything they did, but in the end the FDA car would make that position. Those two have been at it, and FDA now lie in second place. They've just handed over to Nicholas Nielsen as they've been trying to chase down the BMW team Redline car. So fighting for just outside the podium positions there. This is a BS Plus competition, and Team GB went at it again, and this time Team GB ended up going into the barriers. This a little bit further back was the real team Hydrogen car getting very frustrated, unable to get by one of the cars ahead who was on a different strategy. Well, Martin is back after a bit of a break. Martin, I'll hand it back to yourself and Lewis for the next hour, where it's about to get very, very interesting.
Lap 67, exactly the halfway mark in the 500 miles, so 250 miles down, 250 still to go. That sounds like a Proclaimer song, doesn't it? And the leader, Erhan Yayovski, pits the number 22 car pitted last time round while we were watching those highlights. Great indication for those of you who may just be joining us of what a good race it's been so far. I've just spent the last hour sitting next to the gallery. There are more oohs, ahs, laughs, and oh, did you see that's coming out of the TV gallery than I've heard in a very long while. Lewis, it's been a very busy race and all sorts of really interesting strategy calls, short fuel stops, fresh tyres getting thrown in. So it's maybe a little harder to read than it might otherwise normally be. Yeah,
I mean, this is kind of what we expected from shorter races. It's kind of when you've got longer races, you've got a longer picture of how things are going to unfold and pick it apart. Always, the 4-hour races are absolutely crazy, and this is no exception. We're seeing that once again, typically how it was in Monza, where it's just mad and everything's flying off the wall. Yep. It's going crazy. It's a bit good fun, though, isn't it?
It is good fun, and actually, as you say, yeah, particularly now we're getting a week from Christmas, we don't want to wait too long for our delectations, and that's exactly what's happening here. It all plays over a much shorter timescale. Of course, this is diametric opposite to what we're going to have in our next race, the season finale, the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual, but fantastic action going at the moment. Agustin Canapino is our race leader, the number 1 Rebellion GPX Esports Williams. And And David Pittard is their pro driver this weekend. Williams Esports in second place. That car second at the halfway mark, but again, so many different strategies going on. You can see there's 5 cars currently in the pits, and another 5 have just come out of the pits in LMP. And we are not too far away from pit stops in GT either. Ruud van Buren has just left the pits in the BMW team red line car, number 71. That is in third place, and Nesta Garcia in the other Red Bull car in their Corvette. He's also just retaken the track. To catch up with other things that have happened, Jota had a technical issue, rejoined eventually with the driver that was in the car as the leader comes in, and are continuing. What happened to ARC Bratislava? Mato Homola is at the wheel and the car is again lapping, but that seemed to have another technical issue.
An otherworldly issue,
It was a bit,
say.
yeah. When duck diving, heading for Australia by the less scenic route. So they are stuck at the tail of the field. GR Wolves, we think the 87, definitely has an issue with processor power, perhaps as much as anything else. Play a little slow at Molineux today, as in Adelaide. Sadly, we'll go into that a little later. So the leaders have pitted, which leaves R8G in front. And do they still owe us a stop? Let me see the. Well, actually, it's hard to tell on the pit stop counts because everybody's out of sync. They have stopped 3 times. GPX Rebellion in second have also stopped 3 times. The sort of outliers, Team Redline, 4 stops for them, and this is their 4th. They've just come out. So, and Fordzilla. Now, Fordzilla were the team that are on a sort of half stint ahead or behind, however way you approach it, of everybody else, because they did a half stint right at the beginning. And in the last sequence, we saw Yas Heat definitely on fresh tyres compared to everybody else. What else? What happened to 444? What went wrong for them? Because they were in 3rd place and suddenly they're down in 16th.
So the 444 car, that was a triple stint at the start of the race on the mediums, running shorter stints, exactly what actually Nuno Pinto did in the Fordzilla car, running shorter stints, basically trying to get them to a further point in the race and trying something different on strategy, going a bit aggressive, keeping out of the drama. It was an excellent stint from Michi Hoyer, but it did mean that by this point they've already pitted more than everyone else. Same with the Fordzilla car. Now the thing is, with a car like that, they're flying under the radar now. No one kind of is paying attention to them. Now, that's a big deal because it could come in the final moments of the race. Bam, I know we spoke about it a little bit, but if you look at those 2 red line cars at Spa, the 123 and the 71, when they both won in their respective classes, the reason they won is because they did something different on strategy and they were flying under the radar until that final moment, and then everyone was like, oh, hang on, 10 laps to go, they're going to win.
They don't have to stop, and they've still got fresher tyres, and so using all of Michi Hoyer's 120 minutes basically in one big hit clawed them up. And do you think they felt that was slightly forced on them because they weren't in the top 3 or 4 in qualifying, or do you think that was just a great way of going about this race? I
think you're absolutely right in the first bit. I think that, their qualifying position, it's going to define your strategy. If you're further down the order, you're not going to run you're not going to run the same strategy as everyone else. If you do, you're destined to have to work past them. It's not an easy track to overtake. You've got to try something a little bit different. If you qualify first, second, third, fourth, you're going to run slightly safer on the strategy. You're going to run a more predictable strategy. Speaking of which, we've got here the Fordzilla car getting down the inside of the number 18 R8G Esports car, which has not had the greatest season thus far. But that's Rougier dropping a position to Gianmarco Fiducci, which, with Josh Ladd being in the pit lane for Yas Heat, puts Fiducci up inside the top 10.
And again, Josh Ladd, if he comes back out now in his second stint, that will be fresh tyres again, and they're slightly out of sequence with everybody, so he's got to use that fresh tyre advantage and really try and push hard, because unlike the real world, again, there is no limit on the number of tyres you can have because it's not cost capped.
Yeah, you do whatever you want.
They don't cost a thing.
Although I do like racing in some other, some other ways. You can't do it in R-Factor 2 as far as I'm aware at the moment. There are some other here we go, Studio 307, listen out. It is having tyre limitations. I love the idea of having the limitation and forcing you to, through practice, through qualifying, through the race, to use your tyres wisely, not just go, oh, I've crashed, let me hit the reset button and off we go again.
Well, I kind of do. On the other hand, having the freedom to throw fresh tyres at the car allows you latitude to do different things in the strategy, and so you don't just get a long queue of cars following each other until the pit stops and you hope that you find a couple of tenths on the in lap and a couple of tenths on the out lap. You get people, exactly as we're seeing, who are down in 12th, who actually are effectively in the top 3 the way that it all backs up at the end. But yeah, I can see both sides. What I'm liking at the moment about today's race is that there are a lot of different rolls of the dice going on, and we're not going to know until the final 10 or 15 minutes who actually gambled correctly and then made use of it.
Just going to say, that was potentially, watching Yuri Toman's face, I didn't expect we were watching the battle for the lead there.
Yeah.
But Yuri Toman, the calmest move that I've ever seen for the lead of a race, just straight down the inside, no problem. Of course, Yuri Toman recently joining the R8G camp alongside Marcel Chinchik, making that move down the inside, getting past Gordy Much, and that is actually for the lead of the prototype category. Whether it will be in 63 laps time, we'll have to wait and see. Looking backwards from Proton competition towards BMW Team GB, the battle there for 6th position, I believe, in class, as the 55 is applying the pressure.
Well, not much has changed in the top half dozen other than the actual positions where the cars are. It's still the same 6 cars, still the 2 Porsche esports teams, FDA, BMW Team Redline, and the 2 Proton cars. Team GB and BS Plus competition have just been outside the top half dozen. We're looking here from the Team GB car. Behind him, Bruno Spengler in the BS Plus competition car. He's in 8th place. And what's the gap? Well, the screen is refreshing, so I haven't quite got the gap there. But yeah, it's still, those BMWs don't quite seem to have the handle on the pace that the Team Redline car has. And again, you know, you look at, we talked about this with BOP, you BOP the car, not what a particular team can do with it, and then that allows the best set up, the best driven car to actually come to the fore.
Yeah, it's why always as a driver, I always prefer driving in the prototype category, because you just have the one, at least in this, you just have the one to deal with. One of the teams in the prototype category, by the way, we were catching up with just before the race. Team Fordzilla did get an interview with Gianmarco Verducci. Speaking of which, they're going side by side with Redline into turn 1, so what a perfect time as Redline just trying to hang on their position. Gianmarco Verducci's behind the wheel. Catching up with him before the round, let's listen to what Crystal had to ask him.
I am joined by Gianmarco Fiducci, who's a sim racer for Fordzilla and has been doing so for 1 year. Welcome. How are you doing today, Gianmarco?
Hi, everyone. I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. What do you enjoy most about sim racing?
Well, it's a tough question, but I would say the racing itself, you know, the being a driver, even if it's just virtual, you feel like you are a driver. And being born during, for example, Schumacher's era, I've always wanted to be a racing driver. So the thing that I love the most about sim racing is that it just connects, you know, my dream with my actual, you know, capabilities and what I can do. And it's great because I feel like a racing driver, even if it's just a virtual one. But all the, you know, what around the sim racing world, the competitions, the teams, it's mega, and it's always you know, increasing and improving. So it's great, and it's great to be part of this world. And I think that I share this you know, this idea with many other drivers. We all knew that we wanted to be racing drivers, but of course, for some reasons or other reasons, we couldn't afford that. And this is what makes us, you know, living the dream, even if it's just virtual.
Okay, so you mentioned Schumacher. Who specifically inspired you to get into sim racing?
Yeah, let's say that into sim racing, I think that into racing in general, my father, because he has the same passion, and into sim racing, I think Formula One in general. So playing Formula One games, build it up, you know, this passion also for video games, and then it just went over the limit, I would say, because I play everything. But let's say that Formula One in general, of course, brought me into sim racing.
And what gives you the edge over other drivers in esports?
Well, I think that having an edge over someone else in this world is very, very difficult, because we're talking about top competitors and top drivers. I think that where I can't, where I'm just behind them, maybe talent-wise, I always try to get, that little edge over practice. So I may practice more than them, so I can just be at the same level or even above in some cases. And I think that I try to do that, because I know that I'm maybe not as fast as some of the drivers in this championship, for example, but I can try to limit that by practicing more, like Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, for example.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Gianmarco. Really appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Don't know how good Messi or Ronaldo are behind the wheel of a sim, but Gianmarco's doing well. Little change going on here. You're looking at Bruno Spengler chasing down the Proton Competition Porsche, or you were, of Luke Hartog. Hartog's just lost a spot to Team GB BMW, which is now up to 6th, having said that the Proton cars have been in the top 6 from the start of the race. That is now changing. And again, catching up with one of our outliers, Fordzilla. These guys did go with that very different strategy from the start, and Gianmarco Fiducci chasing Atse Kirchhoff in the Team Redline 1-2-3 car. This is the battle for 9th place, so our final 2 points paying positions, and he has actually been closing for several laps and now right behind the Redline car.
I mean, Fiducci's still in the essentially the early days of his sim racing career. He's not the youngest person on the grid, that's for sure, but when it comes to sim racing experience, he only really started racing a couple of years ago elsewhere in sim racing. Has done very, very well in the Keeper Sim Racing Series this year as runner-up in that championship with multiple race wins, battling for the championship down to the final round of the season. Only moved over into R Factor 2 realistically a few months ago, as he squeezed off the track there a little bit by the AF Corsa car in the GTE category. But Fiducci, he's a really, really talented driver. I think this might be, can't confirm, but I think this might be the last time we see him in this season of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Of course, did round 1, then was replaced by Pablo Lopez Pedin, who I believe is the driver who's supposed to be in this car alongside Nuno Pinto, and then their 2 pro drivers for Le Mans Virtual. But either way, I think as a driver, jumping into R Factor 2 still in the early days, I think he's done a remarkable job, especially considering some of the names he's battling with, like Atse Kirchhoff. And
people might be going, okay, well, does it really matter that he's not driven R Factor 2 that much before, that he's only done a little bit? It sort of does, because there's that intimacy of feel, the feel rather than the having to think about what you're doing. If you think about going from a PlayStation to an Xbox or the other way around, the basic stuff, all the buttons are in the wrong position. You have to reconfigure everything, or sometimes, even if you're playing the same game, you can't squat using the same button, or you can't duck. It's all those things that in the heat of battle, when you're here, there's 6 cars using the space for 1. Those are the things that you can't think about. They just have to happen automatically. So it does make a big difference, the same as it does change into any different car in any different real-world category.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like Fiducci's normally driving elsewhere on Race Room, where he's driving front-wheel drives and maybe some GTs. Now the thing is on there, the way the tyres react to the road surface, the way they wear and stuff, is very, very different to how they wear on R Factor 2 or on iRacing or on Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's different across all of them, and learning the ins and outs of each of them is actually, it's so much harder. It's not as simple as, oh, you're fast on this one, so you're going to be fast on that one. Maybe over a lap, fair enough. But when it comes to race distance, when it comes to the really important meaty stuff away from leaderboards and stuff, that's where things become a bit more cloudy, and that's where genuinely there is only a very select few drivers that I've seen battle across multiple simulators and do very, very well across all of them.
At the same time.
Josh Rogers, Siggy, these are the only, Bonnerhouse has been one of those as well, maybe less so. Rudy Van Buren's gone over a little bit, but really for me, if you look at Josh Rogers and Kevin Siggy, and those 2 in particular, those 2 are so good. They've battled across all 4 of the major simulators, and they've battled at the front of all 4 of them, and that's so hard to do.
And you have to be able to dedicate every waking hour to doing it. Fordzilla in the pits. Okay, so this begins their next round of pit stops, not necessarily anybody else's again. If you weren't with us at the start, what on earth were you thinking of? But Fordzilla decided that we expect this to be a 5 and a bit stop race, so sort of 6 stints but not 6 full stints, and they took their not full stint early on to get themselves out early of the bulk of LMP traffic, to give themselves a little bit more of a run and just to try something different, so they're not constantly butting heads with cars that are at the same speed. And that's why they are now in the pits having another stop as we watch the battle between the BMW of Rudy Van Buren and Anchan Juven. He's Chen up the inside, looking to go inside outside. Another of the Coanda team drivers races in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup in real life and is ultra competitive both in the real and the virtual. Mitchell de Jong leading in the 91 car, and a pass, and just outbraked himself a fraction there. Anchan would love to see him in a Porsche GT team in the real world, but I think if he does do more endurance racing, it will probably be with the likes of maybe Dempsey Proton, WeatherTech or somebody like that. He'll be loaned out as a gun for hire by the Porsche factory team. May well end up, I don't know, who knows what the plans for him next year are, but as a Porsche junior driver this year, he was hoping to win the Super Cup, didn't, but he may well end up doing something like the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series in 2022.
Yeah, superb driver. I will say the 92 in this scenario could do a really big favour to the 91, because of course the 71 and the 91, BMW Team Redline and the 71, the 91 being the other Porsche esports team car, they are battling for the championship. They're quite close, 5 points separates them, but going into Le Mans you want that to be as close as possible, or, you know, in your sense, as far away as possible, as the Race Clutch, Alpine and the Yas Heat come down the inside. I think Yas Heat might well make a move just in the foreground there, and potentially trying to get past the number 15 that is running around in 11th position with Berkler behind the wheel. Josh Ladd driving the Yas Heat car, now refocused on that. It's just action constantly here at Sebring. I know that some people typically say with Sebring, those that hadn't seen a race around here, you might go, is it that good of a racetrack? Is it that good of a racetrack? It's, I've always said, like in single category, when, you know, touring cars or whatever, it's probably not that good. But in multi-class racing, oh my, well, there aren't many better.
Maybe it depends on the single category. I can actually imagine that a TCR race here might be pretty good.
Pretty
full
good.
On, pretty fast. I mean, one of the classic great racetracks aren't classic racetracks because they've been around forever. Their layout tells you that they've been around forever. The fact that people have been coming back to Sebring since the early 50s for endurance racing shows that it's got something going for it, not just a good promoter. But it offers so many overtaking opportunities, and that's one of the great things about a great racetrack, is that it's not just follow my leader until the pit stops, which is very much the modern idiom. In proper real-world racing, in proper real-world racing tracks like Sebring or like Le Mans, there are multiple opportunities per lap to pass somebody, and that's what you need in a race. That's what you need in a racetrack. So here, you can work your way up onto the tail of the car in front. You can get him in the final corner, in the first corner, turn 3, down at the hairpin. You can get him into turn 10, into tower turn. You know, there's lots of opportunities. So it's not just, okay, well, you've blown it now. You didn't get past him up the Kemmel straight into Les Combes, so you've got to wait another lap. You don't have to. I mean, and Spa is another classic example. You don't. You know, there's 4 or 5 decent overtaking opportunities, and that's what makes for good racing. For it being like a great multi-class track is that there's not too many places on this circuit where you actually have to wait too long. There's always an opportunity to get through. I mean, I brought up the example before about Silverstone with Maggots, Beckus and Chapel, is that if you're in multi-class, yes, you can start making some moves in the middle of it, but it's really, really tricky to, and you kind of, you're better off waiting for that entire section before you can get through and go. Whereas here, there genuinely isn't a place where you actually have to wait for too long. Even coming up to here into Cunningham, once we've departed here at turn 8 or turn 10, you know, on that run to tower, if you're in a prototype, you can go around the outside, around the inside. With GT, you can find your way through. You don't have to wait as much, and that's what makes this such a good multi-class track, especially for some drivers that are getting used to multi-class racing for the first time. It's a really good first example because it has the difficulty without going too overboard,
It's got, you know, the way that you approach it, the speed differential is not crazy. It's actually a nice first test before we head to somewhere like the Circuit de la Sarthe.
And, you know, you got big long straights as well, so you kind of get your head around what your pluses and minuses are to the car in front. So, yeah, I agree. And you know, you'd argue definitely that it's far better perhaps for multi-class racing than someone like the Nürburgring, even the Grand Prix circuit at the Nürburgring, because there are more overtaking opportunities. And again, as I touched on right at the beginning, because this was built to take big World War II bombers, which were A, wayward, and B, needed a lot of room to get up and down, it's wide. I mean, look at the width of the track in most places.
Yeah.
It's as wide as any modern Grand Prix circuit, and, you know, twice as punishing on the cars. So it does give you a great opportunity. There's, as you said, there's almost nowhere you can't get past traffic. Having said that, in this battle, it's like somebody turned off the cameras for GTE cars, because they've been at it hammer and tongs for, what, 4 laps, 5 laps now? Not one single piece of traffic in the way.
And finally, Josh Ladd's got through on Berkler as well.
Yeah.
It took him a while to do so, but thankfully he's done it just before they hit the meat of the traffic. We'll say one thing about one of our teams, by the way. Our race leader in the prototype category, Yuri Toman for GPX Rebellion Williams, since getting past Gordy Much, has pulled out a 12-second lead to Gordy Much. And Gordy Much is actually coming under a fair amount of pressure from the number 70 Real Team Hydrogen Real Red Line car. As there we go, a bit of traffic getting in the way of Josh Ladd there. I think that I'm not saying the battle for the lead's done, because the 22 is running away, but they are looking for their first victory of the season and to drag them right into championship contention. But the number 8 is concerning me, that they're coming under a lot of pressure from the number 70.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the gap is down under 2 seconds and is continuing to drop. In fact, Schmiedel for Real Team in 3rd place was half a second quicker on the last lap than Gordy Much. So much for R8G in 2nd place, as you can see, 13.2 back, but the gap now down to 1.6. And Real Team actually have really had a pretty decent hour 2 and into hour 3 already. Yeah. So, yeah, you know, they're battling with the 444 car for a top 3 spot an hour ago, and are still in that top 3, whereas 444, as you can see, down in 13th place. Their plan has not quite brought them back to where they need to be. Of course, they've got another 2.5 hours still to go, so plenty of time.
A lot of our top runners here in this race at the moment are in a really interesting position where, you know, we spoke before time and time again about how the number 70 needs to respond after a pretty poor Spa round, where they got as far as Blanchimont a few laps into the race and then retired from it. Jeffrey Rietveld behind the wheel of that car at that point. They need to respond from it. They're doing so now. They only had 19th at the Nürburgring. Of course, they won at Monza to start the season. The number 8 car, though, that's not had a particularly brilliant season so far. They were doing fantastically at Monza. Gordy Much behind the wheel had an incident departing the Rogier chicane and then got taken, you know, involved in a crash with Axel and Jota, and so they lost out there. Only 12th on that day, 4th and 5th. They've not got a podium this season so far, which is amazing. With that lineup, our race leaders, the number 22, they've only had 1 podium in the first round of the season. They didn't do very well last round, only 8th place at Nürburgring. What I'm saying is the top 3, top 4 teams, they've not taken too much from this season. And now that we're heading into our finale, they're throwing themselves genuinely back into full-on championship contention.
And yeah, our points leaders, Atje Kirchhoff in 8th place in 1, 2, 3. Again, we've still got a lot to be sorted out, how the final pit stops work, who's taking tyres, who isn't. Anybody who's double stinting their tyres, do you think now is going, yeah, that was a mistake? If you double stinted at the beginning and didn't go fresh tyres, I mean, you lose track position by spending that extra time in the pit lane, but we've seen from the cars that were sort of on a different strategy that did take fresh tyres, what an advantage it gives you on an old tired car.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure as to what the right strategy is. I think we'll find out.
I don't think anybody is. Yeah.
Final part.
At the checkered flag, we'll know what worked best.
Even teams that are sat there, even if they're on older tyres, they'll be sat there, they'll be frustrated, they'll be thinking, oh God, it's just not working, it's just not working. But the thing is, as we all know with endurance racing, is that the strategy doesn't work, it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and then suddenly it just clicks.
Yep.
It just everything falls into place for that final moment, and it's why in this style of racing, there's only one strategy that you need to focus on, and that's your own. Don't try and work out what everyone else's strategy is. Don't try and do someone else's strategy yourself. Just focus on your own, focus on what you're doing and what you think the fastest strategy is, and then it will come together as you see fit towards the end of the race. And I say that's what happened with Redline back in Spa, and it's what happens time and time again. It's what happened last year, even with the Le Mans Virtual with the #1 car on our grid, the Rebellion Williams car that year. It just clicks at the end of the race, and then suddenly it's like, oh, hang on, they're going to win.
Yeah, where have they come from? Almost. Nick Hillebrand for Team Project One, the yellow and black Team Project One car. The other one, of course, with the pale blue highlights. You just saw him ahead of the Simsa Sport car. Andreas Schmich not quite able to get to him. Meanwhile, FDA versus Team GB. Stefanko all over Nielsen. This is Niklas Nielsen, WEC champion and European Le Mans Series champion. There he is. That's a proper pro driver. And actually quite a lot of the field in GTE now have pro race drivers in, rather than sim racers. But the sim racers are definitely the majority in the top order.
Just going to say as well with this the SFDA car that's having a good round here. I mean, maybe they're aiming for a top 5 again, but you've got to say for Jordi Spears, fantastic opening stint. Niklas Nielsen, we're kind of expecting him to come under a little bit of fire here, and Martin Stefanko is a fantastic driver, but if he can keep him at bay and hand over the car to Kasper Stolzer, still in 5th place, I'm not going to say it's a guarantee, but you've got to say with a team, Kasper Stolzer being the driver that he is, you've kind of got to say they're likely to finish in the top 5 from that spot. They were really, really happy with qualifying, by the way. They were super impressed with how it went. There goes Martin Stefanko looking to the inside at Sunset. Might well work out towards the exit of the corner. But the Ferrari's hanging on for now.
Yeah, it is. Watch Nick Nielsen's hands. Not too busy, not too much snap oversteer over the bumps. I mean, it's unavoidable here. The transmission gets so much shunt over the bumps as the rear tyres skip from grip to no grip, spinning up, grip, no grip, bounce, bounce, bounce. Never mind what the dampers get. Nick Nielsen now with Stepanko going the long way around the outside. Right behind him is the Team GB car, is the it's B&S competition car. No, it's the Proton Porsche right in there as well. So this is a 3-car battle. Stepanko up to 5th, Nielsen in 6th, and it's Luke Hartog behind him in 7th place. So that's the view we've got on board.
I think that's the Tesla R8G car actually on the rear end. The Loic Hartog's just a little bit further back.
So that's not for position.
Oh, and they've spun around. No, they've spun around the 51 right in front of the field. Be careful, Niklas Nielsen.
Now,
I don't know if that was contact
or was he touched from behind? He looks
be either.
Pretty much under control. He's just gone behind the B&S competition car.
That's a real shame. I know what I said yesterday, but I think that might actually be the commentator's curse. I was just picking him up a little bit there, but Niklas Nielsen now have to defend a little bit from a bit of lap traffic that's coming at him from left, right and centre. That kind of thing can be a solo issue. You know, if you've touched the grass just a little bit with your rear wheel, it can pitch you around completely. It did feel like it was a bit more assisted. Thankfully, though, you can see there the wheel that he was using there from Cube Controls is straight. It looked straight, so it didn't look like he was either hand down.
Well, usually when you get shunted up the backside, it doesn't damage the steering.
No.
It takes the floor off the back, and you might lose a little bit. Right behind them is the Duval-Neuendorf battle, GR Wolves and Team Project One. That is for 15th place, so he hasn't dropped down that far. He's 8th. He is actually a lap ahead of them. Let's take a look again. Is there contact from behind?
No, he was losing it. I think he was losing it. I'd need to see from on board of the 55 there, but I actually think he was losing it himself.
Yeah, could be. The BMW Team GB car lost ground as well, and we'll try and get that on-board picture of Martin Stepanko.
Battle for second, though, as the number 8 is going to defend from the 70. Of course, Gordy Much behind that number 8 R8G car. The number 70 being driven by Mikael Smedel, Real Team Hydrogen Redline, the race winners of Monza. They came out fairly late to take victory of that race. In fact, it was the 8 car that's ahead of them, with Gordy Much behind the wheel, that was leading in the early stages of that race. Let's see once again then if there's going to be a move down into Sunset. I think the answer to that's no.
So on board with the BMW, Martin Stepanko.
No contact straight away. Boom.
Yep.
Fair enough. I'll rescind my statement. Stepanko fully at fault.
I mean, it was hard to tell from the little view that we got of the cars coming off the corner, but the onboard there, I'm afraid, Stepanko is bang to rights.
Yeah.
So, Real Team having a very good run here, aren't they? And actually, Real Team in the real world this year particularly have really started motoring in their progress to get a handle on their LMP2 cars and to really push on hard. And now, definitely, this car is quicker than the R8G car. The question is, can he make the most of it?
Well, I think, by the way, just to go back to that incident, I think Martin Stepanko is going to be, potentially based on that, the recipient of a penalty fairly swiftly from race control. That one seemed like very much a slam dunk. From my end. Race control have not been super busy this race, as far as I can see, at least on the Discord that the series runs on, running with communications with all the drivers. Race control haven't had too much to do. And to be fair, from the racing that we've seen, I don't think there has been too much to look at. We've had some very good racing.
We've had some excellent racing, and again, we talked about the ability to pass other cars here and the width of the track, which allows a lot of side-by-side racing. I think you see more side-by-side racing here in 4 hours in Sebring than you would do in an 8 hours at somewhere like Monza or Silverstone or Le Mans. I mean, there's just a lot of places where you can run wheel-to-wheel with people, despite the horrible bumps. And it allows drivers to survive as well. It allows you to get close, to have a go, to try a move, and to be able to defend it. It doesn't have to be, you've got to get by on this corner or not at all. Moves, as we've seen, will go on for several turns, if not several laps.
Oh, the Red Bull coming straight down the inside to make this 3 wide. This is a bit awkward because Niklas Nielsen's got one car he's not battling with, 2 cars he's not battling with, just trying to get through. And there is some damage, I believe, on the front. There is quite a lot of damage on that car now on the front end. So I think there has been further contact for the number 51 FDA esports car. You can see there, you can just see how it's rippled slightly. It's the only damage that we really get is more of a texture over the top of the livery. But there is 100% damage on the front end of that car, and I don't think that was from when Stepanko made the contact, which says to me that there has been some other issue for the 51.
Yeah, well, he's now been passed by that Team Project 1 car, which was behind him and is a lap down.
Yeah.
So, Niklas Nielsen struggling in the FDA esports team car.
He's getting
Ferrari,
frustrated.
and he's getting bounced around from pillar to post as well.
Surely the 56, I mean, I know, blue flags and stuff don't really mean as much in endurance racing, it's more of a warning, but when you're in the same class, you've got to I mean, Niklas Nielsen's been sent around. You can't just force your way past him and then just hold him up and stuff. This is getting a little bit dicey.
But the problem is that the Project 1 and Wolves cars right behind are battling for position, and we don't know what their strategy is to the remainder of the race, and whether they're battling for 15th or 1st, they are still absolutely entitled to race as hard as they can. And if Nielsen's Ferrari is slow, and it is slow, it's now down to 9th place, then actually he should be getting the blue flag rather than them. So I think, I'm afraid, they are perfectly entitled to make a pass, and he is slipping down out of the points. And the question is, what do they do now? Do they pit now and stop the car losing time? How low are they going to drop if they continue all the way through the stint? I think that's, whether the BMW gets a penalty or not, I think is entirely a moot point, because the Ferrari is clearly struggling. It should be a long way ahead of both these cars. It is a long way ahead of both these cars, but they are unlapping themselves from it, which is a very bad sign for the 51 car. The good news for them is that next car, the 10th place car, the Axel Sports car, is further back.
I'm sorry, the 10th place Axel car really got me there.
Yeah, no, I know.
Well done.
But is lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker. In fact, Nielsen's last lap, which was a clean lap, 2 minutes 3.6.
Yeah.
That's not the lap on which he got spun around. They can't sustain that damage any longer.
the thing is, they're about 15 minutes away, so about 8 laps, 7 laps away from the pit stop. Whether they come in early and try and repair some of that damage.
I think so, because at the moment they're losing 2 seconds a lap. So that's 15 seconds they're losing before the next pit stop, and the time that they will then have to spend to repair the damage, which by that stage might actually have increased because they might have got hit again. So I think it's a little bit like any other kind of penalty. The sooner you serve it, the more time you have, change for the lead, change for second, the more time you have to undo the damage. So Schmiedl up to second there, got the run on Gordy Much on the inside of Sunset Bend, made it look as though he hadn't been sitting behind Gordy Much for a dozen laps, and just arrived and drove past. Great move by Michael Schmiedl. Got a great run out of Le Mans, down the back straight and into Sunset. So he goes up to second place. But look at the gap now. It was, when we talked about it last, 13 seconds. It's now a further 7 seconds wider behind the GPX Rebellion car.
We'll just say one thing on Nicolas Nielsen. The last lap just completed. Obviously, just went across the line there. It's a 2:01.8, which is still slower, but it's. I think he's maybe figuring out the damage. Back to the battle though for the lead. Like I say, 20 seconds. Gordy Much, no disrespect to him, of course, a fantastic driver in the real world and in the sim. Picked up by RHG earlier on this year, but has done a solid favour to Jiri Toman leading the way by defending the way that he was. Well, by just driving the racing line, destationing the pit lane. Great stint from Gordy Much, but Schmiedl just couldn't get through, finally does, and the gap being so big, there's not really long left in this race realistically. It means he has to be closing that down, basically half a second every single lap, or doing some very special magic on the strategy.
Yes, or they've got a few laps in hand on fuel or something like that. So
but they both pitted on the last time that GPX Rebellion Williams and Real Team Hydrogen entered the pit lane. It's the same lap.
So there's not that.
Eek.
Now then, talking about which, however, second in GTE, since we're looking at them, the BMW 71, that's doing 2 laps, 3 laps more than anybody else on fuel, and yet is still in a podium position. Are they going to... I mean, they're not going to save enough to save a stop.
Are you sure about that?
Well, no, but even if... well, let's say they're not doing enough to save a stop. What they are doing is saving however many seconds, because they'll be putting in less fuel at the end, because there will be fewer laps remaining when they stop. Even if, up until the very last splash, they stop exactly in sync with anybody else, if they carry that third lap that they've earned, then that's 3 laps less fuel that they have to slosh in at the end, and that's going to save them vital seconds.
I was adamant that they couldn't do it at Spa. I was like, no, they're not going to make it to the end. This is still going to be Proton competition, potential victory, etc., or at least one of the Porsche esports teams. I was like, they can't do it, they can't make it, and they made it. And so I learned from that point to not doubt the strategic mastery that happens within Team Redline. Whether they're going to make it with that one extra, one fewer stop than everyone else, I don't know. It was so impressive. They didn't go 1 or 2 laps further on the last stint. They were 4 laps further. Than everyone else, and from the people they were battling. I mean, with the 91.
that was on the last stop.
Yes,
because the previous one they were 3 laps, so they are gaining an additional lap.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you can do it once, you should be able to do it all the way through, shouldn't you? But they're still in the top 3. I mean, and that is a remarkable bit of alchemy. If you can save a lap per stint on fuel and still run at the pace of the leaders, that is great driving, excellent setup. Leader in. Jiri Toman in the pits. So we also just saw the Axel Sports car, Josh Purwine's taken that over. But we have Real Team are in. So RHG, we have a new leader. Now, RHG went longer on fuel before as well.
They're only, as far as I could see on the timesheets, they're a lap over at the moment. So it's just a lap, so they should probably be pitting at the end of this lap, could RHG. By the way, another pit stop in the GTE category, because Mitchell de Jong for Porsche Esports in the number 91 has also been into the pit lane. The number 4, the only car in the Le Mans Virtual Series in both of our categories to have finished on the podium in every single race. And you can even count that back to Le Mans Virtual in 2020 because
Last
they
year,
were on the podium
really,
in that
that's
as
very
well.
good, isn't it?
So whether they'll be on the podium today or whether that streak comes to an end, we'll have to wait and
Fast
see.
and
But they're doing
consistent, yeah.
fantastic. I mean, that's why they're right up there in the championship battle. And
Yep.
after this, if they were to continue on in the form they're doing, I think they will take the championship lead, courtesy of the penalty that went the way of the 1-2-3 earlier on.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 in the pits as well. They are currently in 9th place. Looking here at the Corvette, back into our GTE action. Where are we here? Where's the Corvette? Everybody behind B&S, which is 7th place. So Nesta Garcia. Nesta Garcia was in when I went for lunch, and I've returned from a little mini snackette, and he's still in the car.
It's one thing that we have. I mean, I'm going to say it on broadcast. It's one thing we're not short of in the studio. It's food. We've got plenty of it.
Lord, yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised the mezzanine hasn't come tumbling down at some stage. Not just because everybody in the production gallery is upstairs and leaping up and down with every exciting move, but also because it's sagging under the weight of. Oh, and by the way, there are Christmas treats later as well. So, oh Lord.
Yeah, only 1 week until Christmas, which is a bit a nice little way for some of these teams to take it. By the way, Gordy Much did come into the pit lane just a single lap later than everyone else.
Now then, GTE, and this might be a major change, is Lauren Heinrich has taken over the 91 Porsche esports car. That's now down in 8th. Nick Nielsen is in the pits for FDA. Axel Sporter in the pits, and so is the 56 Team Project 1 car. But yeah, big change. Okay, so Lukas Stolzer is, no, it's not Lukas Stolzer.
Kasper Stolzer.
Kasper Stolzer, beg your pardon, is taking over at FDA. So Lauren Heinrich in the 91 Porsche. So Rudy Van Buren leads for BMW Team Redline. Chanju Ven is 2nd, Dylan Pereira 3rd. Martin Stepanko, Luke Hartog and Bruno Spengler is your top half dozen. All of them owe us a pit stop compared to the leaders, who have now made 3 stops, and we were guessing that would be 3 and a bit. It's going to be quite a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because 91 minus 100,000, we've got 43 laps left. Ooh.
Oh, no.
That's where the nose damage came from, into the back of the Panis car.
And that'll be naughty. So 51's got a penalty for that, and the 55 has received a penalty, as we were expecting for that slam dunk.
Let's take a look here. Yeah, that's we saw. And the rejoin for 51 also a little bit of concern.
I did wonder at the time. It was not the greatest rejoin from Niklas Nielsen. It wasn't terrible.
No.
But he did give room to the racing line, but it was not good.
He did come in and just go straight from the apex. It's almost like he came off the drag strip there, wasn't it? Straight up for the apex.
It wasn't the greatest rejoin. Kasper Stolzer, though, behind the wheel, and he'll run this out to the checkered flag. Great driver, race winner in GT Pro at Silverstone in Season 3 of the R Factor 2 GT Pro Series. So has been a fantastic driver in his R Factor 2 career, which has spanned many, many years. But we'll see what they can hang on to. Of course, Lauren Heinrich, you caught it, the Lauren Heinrich jumped in behind the Porsche esports car. So this is Lauren Heinrich's debut for Coanda, jumping in for that team. So his first race for them. Trying to battle it out to try and grab a podium or potentially even a race win.
Plenty of Porsche experience, though, hasn't he?
Plenty of Porsche.
Not necessarily on this platform, though. Again, he's done a couple of years of the Mobil One Super Cup sim race series, or esports series.
I did just get, by the way, word that Niklas Nielsen got, and I think this is right, got a warning for that rejoin. Because I think it wasn't quite enough for a penalty, but certainly was enough for a slap on the wrist.
Williams Esports #1 in the pit lane. So David Pittard now leads for GPX Rebellion Williams, British GT racer. And a chap who I've shared the commentary booth with as well. Yes, for his sins. He was forced into that a few years back. So he leads. #5 Williams Esports car in 2nd place. And again, you talk about how it just needs one good run to turn your season around, doesn't it? This is the team who we were rather disappointingly having to say have yet to score even one single point, have not actually made a race finish in the entire season. Didn't even start the last race, Williams, the #5 car, and that car now pits, but very firmly in the top 10. So when you pit from the lead, unless something else very squirrely is going on, you've actually got a much better day going.
Yeah, I mean, Moreno Sarica, who's more typically known for his exploits on iRacing and stuff, now moving over. I did accidentally once call him Manuel Sarica. I won't forget about that.
Well, if you called him Jose Manuel, maybe that would be a Juan Manuel.
But Moreno Sarica, a fantastic driver, but I don't know how much experience he has on R-Factor. We also get to see Isaac Price, who is a driver who I was surprised to see him driving in the R8G car. There he is, taking over from Gordy Much. A driver who's driven when Fernando Alonso first entered into sim racing in association with G2 Esports, who now run the Red Bull Racing Esports. Very complicated, don't worry. I can't keep up with it. Isaac Price was one of the first sim drivers that drove for the FA G2 Esports team. So he drove for Fernando Alonso in sim racing, departed that outfit, kind of went a bit awry, and then G2 partnered with Red Bull and all that. But the point is that Isaac Price doesn't really have a team. He's driven for Williams earlier in this year. He's driven now for R8G. He's driven for himself for quite a lot of it. He's kind of a man that's a bit sort of all over. He doesn't really have a team that he's designated to. Interesting that teams like R8G pick him up and take him on and be like, right, let's just do 1 or 2 rounds with you. And considering R8G have picked up 3 drivers this week in the form of Yuri Toman, Marcel Chinchik, and of course Timotej Andanovsky, who drives for the Tesla R8G car. They've picked him up full-time as a driver off of the clutches from Dennis Lind and his team Nita Velix. I wonder if Isaac Price is ready to sign that contract and potentially might see him as a full-time R8G driver as well.
Well, for him, you know, getting an opportunity to shine here for R8G might just also be painting him into a ticket for the virtual Le Mans 24 hours. So, you know, there he is in the inset, a great opportunity. But again, when these opportunities come along, you know, sometimes the phone rings out of the blue, sometimes you're working hard for ages to get towards a position where you are getting noticed. But the acid test is always you have 1 shot. Yeah. And that, you know, that is it. You have got to make it work for you. So he's got to be fast, he's got to be aggressive, he's got to bring the car home. I mean, it's that tightrope balance, which is really hard. But, you know, so many drivers who have got to the top of the greasy pole have done it on 1 or 2 tiny breaks that they have converted. And there will be a vast number more who it just didn't work out for them in that 1 opportunity they got to shine. And you know, and then it takes them a long time to get further back up the order again. So if opportunity comes calling, you do try and open the door.
Well, I know...
Don't try and be too busy to answer the doorbell.
You know, Rory McDuff, who's on the grid driving for the number 14 Race Clutch Alpine car, of course, last season, or sorry, for Le Mans Virtual, was driving for the 2Cs car. They finished in 4th position. That was his call-up. And then from that point on, didn't do round 1 of the season, didn't have a drive for this season. Finally got the call-up, as we'll see this battle into turn 1 between the real team Hydrogen car and R8G. Nice little cutback from Isaac Price. Gets back to the inside, running through the kink of 2. Inside for 3, though. Could be a good move for R8G to sweep up into 2nd position. Nice. Returning up there. Gordy Much didn't have the greatest stint, but Isaac Price firing on all cylinders, taking that, taking the initiative and taking his opportunity.
Absolutely. Now, you know, Gordy Price, the professional racers here, we said this in Le Mans 24 Virtual last year, the professional racers, no matter how many world championships they've won, are the gentleman drivers in this field, aren't they? You know, the professional racers here, the professional sim racers, are the guys who are leading development, leading setup, training up their gentleman drivers, the people that drive the real race cars, to try and stop them losing too much time. And Gordy Much did a great job. Where was he? He was in the top 3. They were still in a podium position when he came into the pits, and they weren't nearly a lap back or over a lap back. They were 20 seconds behind the leaders. So he did a really stand-up job, and that's exactly what you do. You've got to be clean, you've got to be fast, you've got to get the best out of yourself, the same as the pro sim racers will. The pro sim racers possibly have more to get out of themselves, but your job in Gordy Much or any of the other real racing drivers is to lose as little time as humanly possible. Don't get involved in battles that aren't yours. You know, Fritz van Aert or somebody in World Endurance Racing Team Netherlands, the team boss, his job is to not get hit, not hit things, not incur damage, not pick up penalties. go as fast as you can. When somebody quicker comes knocking, they say, Fritz, let him go, let him go. Don't
Yes.
swallow, you know, you have to swallow your pride. Don't just go,
Absolutely.
I'm going to hold him off. No, don't, because you'll slow yourself down.
You're only as fast as your slowest driver in a race like this.
Exactly
And,
right.
you know, it's not
Exactly right.
100% the case, because there are a few good examples in this. But you know, your slowest driver, as you say, is normally your pro race driver.
Yep.
Gordy Much is a fantastic sim driver. I think, you know, he's still getting to grips confidence-wise with R Factor 2. Normally races elsewhere, so you know, he starts to trying to find his limit. Erhan Yovsky is the R Factor 2 specialist in that car, and he's been teaching Isaac Price's plenty fast enough himself. But you've got a few other examples on the grid when it comes to pro drivers. Mitchell de Jong is a great example. Anchan Juven, another good example. Danny Juncadella, who's taken over in that number 70, who was just dropped in that position. Danny Juncadella, fantastic driver, whether it's sim or real. And that's the thing. Actually, speaking of Danny Juncadella, the last time we saw him in Monza in that number 70 car, when that 70 car won, Danny Juncadella, to show how good he was, we had the average laps of all of the drivers. Bearing in mind, you know, you think 3 drivers apiece, 20 cars, 60 drivers roughly in the prototype category, and he was 11th. And that includes all of the sim
All of
drivers
the
and the
pros.
pros.
Yeah.
And he was the lowest in that car, which shows how fast Jeffrey Rietveld and Mikkel Schmieder were. It shows how good that car is. And it's no disrespect to the others that have jumped into the number 70 car. It just shows how good Danny Juncadella is, that he is on pace with the sim drivers.
Well, when he's a pro racing driver, and there are 42 or 41 or 40, depending on how many are in the Axel sports car who are real racing drivers, but when there are at least 40 professional sim racers, or top class, if not absolute professional sim racers, and he's only just out of the top 10 of the very best of the very best, then yeah, that's great. Well, again, the Project One car being dropped back behind the FDA car, but now this is FDA after that penalty is genuinely down in 12th place, not in 5th place. So actually a car that they were battling to stay a lap ahead of 20 minutes ago, they are now battling for position.
Yeah.
So yeah, how the worm has turned there. David Pittard still leads for GPX Rebellion. Isaac Price in 2nd place, Danny Juncadella in 3rd, Nikodem Wisniewski in 4th for Rebellion GPX, and Tom Dillman at the wheel of the Floyd by Colles. And Fordzilla, with their topsy-turvy, back-to-front, push-me-pull-you strategy, Gianluca Fiducci is up to 6th position. And Felix Rosenquist in the Team Redline 1-2-3 car for the first time in the race. So that happened at the last pit stops. A big slew of driver changes in the last pit stops. Where are we now? We are 4 minutes away from the end of hour 3.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. 1 hour and 4 minutes to go, and a little bit, because we still have 28 laps at a minute and less than a minute and a half a lap. So lots of racing still to go, and Nikodem Wisniewski all over the back of Danny Juncadella.
Looking for the move here is Nikodem Wisniewski. It would put the number 1 car onto the podium, and I believe it'd be their 2nd podium of the season. Certainly is, if the number 1 car could do it. They've not had the greatest season. We were kind of expecting, obviously we were expecting a lot out of the number 1, being our Le Mans virtual champions, but they've just not really hit the ground running. Maybe they are targeting our grand finale in January, but for right now, they're just trying to target themselves a podium. It does kind of have that vibe that, unfortunately, I think our streak of podiums for the number 4 that Tom Dillman is behind the wheel of, I think that streak might be coming to a close here at Sebring, but you never know. It only takes 2 cars to come together, and then suddenly the number 4 is back in podium position. So no answer yet on that one. Nikodem Wisniewski, though, Danny Juncadella just ahead, still no move. But he is closing in very, very quickly. Danny Juncadella is under a lot of pressure right now.
No, he really is, and he made a great move in traffic there to get past the GR Wolves car in just the right place. And you know, this is the whole deal about dealing with traffic, and that's where his spatial awareness as a real-life racing driver comes in, is that he sees where the gaps are going to be, not where they currently are.
Yeah, just going to say, by the way, when it comes to our race leaders, remember how we were speaking out, it was 20-odd seconds between them? I don't know if there's a major issue for David Pittard, who's seeming to struggle, about 3 seconds off on the previous lap. Isaac Price is absolutely melting that gap. It was a 1:49.7 for the 22 car. Isaac Price, the number 8, did a 1:46.5, 3.2 seconds in a single lap. Could be confidence, but I'm not feeling good about that myself.
David Pittard, he's just completed lap 97 with a 48.0, which is better because Isaac's done a 47.6, so he actually only gave 4/10 away on that lap. But you're right, the gap was 20 down to 10 seconds. And the problem for David is that he will be aware that the gap is coming down, and he is the race leader, and he wants to bring it into the pits as the race leader. But again, goes back to the same story we were talking about not 5 minutes ago. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. That's not your job. Your job is to be the best David Pittard that you can possibly be and not worry about what the others are doing.
I feel a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now. He is going to struggle in this one, but we'll have to wait and see, as he is. He's got that. It's going to be coming down bit by bit.
Fordzilla in the pits with
that's
60 plus minutes to go, so their 5th stop now. So that's on strategy for them.
Yeah, it's
what are they doing? 20 lappers?
Something in that vein. Yeah. They'll pit, with roughly, I think, 19 laps before the end of the race. So they've got 2 more stops. Most of the other prototypes only have the 1, so this is starting to filter in.
Make sure those new tyres come in. So thank you, Lewis. We will catch up with the action in just a moment, but let's take a look at the hourly highlights at the end of hour 3 of the 500 miles of Sebring, courtesy of Lego Technic. Yes, please, Santa, if you are watching. Well, busy action right from the very start of the race in both of our classes, and so much great wheel-to-wheel racing. GPX Rebellion moving up very quickly from the front row of the grids. They had their pole position taken away for track limit infringements on the quick lap, but got their noses out front. It was Porsche versus BMW at the front of GTE. The Porsche qualified strongly, the BMW qualified on pole rather, the BMW got outstarted by the Porsche, but the BMW not only fought its way back in front, but also was able to go at least a lap longer per stint on fuel, and that might end up being a very major advantage when it comes down to the end of the race, because in neither LMP or LMGTE are the pit stops going to match the length of the race to anybody's great satisfaction. Coming from behind with fresh tyres and shorter stops, Yas Heat again looking for a different strategy call, as did Team Fordzilla in LMP2. Drama for FDA, the Ferrari 488 was in the top 5 right from the start of the race, and after about 2.5 hours they got tagged out by the BMW, then ran into the back of the Panis. Both the BMW and the Ferrari picked up penalties, and here is where the Team GB BMW got their penalty for, and that was the start of Ferrari's woes. They have gone from 5th down to nearly 15th, losing a lap to all the cars at the front. Got away with this. This was coming back on in front of lapped traffic, and ironically that lapped Wolves car is now the closest rival to the FDA car, having lost a lap with their penalty. Battle at the front of the field, real time, really pushing on, were in second place. Then Isaac Price getting into the number 8 R8G esports car and picking up second place. At that stage, he had gone from 20 seconds behind the leader to something like 15 or 16. That gap is now down to just 6 seconds. Chris McCarthy, real racer David Pittard is at the wheel of the leader, the number 22 GPX Rebellion Williams, but he has got 2 absolutely fired up, rorty, snorty pro sim racers coming up behind him. Isaac Price is bringing Nikodem Wisniewski not too far behind him, and the gap is being sliced to the leader.
Yeah, it seems only a matter of time at this rate, doesn't it? It's almost 2 seconds a lap on the last lap. yeah, 1.8 seconds faster. So it's going to be in a 2 or 3 laps. They're going to be there, aren't they? The way it's going, unless David Pittard can find something that he hasn't been able to so far. But yeah, these two might as well stay with each other until they catch Pittard, and then they can start going about fighting each other after that.
Axel and Simsa battling further back down the order. We were just
it's dark.
we were just allows you to concentrate. This is the battle for 12th place in GT. We were just looking actually at Team Redline, the number 1, 2, 3 prototype, chasing down R8G's number 18 car, and in 1, 2, 3 is Felix Rosenqvist. Really got the bit between his teeth, all over the back of Risto Capit for 7th place. And Team Redline, the points leaders coming in here, need as many places as they can get, because they're only led by 3.5 points coming in. Just ahead of them in 6th place is car number 10, the Marla Racing Team car. So looking at Cian Butler in the Axel Sports car in 12th place. If he's driving from home, well, it's late afternoon here, so it's sort of wee small hours of the morning there.
Yeah.
Probably spent most of the day watching Australia whopping England at the cricket.
Yeah.
And then calming down a little bit by racing at Sebring.
Yes. Yes, I remember him from the Le Mans esports series, Cian Butler, one of very few to have done both championships. Of course, that one was done on Forza Motorsport, so completely different to R Factor 2. Yeah. But yeah, good to see him. I believe this is his first race. See his car, but not him.
He needs some Christmas lights there somewhere, doesn't he? So we can at least illuminate it.
Yeah. It's incredibly eerie there, but yeah, it's great to see him racing with us with Axel, and that is Redline in the pits.
Yep, that's our pole sitter, so Rudy van Buren. I think that is probably the end of him. Nesta Garcia for Red Bull Racing is 2nd place in the number 111, and that is the Corvette C8. And here, Cian Butler really under pressure from the Simsa Ferrari behind Andreas Schmich, the 66 car, the black car. As we said, this is a battle for position for 12th place, and
that's Andreas going off.
A Ferrari possibly on fairly tired tyres. Nesta Garcia is in from 2nd, so Lauren Heinrich moves back to the lead in the 91 portion. Now that stopped about half a dozen laps ago. That's the car on the left-hand side of your screen, I believe. Certainly that is one of the 2 factory Porsches, and that means he leads. Tommy Østgaard, the Norwegian, will be 2nd in 92 for the moment. But again, for the BMW and the Red Bull Corvette, this is pit stop number 3, and the others have already made 3.
I don't know how they're saving so much fuel
and still driving at the front. No, that's exactly what we were saying 5 minutes ago, is that the 71 car, that BMW, the red and black Redline BMW, has saved a lap on the field in every stint. So it's not like they saved one and they still stop a lap later. They're stopping an additional lap later every time they stop. So they are, if they don't save themselves an entire stop, they are saving themselves a shed load of time in the pits when it comes down to the final moments. And there is splashing and dashing on board with Felix Rosenqvist. Never goes at anything less than 110% Rosenqvist. He's just such a great fun character and a very combative race driver. Gets by Risto Capit. There he is. That's Felix. Spent the season racing in IndyCar this year, having been a Formula E and World Endurance Championship driver, or Formula E driver in the past. So yeah, IndyCar Series driver for 2021.
I believe he's continuing as well for next year. But
there are a lot of IndyCar teams that hold him in very high esteem. So, yeah, anybody that drops him, he's not going to hit the ground before he gets picked up. That's for sure. So that was a change for position. Rosenqvist closing in on the top 6. How far is he behind? 20 plus, nearly 30 seconds behind the Mahler Racing team car, which is currently in 6th place. I know, we sort of almost don't want to mention it when somebody who's had a tough season is having a good race, but actually they don't seem to be wildly out of sequence with anybody. And again, Axel and Simsa side by side by side by side.
Down the
Porsche
inside.
just gets its nose back in front. Yeah, so the Mahler car, yeah, we just won't mention it too much. We're having a lovely time at the moment. So was that Price going by Pittard? No, it wasn't. So this is Price and Wisniewski. Wisniewski is close right in.
They're about to go past Pittard. There he is.
There is David Pittard right in front. So your 1, 2, 3 is covered by 1.5 seconds. With 31 laps to go, which is 10 more than a stint.
He won't fight this too hard, will he? I mean, we have to remember this is his first race.
Yep.
So,
Absolutely.
How much practice he's done, I don't know. I mean,
as much as he can humanly afford, I think, as much as he can possibly fit in.
You put him on the Nordschleifer, he races VLN, so he knows that place like the back of his hand.
But not in a sim racer. You know, there he's used to all of the, the car telegraphing him what he needs to know through his backside and his hands. Here it doesn't happen. Here's the change for the lead. Going around the outside, Isaac Price, and he sweeps around through Sunset, and David Pittard with Nikodem Wisniewski right behind him.
Working as a team here, aren't they? Pushing each other along down the straight, but...
Well, Pittard is giving as good as he gets there, isn't he? You know, he is a racer's racer, and he is doing the level best. And this is Wisniewski looking for the lead.
Down the inside, almost a bit of contact, but he's going to muscle his way through.
2 into 3, he goes through into 3. So that, the 2 that doesn't exist is that little kick to the right-hand side, but it is notable. You do sort of have to follow the road, and that opened the inside line up a little bit. So Nikodem Wisniewski started this lap in 3rd and is the leader by the time we get to the hotel at turn 5.
Yeah, this is our top 5 all in a train. Make that 4. Floyd by Collis had a moment at the back there.
Yeah.
But this is a really close race, isn't it? The top 4 all in a line. There they all are. And then in the background, that's 5th place, Tom Dillman.
Yeah, he's not far away, is he?
Yeah. And we all know how good Tom Dillman is as well. Very close to winning the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual last year. Came down to the final hour, didn't it? It was really, really close.
Well, as we all know about Le Mans, so as with everything else, there's Isaac Price on the right-hand side.
He's
talking
to someone.
Having a chat to, but he's got plenty to say, hasn't he? Oh, don't worry, I'll get him. I've got him. I've got fresher tyres, or exactly, whatever. Talking of which now, where are the outliers? So Fordzilla back down in 15th place, but have completed 1 more stop than the others.
Redline have done a drive-through, haven't they? So that's why they've got 1 more.
Yeah.
Isaac Gillison for Yas Heat. They've done 1 more, haven't they?
Again, that's because they stopped a little early and started doing shorter stints on fresher tyres. The shorter stint means that you spend less time filling, which sort of slightly mitigates against your longer stop for fresher tyres.
And that's the same with the Alpha Industries car and the Fordzilla car. So, and all the rest must,
Yeah.
So no one really then, in that case. You've got to think, if Redline hadn't had that drive-through, which is 30 seconds, they could have been, fighting with the likes of Floyd by Collis there in 4th place.
Yep.
So.
No, absolutely right. And battle for position here. This is
Red Bull,
behind the Rocket Sports car. This is for 16th, so they're racing because they're racers and because the race hasn't finished, but it's not actually going to be for points.
No.
At least at this stage, until everything else sorts itself out. Yes, they'll get a half point for starting, or for finishing, more accurately. Nice battle though, and again, look, it just underlines what we've been saying about Sebring. Why you get great racing here is because it's wide enough to run door handle to door handle. They don't have chicanes, which, you know, you think of Monza. If you took out all the chicanes at Monza, all right, it would be, you know, criminally fast, and the runoff areas just wouldn't contain anything. But it, you know, if you went from Curva Grande all the way down on the straight to the Lesmos, then you know, you'd get a lot more side-by-side racing. And who's that?
No.
Is that Pittard? Is he
That's
coming
our
into the
leaders,
pits?
is it?
That's Pittard, needs to come into the pits. He's lost his rear wing, doesn't know it. That's a disaster. That was in Sunset. He's now going to spin his way out in turn 1. Right behind, this is the battle. This is David Marocek.
It's going to take him a lot. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he didn't know he didn't have a wing until he turned into the car, turned around on him. That's a real disaster. If he had just dived into the pits there.
This is going to be a very, very long in-lap, isn't it? It's going to take him a lot. This is the pace he has to go at just to not spin.
And we saw,
and
we saw a number of these at the Nordschleife, didn't we? And the car, you know, again, no data whatsoever coming back through the seat or from his experience of what speed is too much speed with no rear wing. And I don't know, has he been able to see that there's no rear wing, or has somebody been able to tell him that there's no rear wing?
I imagine he can feel it straight.
Yeah, because the moment he hits the brakes, the whole thing's trying to lock up and swap ends on him.
What a shame. I mean, long-time race leaders. Of course, qualified on the front row. There we go, he's gone again.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's going to spin at almost every corner now. So Davin Rocek in 12th place in 444. You just saw him still chasing. The Race Clutch Alpine number 15 car is right in front of him. That's Enric Andre, the Frenchman.
Here we go. Here's a replay then.
It's the bump.
No. Oh, and it wasn't big contact either, was it?
It doesn't have to be, unfortunately. It is the bump. And here, had he known, or had he maybe driven, you know, the series before and thought, okay, well, the first thing I've got to check is if I've got a rear wing, because we've seen that happen so many times. When a P car goes in backwards, it loses its rear wing. That's just what happens.
Yeah.
In the same way that with a GTE car, it would be the diffuser and you'd suddenly have no rear grip.
Yeah, he's a GT racer, so I don't know if that was his experience of more doing GT racing. If that happened to someone we're used to seeing, someone like Will Stevens, for example, maybe they would have known straight away.
Or again, somebody who's experienced the other races, you know, you only had to watch sort of the first 20 minutes of the Nordschleife and you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Or even the potted highlights. We saw in the highlights at the beginning of this show of the Nordschleife at least 2 instances of cars with no rear wing because they'd gone off backwards. So it is, I'm afraid, going to drop them right down the order. He's still not got to the pit lane. Leaders are coming round again.
Yeah, down to 9.
Yeah.
That's just
that's a real disappointment, because they were 3rd here coming in. Points in each of the 3 races. 19 points behind the leaders. In he comes. So now, with probably 27 laps left, it's going to be more than a stint, but with an hour remaining on the clock, now's the time to hand over to the 3rd driver and just let him do the stint in a little bit. I don't know how long David's been in the car. Has he done enough for the minimum drive time? If he has, then hand over. If he hasn't, then he's going to have to do the fix the damage, come back on and continue until he's done his minimum of 40 minutes.
This is good for Rebellion GPX Esports, not just because they're leading the race, but because they're 4th in the championship. Now GPX Rebellion 3rd in the championship have had a spin and have lost their rear wing. Floyd by Collis Burst currently sit in 4th place, and Team Redline have had that drive through. So championship-wise, this Rebellion GPX Esports are in a very, very good position and are in a position to, put a dent into that lead of Team Redline.
Yeah. Floyd by Colles, the number 4 car, in 4th place right now because the 22 car has dropped out. They've gone up a spot, so they benefit. Real Team, they're having a strong race. Yeah, this is going to close the championship right up, isn't it? Although Rosenqvist now, what position was he in when he got into the car? He's now in 6th for Team Redline.
Yeah, he's climbing up.
Isn't he, though? I mean, he's absolutely flying. And look here, the 444 car that Michi Hoyer did a 2-hour stint at right in the beginning. That car still, Davin Rocek still can't get past Emmerich Andre for what is now 10th place. So have they gone by, who else have they gone by? Because they were 12th. Or battling for 12th, I thought, rather than 11th. Perhaps it was 11th and 12th, which then puts them battling for 10th. So Race Clutch Alpine in 10th place. We ride on board in the Alpha Industries car, looking to the inside, and goes out wide. You want to make the guy in front brake as late as he can, come out with as little momentum as possible, and then try and fire it up the inside between 2 and 3. Can't go there.
No.
So much of this is trying to force them to do the things you want to do by where you place your car and where you show it and how you show it. You know, getting him to be forced to defend offline into a corner just to keep the inside covered then means that he's going to be slow off. But, you know, you can't always capitalize from all the corners when that happens.
Some drivers are just, you know, incredibly comfortable defending, and some are just can't, you know, are no good at defending at all, or by the very high standard set in the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's interesting when you have that situation. That some drivers do prefer to be the defensive driver and can just be very comfortable with it. We saw that earlier with Michi Hoyer, who, you know, just placed his car in all the right places at all the right times, and it took a very long time for the car behind to get through. So, yeah, the level of defensive driving we see in this championship is incredibly high.
Yeah.
Here is Pittard now back out, so he did stay in the car in that number 22.
So he clearly hadn't done his
15th
minimum driving time. Yeah, unfortunately he lost...
what, 11 places?
Yeah, another minute in the pit lane. Another minute there, fixing dramas. So that is their 5th pit stop. So he was only in for 31 minutes. He needed another 9 minutes in the car. Now again, whichever way you work it, is it better for him now to stay in? It probably is better for him to stay in now until the end of the stint, because they're down in 15th.
Yeah.
I don't think a driver change.
Here we go.
You know, no
Nice
matter who
move.
you put in, levering him offline, and again, and you know,
That was a great move.
that's what you need. Is you don't want left, right, left, right, left, right, because then you're on the outside, then it becomes the inside, then it becomes the outside again. What you need is a couple of lefts in a row or a couple of rights in a row, so that an inside line can work.
Yeah, well, he waited very late to make that move there, did Mrocek. Really, really nice move, actually, to get past Enric Andre in the Race Clutch Alpine car.
Well, David Pittard picks up a spot automatically now, I think, because Josh Perween has just stopped in the Axel Sport 21 car. So that should give him a spot. And who's that?
BS Plus competition
that is the
are
BS Plus
in.
car,
Yeah, Eunice Ravio. Having just done the fastest last sector of the race.
Ah, yes. Well, that's
So-
a good in-lap then, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it was a personal
Very
best
promising.
lap all round
Yeah.
from them.
With a purple final sector.
Yeah.
Mind you, taking the title on it? No, it won't, because you have to be down at the speed limiter to get to the line. So that's quite impressive to still set a purple final sector. And quick pit stop as well for Jonas Raivo. He's on his way out again, so he stays in the car. Drops down to 8th place ahead of Kasper Stolzer, who's in 9th now for FDA Esports. So they are back up in the points. But again, we have 24 laps remaining, which is most of a GTE stint and more than an LMP stint. So anybody who's at an LMP car will have to stop one more time. Anybody in a GTE car may well have to stop one more time on board with Enzo Benito.
Now, yes, I think they're on a different tyre strategy again, because they're the fastest car on the track right now. The second fastest car is Team Redline with Felix Rosenqvist. He's absolutely flying. He's 2/10 quicker than the leaders, 6/10 quicker than R8G in second. But the car that is on fire right now is Yas Heat, and they are closing in on R8G.
I think their strategy right from the beginning was slightly shorter stints, absolutely deathing it on fresh tyres every single time. Just take the pain of the extra hit and, you know, in terms of time stationary in the pits, and just try and make position. And in a track where you can't overtake, you don't want to give away track position. Here, you can overtake, and I think that's a big part of that balance.
Well, this is on board with Redline,
yeah,
who are definitely doing a lot of fuel saving. They've been going 3 or 4 laps longer in some cases than other teams, and every single time.
And still producing top 3 pace. You know, they are still in second place, and whatever else, Enzo is not looking stressed, is he? He's not looking fretful. I mean, none of them do, because like real life racing drivers, unless something breaks on the car, it's under control. They know what, I know what I'm doing, in the famous words of a former Finn, or a current Finn, a former F1 driving Finn. They always look super calm, because if you're flustered, it's all going to go to hell in a handcart in a big hurry.
I'm just watching his throttle application, just to see when he's lifting off and for how long. And you can definitely notice the fuel saving from that straight away. That's always the biggest giveaway.
Lifting and coasting.
Yeah.
Well, the gap to Lauren Heinrich, who leaves for the 91 car, is not vast from Enzo Benito in that BMW Team Redline. And although they may both need to make another stop, the closer you are to the end of the race, when you make your final stop, the less fuel you need to put in. It's not automatically a given, obviously, that you have to take a full fuel stop. If there are only 7 laps left, you take 7 laps worth of fuel. If you've stopped 3 laps earlier and you had 10 laps to do, you have to put in more fuel. More fuel equals a longer stop, equals more weight in the car when you go back on track. So your speed will be slightly slower for those laps until you get level again with the guy who's coming back on with only 7 laps of fuel.
Right, R8G are in the 18, Risto Capit, which moves Yasheet up into 7th place. So that's their 5th stop. So the top 5 are all on 4 stops. We'll wait to see which one of them comes in first. But when you look at it as it is now, you see it as a 3-horse race, unless any of the teams in 4th and 5th have got something up their sleeve. Marla, you know, I mean, they're going very well. 5th place.
Yep.
Let's just hope for their sake that it stays like that. But
well, you know, for them, sensible strategy, not taking any really major risks, but also not getting hit, not having any problems, not having any penalties. You know, they're the cardinal rules of all racing, but particularly sports car racing. Stay out of the pits, don't hit stuff, don't pick up penalties.
Right, leaders are all in. This is the point, though, when you're Marla, you go, why couldn't we just done that at every round?
Because luck doesn't work that way. Because form doesn't work that way.
Here we go.
Ooh. Down
the inside, 444.
Nice dive bomb, gets by the Williams Esports number 5 car. Excellent work.
Really quick in lap from R8G in 2nd as well. Purple.
21 laps left, 1 stint in a P car. So you're now, if you fill now, it's a full stint.
This is it.
If you don't fill now, every stop, every lap that you go, you're going to lose less time in the race to the people who are stopping now.
Now, when did the GT cars come in last?
Oh, don't ask me questions like that. I haven't got a strategy computer or anybody to operate it. Felix Rosenquist is in. All right, well, I was going to ask the question about Team Redline and Rosenquist in the 1, 2, 3. When did they stop? So, do Yasheet need to stop again? Yes. Because it's a full stint now, and they're not stopping now. They're in now. Oh, so they're back on the same strategy as everybody else.
Yeah.
So now we have a dead heat, basically, race to the flag. We've got a 21 lap sort out without the need of artificially safety carring and waving people through.
Yeah.
So excellent.
That's the thing about esports. It is, you know, there's none of the safety cars or virtual safety cars. It's just a straight fight to the end.
Now, so what we now know about Yasheet is they didn't just do a short stop. They didn't just go, right, we'll do 10 laps. They back-timed it exactly so that they would make their last stop 20 from the end or 21 from the end. So they almost they've basically looked at, they've got a strategy and worked out full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint, how much is left at the end, right, we'll do that early. But they've given them no margin for a shorter stop at the end.
Yeah.
Whereas you'd think early in the race, let's say there were 11 laps left, and instead of stopping on lap 11, you stop on lap 14 or 15, and you give yourself 2 or 3 laps less fuel time in the pits when everybody else is making their final stop. Boom, then suddenly you pick up 2 or 3 places. So they have gone with tyres and all of that and got themselves into that position, but now they've stopped, they're back out the top 10 again.
Yeah.
Now, unless they've stopped long enough to get fresh tyres, what are we going to see here? A crash in the pit lane. Who's this?
So that's red line coming in. But,
and
no.
Is that 4 or 444?
That's
4.
Okay, so that's...
Because 444 is still out on track.
That's our 2 championship leaders.
Oh, goodness me. No. Well, now then, that means our race director is going to have to stop drinking coffee and eating snacks and make it a race decision. Wow.
Yeah, that's our championship leader blocking in, if you like, that from what we saw, second in the championship.
Yikes.
Wow.
Except you've got to get stopped in your pit box. Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. And it was in between Real Team as well, who are, of course, one of the...
And again, you know, again, going back to Yas Heat, you know, you don't want to stop on the same lap as everybody else is making their last stop. Push it 1 more or 2 longer laps just to give yourself an empty pit lane as much as anything else.
The people that have done the best strategies here, in my opinion, are if they are... Alpha Industries, I think, need to come in 1 more time. I'm not sure. But if they have done all their stops, then they've played this very well because they're now in 3rd place.
Yep. Isaac Price, 2nd for R8G.
That's very good as well.
And again, you know, we've got 1 race left after this. Look who's leading. The guys that won the big one last year. Nikodem Vishnevsky is leading in the #1 Rebellion GPX esports car. And where is 22? 15th place.
Wow.
Now, are they both both serving a penalty?
They're in the pits as well.
Williams Esport #5 car is in the pits as well and dropping out of the top 10, and that will put Yas Heat back in. 22, of course, they lost that extra time, didn't they? They basically lost the lap with that slow in-lap and the repair time for David Pittard. So Chinchik is back in the car, who started it. But that is a long climb back from 17th, and there are 19 laps, 18 laps remaining. It's not happening, is it? That will be a half point for turning up. Thank you very much. Nikodem Vishnevsky and Lauren Heinrich are our class leaders, and there they were, side by side.
Now, Vishnevsky and Price, you look at the gap between 2nd and 3rd. That's the difference in the amount of fuel and time that they've saved through stops.
Yep.
A lot, isn't it?
2nd and 3rd. 2nd is 4 seconds back. 3rd is 25 seconds back.
A lot of that,
27.
Because we had the likes of Rietveld was close to them at one point. The number 70 car was close to them at one point. They're no longer there. So it was once a 4-way battle for the lead. It's now very much a 2-way battle.
Red Line are getting serious. They've whipped out Felix Rosenquist, and Bono House is in for the final stint. They're in 9th place. Every single position here could make a really huge difference. 1, 2, 3 team Red Line. There are points leaders coming in. That lead looks certain to disappear as of now. Ooh, Rietveld for Real Team Hydrogen goes purple in Sector 1. He's a 2nd behind Mahler, who are 4th right. Ooh, shh, shh, shh.
Chasing a podium as well, because Denez for Mahler is right behind Jerne Simoncic, and here they go.
And
so this is Rietveld.
And both have just set their fastest laps of the race. And they haven't. They're both closed on the leader, I beg your pardon.
There they are. So there's Mahler ahead in the green and white colours, and just ahead of that we will see the yellow and black of the Floyd by Collis.
Yep. So 410 and 70 battling for the final podium spot. Those are the 3 cars we're talking about. And we just had a very quick look at our, I guess he's still the GT leader. Oh no, Enzo Benito in 2nd in GTE. Lauren Heinrich leads for Porsche Esports ahead of BMW Team Red Line. Tom Usgaard 3rd in the 92 car. That started 2nd on the grid. Dane Warren And Jeremy Bouteloup, 4th and 5th for Proton competition. Dennis Lind in the Red Bull Racing Corvette is 6th at the moment.
Bonnerhouse has definitely been told to get on with it, haven't he? Have you seen?
But does he ever not get on with it? I mean, I'm just asking for a friend.
Purple through the first sector. He's not waited around for the fastest sectors.
No.
Straight out the box.
Now, do we think anybody took tyres at the final stop?
This is going to be a change for 4th place.
Goes by Marler.
Yeah, and they didn't make that hard for him at all, did they?
No,
So.
because they want to finish.
Yeah.
Because that, 5th is better than 0.
Well,
6th is better than 0.
And he can tow us up to 3rd place.
Yep.
Floyd by College just up the road.
Absolutely so. And when those two get stuck into each other, the Marler guys will go, yay, and go zooming by. And we've seen it before.
They've got to definitely be on tyres red line, haven't they?
You'd have to.
Yeah.
When you're outside the top 3 in the final stint, you've got to do something different, haven't you? And something different is fit Bonnerhouse, but give him fresh rubber. And for the 10 seconds it's going to cost, or 12 seconds it's going to cost, or however many.
We'll make that up very quickly. Yeah.
Well, he has to, doesn't he? And he knows what the odds are getting into the car, doesn't he? He knows, okay, I've got fresh rubber. I am going to be considerably quicker, but this is absolutely no mistakes allowed. You've absolutely got to nail it.
Well, for them, the best they can get realistically is 6th. I don't know if they can get any higher than that. 6th is 5 seconds.
Yeah, probably.
40 seconds I think is a bit of a reach.
6th is 5 seconds ahead of them. 5th place is nearly a minute ahead. You're right. It's a long way away. But we're on lap 117 of 134. So we've got 17 laps remaining. That's getting on for 30 minutes. And it might not be 7. It will be 17 because, of course, he's on the same lap as the leader, so it's not a time thing. There's a 17 Real Team car, which is in 4th place.
Hunting down 3rd.
Yeah.
And they desperately need this result. We've said it before.
So are they on fresher tyres as well? Because Yerny Simoncic doesn't normally do an average job in the number 4 car.
I don't know, but we haven't really seen what Real Team can do. They won the first round, and since then we just haven't really seen them, so we almost forget that they won that first round.
Yeah.
But, they only have scored the points since, but
well, the top 2...
They didn't win that out of a fluke. They played a really good strategy there, didn't
absolutely. The top 2 are clear, aren't they? Nikodem Wisniewski and Isaac Price, 1st and 2nd. There's 5 seconds between them, and actually last time round, Wisniewski pulled out 9/10 on Price. Now, again, traffic affected. Gap comes down with every sector. Isaac Price is getting closer, but after this one, there will be 16 laps left. There's not much time left, is there? Here we go, Real Team right on the tail of Floyd by College. This is for the podium. He pulls out early, comes back down the straight, picking up the toe. Goes out wide. He's going to try and get the cutback straight up the inside. So Floyd by College on tired tyres just could not get slowed down and turned in. Yerny Simoncic just left the door banging on the hinges there, straight up the inside. Jonas Rietveld up to 3rd.
That was a fantastic move.
That was a great move, and that was fresh rubber, wasn't it?
Yeah, and look at Marler now. This is exactly why Marler did not fight Real Team, because they've just done the work for them. Now Marler are right with them as well, and they could have a stab going down to the hairpin potentially, because Floyd by College do look like they're struggling in comparison to Real Team. They are flying, aren't they?
Sorry, Jeffrey Rietveld, not Jonas Rietveld. Yeah, you're right, absolutely. And the Marler car, again, he was right behind that move. He saw what happened. He saw that the Floyd by College car just could not slow down at sunset. So all he needs to do is pile the pressure on, be in a position to make the pass, and Simoncic is going to have to try and defend. And although, he made that mistake that lap, he may not make it the next lap, he's still going to have to work hard. This is Bonnerhouse in red line, and Team Fordzilla behind. Now, has he just made that pass?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so he's got ahead of Fordzilla.
Yeah, next for him will be Risto Capit, and he'll catch him on this lap.
Yep.
Possibly pass him up to sunset.
Yeah, RHE car not too far in front. Here is Simoncic in number 4. Yeah, Marler having a go It's Philippe Denez right behind. Here he is. Look, he's closing in as well. And you can see Simoncic using the toe of the GT car.
Look at that.
That's the red line BMW. Now, does somebody appear inside? Look, he's out wide, 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 very wide on the bumps. Holds the inside line, not this lap.
Yeah, it'll be the next time
Yeah.
round. In fact, it's stabilised, isn't it? Followed by Collis are now in the toe of Real Team.
Yep.
I've actually stabilised that gap slightly.
DRS zone activated, etc., etc. Who's just stopped? Simsa Sports coming out of the pits. D-Station coming out of the pits as well. Joao Paulo de Oliveira. And Gustav Grimbergas back in the Simsa Esports Ferrari. But our leaders in GTE, as you watch this battle, Lauren Heinrich still by 20 seconds over Enzo Benito in the Team Redline car that started from pole. Tom Yusgaard third for Porsche Esports. And in terms of their points...
Oh, here we go.
Ooh, that's Axel and Simsa. That's Team
Simsa
Project One and
yeah.
Simsa, isn't it? Yeah, so Simsa on the way up.
They've been busy this race, Simsa, haven't
Yeah,
they?
yeah.
They've been in battles
Grimbergas
constantly.
fresh out of the pits, going by Stoyanov Peev, or not quite, as the case may be. There goes the Red Bull car. Now he uses, no, can't quite use the opportunity to go through, or can he?
maybe.
Yes, he can try.
That'll be brave.
And then we go left, and then if you stay there, we go right again. And so then patience
driving.
pays off, doesn't it, in
Yeah.
Le Mans corner? Yeah, if you get your nose on the inside, you know eventually it will come back to you.
Yeah, great racing between them both there.
And look, that's taken a mile to make the pass. And he's still not definitely through because the Porsche looks to be coming back underneath the Ferrari. Can't quite make that work. Not too far away from it, though.
They could have the run down to turn one as well.
And again, it depends on the relative strength of the car, where the Porsche is better, where the Ferrari is better. In fact, right ahead of the Simsa car on the road is the FDA Esports car, but they are a lap ahead.
Lauren Heinrich in. Race leader has just come into the pits. So,
all right, okay.
Right.
So that means anybody else will spend less time in the pits.
Now there goes red line. Each time they've been, what, 3 or 4 laps more?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Well, it was, I think, maybe 2 laps, maybe 3 laps
It's been roughly...
ahead of the first of the stoppers. But, you know, they should have 4 or maybe 5 laps fewer in the pit lane. And I don't know how many litres they need a lap and how many seconds per litre.
This is a splash, isn't it? Wherever you're coming in. So, they're not going to... Yeah, either way, you're not taking on nowhere near as... The stop's going to be nowhere near as long as it usually would be. Ooh, a little bit of a tap there for the Axel team.
Okay, so total pit time for the 91 Porsche is now 5 minutes 17. For the Team Redline BMW, 4 minutes 26 spent in the pits so far in the
5 minutes
race.
17, yeah, and wow, yeah.
So, okay. 91 is the first of the cars to have been forced in for their final top-up of fuel. We'll have to wait and see. Fordzilla in and out of the pits, Panis into the pits as well, so they are consigned to the sort of late teens.
This was around the point last time at Spa where we thought, well, Redline are going to come in any second, and then they just never did.
Is this where we confidently predict that it's all going to change and nothing actually does?
I'm not going to predict anything anymore because that one was... that one caught everyone out.
Floyd by Colles, number 4 machine, just hanging on for opening the gap up now against the Mahler Racing Team car. So Jenny Simoncic, having been passed by Jeffrey Rietveld in the Real Team Hydro car, the number 70, is definitely stabilising the ship, and it looks as though car 4 will finish in 4th place. And right now, that's going to help them a lot in the point standings. They currently lie 2nd with 1, 2, 3. The leaders coming in here. Bono House in 6th and Jene Simoncic in 4th. So it'll be... That should almost actually bring them level on points. There's 0.5 points involved, so it's not going to be quite level, but it will be very, very close at the top of the table.
Now it's a case to see what happens with the other GT cars.
Yeah.
See if anyone else comes in.
Yeah,
No,
only
not
Lauren
not on
Heinrich
that
so
lap.
far, not on this lap.
No one came in that time. All the leaders
Well,
have gone through.
you can't go earlier than you need to because no, I suppose you could, because inevitably, let's say you need 3 laps worth of fuel. If you stop with 3 laps to go, it leaves you very little racing time. But if you stop with 5 laps to go, then you still only put in 3 laps worth of fuel. But you're carrying more weight for longer, so it makes you fractionally slower. So in theory, you do want to wait until the tank is gasping for fuel, just until the last moment.
Yeah, and then just...
So red line lead from 92, and this puts Dane Warren in the 88 Proton Porsche on the podium in 3rd place, ahead of Lauren Heinrich in the 91, with Jeremy Bouteloup in the 2nd Proton car in 5th, and Dennis Lind in the Red Bull Corvette in 6th. So 4 of the top half dozen will be Porsches, 1 BMW and 1 Corvette.
Now, unless that's traffic, it doesn't look like it. But Enzo Benito is half a second quicker than anyone through the first sector. So I wouldn't say he's saving fuel, is he? He's really pushing there.
Well, I don't know how they have managed to consistently be in the top 2 or 3 and consistently pull out 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 laps or whatever it has been in almost every...
They're running less fuel. We've taken fuel away from them, so they're not...
Well, you need to take throttle travel away from them as well.
No, from all the cars, they're running less fuel. Say if this were Spa, they're on less fuel now. So, because just to try and, I guess, make this harder, but somehow they're still living up to it. Wolves, I think they might have just come out the pits. Were almost in the path of Yassi.
Risto Capit ahead of Isaac Gillison. So IG ahead of Yas Heat now. So that's a change for 7th place and change back as Gillison gets back in front of him after the line in Sector 1 or after the end of Sector 2 and at the line.
And that is another lap with all our GTE leaders and no stops.
Well, don't forget that this is not the end of the championship in any way, shape or form. It is our 4th and final regular race. Mind you, the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual is a regular length as well. That's 24 hours. That comes up on January the 15th, 16th. So the 3rd weekend of January, a month away from now. They will have the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. 123 of 134 laps we're now working. So we are within nearly 10 laps of the finish.
And our team of the race vote is now going out on the Traction GG YouTube chat as well. So if you could go on to that or the Le Mans Virtual Twitter, we are putting a poll out to vote for your team of the race. Get voting now and we will reveal
most
the winners
exciting,
to you
wildest strategy,
before
most improved.
Yep.
I mean, you can choose your own reason for voting for your team of the race. Best livery, fanciest names, they live in your village. I mean, you know, genuinely any reason at all, you can vote for them. Can I just say, Marla are having a really good race.
Yeah, I was going to say
we're not mentioning that, but actually, you know, biggest turnaround in fortunes right now, I think it's possibly the Marla Racing
There's
team.
2 that are in the top 10, one of which has done an incredibly aggressive strategy with different tyres to the rest. So, yeah, and then we have one that's had an absolutely terrible season. That's all of a sudden doing good. So, yeah, if you can have a go at that. Also, we have stops going on, but we also have the Sport Buff competition going on our Twitch channels as well, where you can win a Thrustmaster T248.
Critical pit stops. Tommy Usgaard stops out of 2nd place. That will move Lauren Heinrich back up ahead in the 91 car. Dane Warren and Jeremy Bouteloup for Proton competition also stop on that lap. Does that move Dennis Lind in the Red Bull Racing Corvette in shooting distance, or do they need, surely they need to stop again? Nesta Garcia handed over to Dennis Lind sort of 20 minutes ago, probably not even. Sammy Matitrogan is 7th, Jonas Raivio 8th for BS Plus competition. So Enzo Benito stays out. How many laps remain? 10, including this one. He can't go 10 laps longer than his rivals. However, every lap he does go longer than his rivals means he will spend less time in the pits.
Now it's 32 seconds drive through. What's his gap to the rest of the field?
Well, we'll wait for Lauren Heinrich to complete a lap and then get that margin.
Well, it's got to be, it's less than 28, because that's how far Dennis Lind is behind.
Or is that how far Dennis Lind is behind Lauren Heinrich?
Yeah, potentially.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it? Ooh.
Here we go.
Change in 88 as well for driver times. Charlie Collins is in. So did he need to do more time behind the wheel, and who was that off?
Well, that was the Jota car.
Oh, it was the Jota car.
Round.
Yeah. Well, they haven't had much of a season, and this race pretty much perfectly matches the season they've had so far.
Okay, Lauren Heinrich's in the last sector, so very soon we'll find out. Was that the Team Project 1 car that they had? That's let them go back past now.
Right.
So, well, clearly a mistake.
Yes.
Team Project 1 have done the right thing and let them go back through, even though they are in completely different classes.
Not that they had much choice, because the Jota car is so much quicker.
It won't be frowned upon so much now they've done that.
No, absolutely. So Peopev hanging on in the 57 car, back down to 12th place. Unfortunately, they haven't had much fortune in this race. Mind you, the other car down in 16th place.
It's just about seeing how far what's the gap between the top two. That's what I'm keen to find out.
Yeah, need to work on that. 92
is, well, that's
back in the pits.
That's Usgaard in again. Yeah, that takes them to 5.
Why?
Now,
did he just not press the settings correctly? Is that what that was? Did he not actually get fuel, even though that's what he came in for? Or he's just driven straight through the pits?
Well, he doesn't have a drive-through. So,
that has all the hallmarks of a major...
they didn't stop, though. They didn't take fuel or change
well, he'd
tyres.
already stopped. He stopped.
So
91 stopped first.
And then 92 stopped the lap
And then 90, he stopped.
Bizarre.
At the same time as Dennis Lind hasn't stopped yet, at the same time as Jeremy Bouteloup and the 88 car, which has now got Charlie Collins in. 92, 77, 88 all came in together. Wow. Okay, so Enzo Benito leads by 33.7 seconds is the answer.
Wow.
Over Lauren Heinrich. He's doing 1:59.9 last lap. Lauren Heinrich did 1:59.5. So not only is he in front, requiring less fuel if he needs to stop, but he's actually lapping quicker. There's the BS and competition car. So Jonas Ravio drops. He hasn't dropped a spot yet. Actually, he's dropped dropped away from Tommy Østgaard. Oh, we're hearing from our direction that it could have been a pit lane speeding infringement drive-through for Tommy Østgaard in the 92 Porsche. Jonas Ravio does now drop down the order, still in 8th place in GTE, but behind Sami Matti-Trogen in the BMW Team GB car. Enzo Benito, Kevin Van Buren and Kevin Siggy. It's been a short race, but it's been a long race in so many ways. Rudy Van Buren, Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy. What on earth have they done? What sort of weird alchemy, science, setup, feather slippers nonsense have they been doing to be able to run at the front and save much more fuel than anybody else has been able? No one else has been able to save a lap more than, say, the Porsche esports team. And these guys basically are running on fresh air.
It's the other BMWs that they're saving it over as well. So it's not just...
No, it's everyone.
It's not just because they're a BMW. By the way, BS in competition was a disconnect, sadly. Real shame for them, as they are running well inside the top 10 in the championship, but they will...
Yeah, we're up until now.
Well, that
really is a disaster, because obviously he'll be busy Control-Alt-deleting his living daylights out of it, and we've got 7 to go after this.
He will likely be pushed down the very lower order, the top 10.
Right, so. Well, he's 10th now and plunging. He's back in.
Unless Benito comes in.
He is reconnected in 10th. Jonas Ravio.
Well,
and there he goes.
He's got to come out the pits first.
Yeah. So where is he? Gustav Grimbergus has gone by him, so has Steinhoff PF. So yeah, he's lost a couple of spots there. But he is back, and actually the gap is only 5 seconds to Grimbergus. So it depends what pace he's got left. There is the Mahler car. Still fifth. Still fifth. Still fifth. You know, what a different season it might have been if they produced a result like that in Monza. And, you know, it's just, yeah, you do sort of feel sometimes that, you know, I know we understand that life isn't, all right, they were 8th in Monza, but you know, Spa and Nordschleife were just absolute shockers. You know, what looked like it might have been a good top 10 run of form suddenly just evaporated, and they barely made it into 20 of 21 cars. This is for position. This is Floyd by Colles and Mahler. No, this is not. Floyd by Colles and Mahler are
very close
6/10 apart. Yeah, so what battle is this then? Who are we on board with
this
here?
This is 15, Race Clutch and Brilliant in the 5.
Oh, yeah.
They're split by 2/10 across the line.
So this is for 10th, but the battle for 4th, having sort of written it off in favour of Jenny Simoncic, saying, OK, he's done enough to get ahead, suddenly he is right in the clutches of the Mahler Racing team of Philippe Denez.
Wow, both running out of talent there.
Yeah, and tyre grip and luck and everything, and that's proper quarterback scramble there around the outside, isn't it? That's great stuff. So Brijak, does he hang on? He does, ahead of Emmerich Andre, but not for long. Here comes Andre. Can't get by with the red nose on the Race Clutch Alpine car.
And Lauren Heinrich is still losing time to Benito.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And
crazy.
Benito has still yet to stop. And there should be 6 laps left.
I mean...
Which is, I think he's already gone 4 more laps maybe than Lauren Heinrich.
Yeah.
You know, we're looking at half a stint. Not quite, but...
Another... yeah.
Look at this battle as well. Look at this. I want that place back. And they're carving their way through the GT cars, who have their own little battle. Which of the Porsche esports cars was that? Okay, well, neither of them are particularly under pressure, but yeah, very busy. Very, very busy. And again, this one continues. Now, the battle for 3rd place, for 4th place rather, still within a second. It's as close as this. Jenny Simoncic and Philippe Denez in the number 4 Floyd by Colles, number 10 Mahler Racing Team car.
Yeah, there is.
There you go. There's the Mahler car. So look just around the corner in front of you.
And there it is. You just see it.
And there's Simoncic. So there's traffic in front of them, including the red line BMW that leads in GTE, and the BMW Team GB car kicking up a bit of dirt on the outside. There's not much between the 2 cars, is there? 147.0, 147.3 on the last lap, so Jenny Simoncic finding a little bit more in traffic. But as they come across the line, gap's gone down from 0.9 to 0.8.
It's very close.
Yeah.
It could... Traffic
the right brake in
this.
traffic will decide it,
Yeah.
or the wrong brake, depending on which side of the pit wall or which pit trolley you're sitting on.
That's what it's going to be. Floyd by Colles do not want to hit a big bunch of traffic, otherwise that could be game over. So,
well, in the end, it doesn't matter really for their championship aspirations whether Mahler finish ahead or behind, as far as they're not battling Mahler, but it's the points that you lose.
That said, points-wise, Lewis just has been doing the maths upstairs. So Floyd by Colles are going to be on 58.5, Redline on 58.
Yeah.
And Williams Rebellion on 54.5.
Half a point in it for the
4
lead.
points between the top 3. So yeah, so it does matter a little bit if they lose this place.
Exactly so, exactly so.
If they lose this, they lose the championship, or they don't gain the championship lead, shall I say, because they weren't leading it going into the race. So yeah, this is to hold what would be a new championship lead.
Still no sign of our GTE leader needing fuel.
It looks like they're going to go.
They're obviously running on fairy dust or some such. I mean, astonishing ability to run enough pace that you're not hanging out in the bottom end of the top 10. You're leading the race ahead of Porsche Esports, and you're still out fuel saving them in a way that Porsche legends like Norbert Singer used to make a trademark. I mean, it's an astonishing, double edge. So there's no downside of that. Even if they stop now with 4 to go.
They can crawl round now, though. They can be, 8 seconds a lap slower or something ridiculous?
Well, yeah. Okay, we're on lap 130. Well, the leaders are of 134. Don't forget that the GTE cars don't keep going round until they've done 134 laps. When the leader completes lap 134, the checkered flag is out, and if the GTE cars are just ahead, they do the rest of the lap. If they're right behind, then they finish as well. So, yeah, for Lauren Heinrich, for Dennis Lind, I mean, we really haven't talked much about the Corvette in a potential podium position, because that is all now unwinding for them. They have worked hard in the sort of lower reaches of the top 10 all race long, just gradually creeping closer and closer. It'd be interesting to see what their pit stop times were like as well. They have spent, well, here's the answer, they have spent 4 minutes and 27 seconds in the pits. Enzo Benito in the leading BMW has spent 4 minutes and 26. Everybody else has spent a full minute longer in the pits.
They've essentially replicated Redline strategy.
Yep.
Albeit they've just done it.
But because they weren't leading from the very start, it was less easy for fools like us to spot it. No. It's just as achievable for them, but it was less glaringly obvious that everybody else peeled in behind them and they led, which is what we saw from the BMW. So, we've seen, where did Red Bull qualify? I mean, they were a long way back, weren't they?
They were down in 11th place.
They were 32nd, 11th place in the class, and they've come up into a podium position.
This will be back-to-back podiums for them as well. They were second last time out. So they were only 7 points behind Team GB. They've had a disaster. I guess they've actually recovered fairly well, but it's not been a great race for them.
Yep.
But they'll close in on pretty much all the teams ahead of them, because they're ahead of the 92 after their drive-through as well.
Yeah, the only 2 cars will outscore them, who are the top 2 in the championship, Redline and Porsche Esports, who are currently running 1-2. The 91 Porsche Esports is the better placed in the championship. Those are the only 2 cars that will outscore the Red Bull Corvette team. So Dennis Lind and his boys will jump from 8th to 4th, maybe, in the championship.
I don't know, because it's the lowest points, 25 for the win, 18 for second, so on. They'll get 15 points.
Yeah.
I'd say they'll climb at least 2 places. But they'll be very close to 4th place if they are not there already.
Well, as of now, Lewis reckons that Redline will lead 91 and 92. So that will leave them, possibly 4th ahead of BMW Team GB.
And
let's take a look at this. This is the 92 coming into the pit lane.
Didn't slow it in time.
Yeah.
And there'll be less than 14 points between our top 2, so less than a win. Less than the gap between first and second in points at Le Mans.
At Le Mans.
Which means it will be a shootout. Yeah.
57 drive-through for causing a collision with the 38 Jota car.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, didn't we? They did let them back through, but
well, they didn't have any option because the Jota car's quicker. It's not like they slowed down.
They did.
They didn't take them off again as they tried to pass, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, so drive-through, well, will he have time to do it? Not really. That could be commuted to a plus 30-second penalty, unfortunately, but that's not really going to... Team Project One are taking their drive-through. 57 car has just left the pits. So, Enzo Benito leads in GTE. There's 91. Lauren Heinrich in second place, or is that 92? That's 92 further back.
The battle for 4th is very close. Half a second between Simoncic and Dennis.
Again.
Yeah.
Axel Sports stopped with 2 to go. That didn't work out well for them in LMP. Yes, you're right, Dennis. Philippe Denez right behind Jenny Simoncic again for 4th place.
And just a quick announcement, by the way, thanks to everyone who did vote for the team of the race. The winners of the team of the race are the #1 Rebellion GPX
well,
esports.
You have to say they have done a fantastic job, haven't they?
So
I wonder how much they shaded the 71 Red Line BMW team by, because they've done an outstanding job.
They started 6th, did our race leaders overall.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not been straightforward at all.
Still not down for BMW team Red Line. If they run out on the track now, then they lose the whole thing. The leaders are on lap 133. Here is the 5th place car, Philippe Denez.
Yeah.
And in front of him is the 4th place car, Jenny Simoncic, hanging on with whatever he's got left in the tank. And Denez keeps getting closer, and then Simoncic keeps just finding traffic to get in the way of his rival. Is this going to be a last lap pass? Leaders on lap 133, so this is the penultimate lap for this battle as they start the lap. Leaders will have one more to go at the line, so they will see the white flag. Do we see the white flag? They would see the white flag were they in actual Sebring, and there is the Corvette on for 3rd place. Don't get hit by anybody. You've got nobody behind you. Let them through. Nicely done, Dennis Lind. I'm sure I don't need to explain to him what needs to be done, either in the real world or in sim racing. That's a big result for them as well. Really big result for those guys.
Yeah. You know, to get back-to-back podiums, you know, obviously the slight chaos at Nürburgring, but and they came out of that unscathed. But they've started the season with a 13th, then an 8th, then a 2nd, so they were only going in one direction, and they've just continued to improve by getting yet another podium in a race where all the championship leaders have been at the top of their game.
We have our Thrustmaster T248 winner playing Sport Buff on Twitch. It is at crazyface228871. Snappy, rolls off the tongue. Rolls off the tongue. But we will contact you after the race early next week and organise that for you. So congratulations to you as well. And don't forget, you can follow us all on Twitch at Le Mans as well. Follow the entire thing. And as the leaders hit the final lap, Nikodem Wisniewski in the #1 Rebellion GPX esports car that won Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual last year, leads on the final lap here of race 4 of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Enzo Benito leading for BMW Team Red Line. And is it Gillison for Yas Heat? Another purple lap. The fastest race lap goes in on the penultimate lap of the race.
I mean, the impressive thing about the #1 guys is they don't qualify well. Their best qualifying result is still only 6th, so they never really qualify well, but strategy and racecraft, they've got it clearly nailed down. And yeah, with those qualifying results, they just needed a couple of things to fall their way to really stomp off and get a win. And yeah, I guess 1 or 2 things have happened, but they've been in the right places at the right times. They've had really consistent pace, and I think deservedly, you know, they're going to wrap up the victory here.
Well, you know what they never say in America? Pole on Friday, win on sell on Monday. It's win on Sunday, sell on Monday. That's the one that counts. You don't get any points for pole. You get all the points for winning. And yeah, if you can't qualify quite as outrageously quickly as some of your rivals, as long as you can beat them in the race, that's all that matters. The checkered flag awaits. The final lap, Nikodem Wisniewski, there he is. Punches the air with delight, is as calm and as cool as a cucumber, scratches his nose with delight as they win it. Isaac Price will come across the line 11 seconds back in 2nd place for R8G Esports. He has done so, and Real Team Hydro will take 3rd. A great result for them as well. We have 1 position in the top half dozen still very much up for grabs. Jenny Simoncic versus Philippe Denez. Meanwhile, here is our GTE leader, still showing no signs of having to visit the pit lane any more times. And 2 of our top 3 have really worked hard. There is your 4th place battle, 4th and 5th across the line. Simoncic holding on by 0.6 of a second after 4 hours of racing from Philippe Denez. A great result, though, for the Marla team. We don't own shares in Marla. It's just nice to see somebody who's had a kicking coming back from that. And Enzo Benito will do the final lap in this BMW Team Red Line M8. Checkered flag out for them as well. Lauren Heinrich and Dennis Lind have already crossed the line in 2nd and 3rd. That's how much his advantage was. I beg your pardon. Up to third has gone Charlie Collins for Proton. Dennis Lind back to fourth.
Wow.
Dennis Lind back to fifth. What's happened there? Dennis Lind had crossed the line, had taken the checker, and somehow ends up in fifth place. Okay, we will wait and find out what's gone on there. He's down to sixth. Tommy Oscar behind him. That sounds like there's a timing glitch, unless he was a lap down when he took the checkered flag. And you will take the checker, or be shown as taking the checker, even if you are a lap back. Here is our winner, though, I believe. Enzo Benito across the line for BMW Team Red Line. Pole position, victory, simple afternoon. Easy as that.
Yeah, 2 wins for them now this
Wow.
season. A worst result of fourth. They've been hugely consistent, and 3 stops. You know, those and Red Bull, the only 2 teams that managed it. And yeah, they're just the masters of fuel saving and strategy, aren't they? I think they use the car to its advantage and play to their strengths. And you know, sometimes they can't fight with the Porsches an out pace, but you know, they beat them over the course of a 4-hour race.
Well, there is a thought, Lewis, suggesting that maybe Dennis Lind had run out of fuel and had actually lost a lap slowing down. And so although he took the checkered flag, when everybody else had passed him and then came back, that's when he dropped all those positions. So what looked like third ends up as 7th place in GTE for the Corvette team. Well, what a race we've had here at Sebring. Right from the start, it was clear that it was going to be daggers drawn. Number 8 from the front row of the grid, getting out front early on. R8G Esports really throwing their hat into the ring with the number 22 car that started on the outside of the front row of the grid for GPX Rebellion. And the number 1 team were never too far behind. 70, the Real Team Racing crew qualified strongly in 3rd place as well. It looked as though they were going to have a good race battle, and plenty of close action early on. It wasn't just our LMP cars that were getting the headlines either. Lots and lots of action in GTE. Later on in the race, problem for David Pittard, the number 22 car that was looking very strong, spun out of a top 3 position, lost the rear wing, didn't realise, and the subsequent long lap back and the fix took them right out of contention. Plenty of battles all the way up and down the order. 444 had a good run up into the top 3 at the midway point of the race, but then lost time. 1, 2, 3, the points leaders, having an incident in the pits and picking up a penalty for that with the number 4 by Collars burst car. Late penalty as well for the 5017 Project 1 car, rather misjudging the speed of the Jota car off the corner, and ran into the back of him. Porsche's mid-corner speed a little higher than the Jota's after the P car had dived by in traffic. Well, victory in the end for Rebellion GPX Esports from R8G and Real Team Hydrogen. And in the GTE, the BMW just thrashed the Porsches on pace and fuel mileage. A remarkable double whammy that the Porsche Esports team and Proton had absolutely no answer to. So let's take a look at our classified pools check. Ask your father. Rebellion GPX Esports are victors then, 134 laps. This is our only mileage or distance race, so it was a set distance to cover. R8G, 11.5 seconds back. Great run from then, and particularly from Isaac Price, new to the team, parachuted in for this weekend. Real Team Hydrogen in 3rd, and then such a close battle. Floyd by Collars burst, the number 4 car, ahead of number 10, Marla. Marla back into the points after a disappointing last couple of outings. And a little bit further down the order, first points of the season for Williams Esports. They actually finished in the top 10, and that is their very first points. Further back, some tales of drama and some of woe. A couple of penalties that didn't help, and Team Fordzilla with quite a left field strategy in the end. That didn't really work out for them. Perhaps they weren't quite as extreme as they needed to be Jota even more luckless this weekend than ARC Bratislava and TWRT, who ended up as the bottom 3 teams in LMP. In GTE, well, it's a story of the Porsche teams having to go away and scratch their heads, because if BMW Team Redline can produce the sort of pace advantage and fuel economy advantage over 24 hours that they produced over 4, then they could win by several days at Le Mans. However, Le Mans is a very different kettle of fish to Sebring. Porsche Esports taking second. It looks as though the number 111 Red Bull Corvette that was destined for third actually ended up a lap back, half a lap back, ran out of fuel. So third place going to the better of the 2 Proton competition Porsches. And apart from Team Redline, BMW not really in any of the other teams' hands quite able to match Porsche in terms of pace. D-Station, the sole Aston Martin, finishing in 13th place in the class. Well, that was pretty busy, wasn't it? Pretty frantic stuff. And if you enjoyed that, then you will definitely enjoy the Le Mans 24 hours. We're hearing now that 111 was too much driver time in the car. Not sure if that was for Dennis Lind or...
It was for Nesta Garcia.
Nesta Garcia.
1 minute and 40 over the max time.
That's horrendous, isn't it? That is tough. And that's a shame, because they had a really good race on pace. They had a really good race on strategy. And then, if they'd stopped a lap earlier somewhere... Yeah,
because the max time is 120 minutes. Yep. At this track, minimum is 40, Nestor did just over that, 121 and 40 seconds rather than 120 minutes, so it gets docked a lap.
So, what does this mean to the top of the pile? Well, our top 2 in LMP2 remain our top 2, but the number 4, Floyd by Burst, have gone ahead. Now, these 2 teams were tied after Spa, then Redline took the lead after the Nürburgring, and now Floyd are back in front by half a point. So the Nürburgring and Sebring has basically split them by half a point. And GPX are 4 points back in third. That's what the victory's done for them. Real Team coming up on the rails. They are up to 4th, and 22, who came here in second place, in third place, slipped back down the order. So that is the rest of the positions for your LMP2, for your LMP teams, page 2, which then takes us to GTE. Now coming in here, 71 Team BMW, Team Redline, they had the points lead. They still have the points lead over the 91 Porsche, so those 2 teams remain where they were. 88 were third, remain third. 92 climb ahead of BMW Team GB to 4th, and unfortunately with that slight last lap problem, Red Bull Racing Esports move up. They only move up from 8th to 6th, but we think they would probably have moved up to 5th and maybe even conceivably to 4th if they had finished on the podium. So that minute and 11 seconds, very costly. But again, as we spoke about right at the beginning of the weekend before qualifying, as we spoke about before the beginning of the race this morning, 50 points up for grabs at Le Mans. So this is really just starting where the Battle of Le Mans begins, isn't it? Where the battle for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be much closer in our prototype class, could it? It's a straight fight for the victory. It's that close, whoever finishes ahead on track, as long as they're both high up, becomes the champion. Yep. And in GTs, it's the same, because there's less than 14. It's still technically is a straight fight for the overall title. But Le Mans is Le Mans in itself, isn't it? It's going to be an absolutely sensational event. 24 hours. Last year we broke, I think, every single record in esports. So you don't want to miss it. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. But yeah, what a great first 4 rounds to lead us into what's going to be another historic event.
Well, let's take a chance, if we can, before they all disappear to do more testing and debriefing, to catch up with some of our drivers from today. Let's start with Rebellion GPX Esports, our race winners, and see if we can speak to Agustin Canapino. How are you?
Hello, guys. Fine, very happy.
Okay, now, I don't know if he can hear us, but I don't hear him, so...
You can hear me?
Oh, okay, we're starting to hear a little bit. So, How has the team approached the race? Did you always expect to be able to run at the front here in Sebring?
Yes. Was a great job, everybody in the team, especially from Cuba in the beginning and Nico later. I had a little bit of experience in this game. This game is very, very funny, very difficult to drive. R Factor 2. I had more laps in other games, no here, but I enjoyed every lap in this race. I had the job of doing 23 laps, saving fuel and tires, and well, everything went well. And then Nico made the most of every lap to win by a good difference.
So great start for you with the team. What about Le Mans? Preparation starts the minute you finish this Zoom call, I guess.
I don't know. We need to ask to team if I drive in Le Mans. I think yes, but I don't know yet. So now the car is in a good, very, very good position to fight for the championship in the last round. So, well, I hope enjoy and drive in the last race.
All right, well, listen, congratulations on a really fantastic race here in Sebring. I'm sure you guys will enjoy that for the rest of the day before the hard work again starts for the team to get them into Le Mans. So, GPX, with that victory at the penultimate race of the championship, keeping themselves very firmly on track in that championship contention. So, Chris, again, you know, every lap that you do throughout the entire season, in the end, is going to have a bearing, and sometimes it becomes a little hard to kind of think about that. You know, if you're in a series of 10-lap sprints or 20-minute sprints, you know, everything is very tightly focused. But when it stretches out over several hours, you know, talking to Agustin saying, you know, his job was to do 23 laps. 23 laps as fast as he could and saving as much fuel as he could. Don't come in after 21. That's no good to us. You've got to make it to 23 and lose as little time as possible. And just doing that, that is a key element in all the building blocks that go to victory here today, to the points lead, and also, you know, potentially to winning a title after Le Mans.
Yeah, you know, with the amount of laps they did, it's quite a big chunk of the race. And let's not forget that, you know, Agustin, that was his first race with the team and in the prototype class for this season. So, yeah, so he's definitely made a difference because it's their first win. Their last best result was third. So clearly something he did had a big contribution to that team. He's their pro driver as well, and he seemed to fit in very well. So, you know, a well done to him. I really do hope we do see him back. Louis Delatraz is the other driver that we usually see racing with Nicodem and Cuba, and the three of them, we know them as a great pairing. Delatraz will want to go and retain his title, as will that team. Let's not forget they're the ones that won last year. So, you know, they'll be looking for back-to-back 24-hour titles.
You know, and that is one of the hardest things you can possibly do. To win it once is one thing. To win it a second time is really, really exceptionally tough. And that is the challenge that our winners in both categories will face. Now, let's catch up then with our GTE winners. Team 71, BMW Team Red Line, Rudy van Buren. How on earth, I mean, how could you be on the pace, in the top three, consistently, and saving 3-4 laps a stint? I mean, you obviously can't tell us the exact secret, but no other BMW got anywhere close to thrashing Porsche the way that you guys did.
We were actually quite surprised, to be honest, because for us it seems logic to take this strategy. Did it play in our favor at this track? Absolutely, but in the end we expected a bit more from the Porsches as well, to be honest, them to be closer, let's say it that way, and to be really tight in the end. So, but overall, great job by the team, by my teammates, and let's say all the preparation that went in paid off.
And that's one of the key differences, isn't it? When you haven't got your real world car, when you've got your sim world, your virtual world car, is the preparation can be endless. I mean,
Yes.
it doesn't cost anything other than your own time and your own patience, and you can simulate anything and race anywhere and try anything as many times as you like. Is that quite difficult to get your head around then when you go back to something like racing in Carrera Cup, where you've only got limited track time, very few test days, and can't just work relentlessly at it?
Yeah, I think that's one of the of the struggles which you see when a sim racer goes to a real life situation, and also the opposite. In real life, you're used to figuring your stuff out in a few laps, tires are gone, and then you go work with the engineer, and then most of the time you're straight to quali. Whereas in a sim, we put in hours and hours and hours of stints and stints and stints to prepare everything. And then it's basically just following your own steps that you prepared. So it's both ends, but it does mean that, as people might not want to hear it sometimes, I tend to say that the level in sim racing is in a lot of categories really a big step above the real world in preparation. How much detail, how much preparation goes in.
Well, definitely. When we went to Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual last year, in the build-up to it, all the real-world racing drivers were going, this is insane. The amount of things that you can test, the amount of time you can spend testing. Nobody, even in the glory heydays of unlimited testing in Formula One, could do that amount. You just can't change engines and tyres and mechanical components and everything in time to make it happen. And you can't fly from racetrack to racetrack in a day the same way you can do with the sim world. But the sim world also discovered the depth of engineering that goes in to real-world racing, probably even more so. I mean, I know that some of the sim drivers are going, I've just been in a debrief and there were a dozen engineers, not, 2 or 3. And so I think everybody gained. What about Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual then? It's not far away, obviously. It's a huge physical challenge for all the drivers. It's a huge mental challenge for all the drivers. And presumably, again, as we talked about a little while ago, preparation starts the moment you hang up this call.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I think we have the Christmas Day, New Year coming up, but then if you look at that, it's 2 weeks and it's the race. So I'm sure this week we'll get going at it, get a basic view of what our situation with the BMW will be like, and then start testing the various setup options to be as good as we can be.
Well, if you can save anything like the fuel that you've saved here, then suddenly the race is going to have a very different complexity. Congratulations to everybody at BMW Team Redline. That was an absolutely phenomenal victory. I don't think I've ever seen anybody win in quite that manner at Sebring. So, Rudy, thanks for joining us, and we wish you a very Merry Christmas, and to everybody else as well. Enjoy the holidays. Well, one of the great British Olympians, Linford Christie, always used to train on Christmas Day, same as every other day. And I remember there was an interview with him saying, look, you train on Christmas Day? He said, yeah, because nobody else does. And in his head, it's one of those little things that gives him that unfair advantage. So Christmas, New Year off, yeah, not much. Not much,
I'm sure some of them will be practicing. But interesting point what Rudy said there about he was surprised that no one else did that strategy. And when you think only one car did, and that was Red Bull. And as you said, we didn't notice it because they were in the midfield. But in doing it, they exceeded Nestor Garcia's maximum driving time, so were deleted a lap. But yeah, I don't know what it is, but all the BMWs are the same. So I do kind of get his point that they did it quite comfortably in the end, in a way. They weren't. In the end, their lap times at the end of the race were still quicker than the Porsche, or just as quick.
And they didn't.
So clearly, it wasn't impossible.
Yeah, they didn't come from 45 or 90 seconds back purely because they didn't have to stop.
Yeah, no,
they were leading and didn't have to stop. And that's, if you can do that, and Porsche made a lot of victories at Le Mans by doing that, by being at the front and being more parsimonious with the fuel, then being faster and stopping less often makes you faster still. So, all you have to do is be about as fast. They weren't about as fast. They were quicker.
Yeah,
I think I'm not sure that he's meaning how come Porsche didn't do it? How come the other BMWs couldn't do it?
Yeah, and even he did say I'm surprised no one was close. I mean, there was only one team that were, but I think the Porsche teams really do have to, we say this, we're only sitting here talking about it, but you'd think that they would say, right, we have to sort of nail that down, sort of cut out that they are doing one less stop than us, because over 24 hours, that's going to be a huge, huge lawn.
Or they just accept that Sebring is Sebring, and it happened to work really well for BMW, and Le Mans is Le Mans. And in the end, you'll lose Sebring if they give you Le Mans, or if you can take Le Mans. And that is where we head next. 15th and 16th of January is the race. We will, of course, have a full fat production, exactly as you saw last year, or missed last year if you weren't aware of it. Make a note in your diary. It is the weekend in the 15th and 16th of January, and we will be back with all the action, full qualifying show, lots of celebrity guests to interview, lots of online interviews, and all the racing from all of the 24 hours. Until then, on behalf of all the production team for our coverage of the Le Mans Virtual Series, for Chris, for Lewis, I'm Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you at Le Mans. Until then, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, enjoy some time off.